Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready? Watch the gate. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready? Watch the gate.
Still 5-4. Welcome to BMX Race Hub. We are live in Birmingham for round 9, the last weekend of the Lloyds BMX National Championships series. Let's go.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready? Watch the gate.
All right, welcome back. Looking forward to racing this weekend. There's a few titles on the line, so keep checking scores for information on who's close and who's got something to win or lose. Thanks again to the channel supporters, British Cycling, NX Teamwear. Remember to check out the NX Teamwear website for on and off bike kit, but also British Cycling site. You might want to have a look at the foundation that's been launched. There's lots of information on the website about that, so go and take a look. That's led by the legend that is Ed Clancy. Remember, it's a really good track. We're going to have a look at the track guide in a minute. We've got some really big berms here, lots of moves in the berms. Looking forward to that. There's a very big pedal on the first straight. which again is featured in the track guide, and of course the pro section here, which tightens the second straight for all riders, and it's a really, really challenging pro section for the elite classes. So we're going to catch up with Rich Eames in a second. Let's take a look at what happened last time. Okay, here with Rich Eames, BMX commentator. Good to see you again, Rich. Just thinking about, we had the national championships last night. A couple of things to talk about there. First of all, the numbers in the elite classes weren't that good. We've only got Beth in that category at the moment. Emily under 23 moving up next year, but I think the future looks bright, but obviously there's some issues with the numbers in the top echelons at the moment.
Yeah, there is. I think it just comes down to the fact that everybody's trying to manage, their prep going into like the Euros and the Worlds. They're all very closely put together, and I think if you've got a choice to make, you go for the big one. So I can understand why, but I think as we move forward and we bring riders up from the younger age groups, I think that situation will change and we'll see more riders in those elite age groups in future years.
And that's the point really of the national champs and the way it's been set up with the 13-14s, which is technically juvenile, under UCI or BC categorisation, and then you've got youth, 15-16. So that's the point, it's building for the longer term. And we saw some really good racing in those younger age groups, didn't we? I know you wanted to talk about one in particular, which is a lunge for the line.
Yeah, the 13-14 boys, watching Kobe Rayford and Ty DS go at it down that final straight, and they're elbow to elbow. It's exactly what you want to see at the national champs. It's obviously it's a very important age group to me because I've got a rider in there as well, so I've always got my eye on it. But to watch them, those two riders are going to develop into like really top class riders, and to see them now and then to see them build, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, for sure. I think I agree with you entirely there. I think it was great. And in the girls' categories as well, I was chatting to a couple of riders and parents just now in those younger age groups. They're really excited about it, and they're in it for the long term, which is great. So really pleased about that. A few titles on the line, maybe talk about that tomorrow. We got the Euros and Worlds coming up. You mentioned those in context of the elite classes. So Latvia next week, I think.
Yeah, Latvia's the first one, isn't it? The European champs. I mean, if you've never been to Latvia, if you've never been to that facility at Valmiera, you are in for an absolute treat. It's brilliant. I went in 2022 on the Euro Cup round, and it's phenomenal. The surrounding area is lovely. Latvian people can't do enough for you. It's genuinely a pleasure of a trip. You'll have a great time.
All right, well, that's something to look forward to. We'll chat about a few more bits tomorrow. World champs on the horizon, British champs on the horizon, as well as the world champs. But let's take a look at the Birmingham track guide now. Welcome to BMX Race Hub and your Birmingham track guide. Well, here we are, Birmingham Perry Park. There's been BMX going on here for quite a long time, actually, back into the 80s. Not exactly on this location where we are now, but in this area. The track itself, as I understand it, was a legacy of the 2012 World Championships, which were hosted here, and obviously the Olympics were later that year in the UK, in London. This track is, as you see it now, is a legacy of 2012, indirectly. And the park behind us over there was a really big hub for the Commonwealth Games a couple of years ago, 18 months or so ago, 2022. So, there's been a lot going on in this part of Birmingham, most recently with the Commonwealth Games, as I say. Right behind us here is the M6 motorway, so that's quite quite a distraction sometimes, although when you get on the gate you kind of tune these things out. But it's properly in the hub, very accessible, great location, and a really, really challenging track. All right, here we are on the first jump, looking back at the start hill. There used to be a dangly light in the middle, now there's one either side, so that's one change. Quite a steep hill, so yeah, getting some really good speed down, lots of options through this first jump. All right, first jump then. It's quite a long jump, bit of a step up at the front end here, and a bit of a sorter jump for the sort of small, medium size age groups, where the faster ones are going to be trying to hop onto the jump here, and then get on the gas through the back of it. The faster riders are definitely going to be manualing through, double manualing, or on the gas, powering out over the first jump. So yeah, lots of options, but pumping through absolutely fine. It's a decent jump. It's got to be a bit brave on the front of it with all that speed from the start hill. So off the back of that first jump, we've got quite a long pedal, 10-15 meters to here. Little roller. Maybe you can gas over it. Maybe you've got to get off for a second and then back on the pedals on the backside, pedaling the next section to what is 4 jumps on the way in to the first corner. So yeah, decent old pedal and very wide track, as you can see. So if you're in that lane 8, you've really got to be moving across before this point. All right, here we are then, first corner. So really wide track. It's still 10 meters at this point, and we're quite a long way from the start hill now. Off the back of that jump, you've got to step up down. You've got sort of like a step up double and then a down into this corner. But of course, it's not really into the corner because it's about 15 meters to here. Lots of action at this point. Bit flat in the bottom, but there's still a bit of edge on it. Lots of support further up. But of course, coming out of the corner, you've got the pro line, which is where the berm is heading. And the riders on the challenge line have got to get all the way back across onto a relatively narrow second straight. Okay, so pro line here at Birmingham. As you are committing to take off on this first jump, quite a sharp, steep entry face into the pro line. As you get to this point, you cannot see the landing that you're aiming for. So it's quite a big step up to where you are with the camera now, but you've got to be angling that bike to get some backside, because the next one is real make or break as you step down. And again, you can't really see the landing. So this is probably one of the most challenging second straight pro lines in the country. So whenever you see grass in the middle of a jump on a track, that basically means you're jumping it. We've got grass on the way in, grass through the middle, and grass on the way out. So this is I think unique actually, with the grass in each of the 3 jumps on the pro section. After you land this, which is also relatively hard to sight, you've then got similar to the first jump, but a much longer jump into the second corner, which really tightens the second corner for the elite, for the pro riders. And yeah, it's a real challenge, this straight, a real sorter, and nice to see a bit of grass. The first corner, exiting to the challenge line, you've really got to get back across. It's quite narrow, it throws you out into the middle of the track, and then there's lots of options into the second corner. Having come down a relatively narrow challenge straight, it really opens up into this second corner apex. Vast amount of tarmac, quite flat on the way in, massive pedal, even from the inside line. It's a huge pedal towards this apex. Obviously from the pro line, it's quite tight, so you come in with a lot of speed and you're needing all of that berm to support you on the exit. All right, at the exit of this second corner, I would say, is a really critical part of the track onto a relatively short third straight. You've got to get the exit right to maintain as much speed as possible. If you come in really low, it's quite flat in the bottom, not a lot of berm to turn on. You end up, if you're not careful, pedaling uphill, so really watch that. Think about the line, the exit from this corner. Of course, if you come in hot, and you're using the berm, leaning on the berm, you've got all of this downslope to really pedal down. And in fact, the berm and the drop from the berm doesn't really finish until here, and you're just into the next jump. So yeah, really, really interesting aspect of the track. Lots of action on the exit of here, setting up for a really important third berm. Okay, so end of the third straight here. It's quite wide, it's about 7 meters wide, but it's quite a short straight, lots of jumps, lots of options, really nice shaped jumps, quite big. But yeah, you're arriving here, nice double into this last corner. Lots of backside on this jump, but then a big pedal, especially for the smaller ones, really big pedal into the apex, which is where the track really tightens actually. So this is quite a tight area. It feels big, but it really narrows in terms of the lines, and you've got to make sure again you get a really good exit onto the last straight heading for home. Okay, so just coming down the last straight here. It's quite a technical last straight actually, quite a lot of jumps, transitions between them a bit more than say Cyclo Park, and you've got this one here. This last jump is unsighted from the double before it, and then a decent pedal through the line. There we go. Right, let's go on board for a hot lap.
Hot lap of Birmingham BMX.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Steep start hill. Just step up table first jump. A lot of pedals in here. Long entry into the first corner. Cut back across for the normal side. A very long entry into this corner here. Watch out for moves. Technical third straight. A very steep last corner. Plenty of moves to be done there as well. A deep rhythm and straight on the last straight. Kills all of your legs. That's a lap of Birmingham BMX track.
Well, there you have it. That's your Birmingham BMX track guide. Great venue, really good facility here. Challenging track. And always great racing on this track. Thanks very much to Birmingham BMX for hosting us today. See you trackside soon. All right, well, literally, riders on the gate, gate's about to drop. So I hope you enjoyed all of that. Let's cut to the live comms now.
BMX Club, so it is Cotton out there in that one spot. Where is Swales? He's in the two, doing it for fast signatures, being chased down by Huey Hall in there in three. Gosport National Race Team got a rider inside the top four. That is Max Livingston on the 10 bike, chasing on through. That's got to be Louis Sheffy out of Team Mind in 5. DC Cycles going through as well, but Cotton out front, taking it to him on a charge. Looking to start his weekend off positively. He's going to pick up the first moto win here at Birmingham Race 2 on track. Heaver, Brownson, McKenna, King, Thompson, Bradley and Jones. Your race leader, Team Mind. Ocean King on the 13 plate. He's being chased down by Gosport National Race Team's Jet Thompson. Actually 1 and 2 as they bring it into the final corner. The 6-7-1 of Leo Bradley. Rusting up racing inside the top 3. Moves being made in that final corner. Looked like that could have been Kieran Brownson out of Doncaster, working his way from 5 to 4. On the 580 plate. Next up on track, race number 3. More 9 to 12-year-old cruisers missed. The Sigma Riz leads this one out for Team Mavo UK. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Arlo Steinmetz out of Burnham BMX on the 006 bike. That's the 15 plate inside the top 3 as well. Fast signatures. That is Jack Swales in and out of the final corner to go. Who's the rider picking up for? Looking like that could be Alfie Jones, I think that was. Out of Cardiff BMX, running out the top 4 spots. On to 13 and 14 cruisers then. Little Cotton leads this one out. Last year's national champion, where is it? E7, Oliver Arnold, he's in there in about 4 at the minute, looking for a way round Cooper Westwood. In and out of that final turn. Westwood hanging on to a top 3 spot. Hard Knocks bike coaching in there in the 2. That was Freddie Woolwork in behind Cotty. Next up, race number 5. That looks like Alfie Sim making moves in turn number 1. Working his way into the race lead. He's currently going 1 and 2 with GT Factories. Hadley Harding in and out of that second corner. Looking like we've got Robin, Matt and Alonso inside the top 3. On the 6th plate, bringing it into the final corner. Reactive Racing in there as well. That is Owen Miller on the 18 plate, but it's all about Sim and Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Down the final straight, he's going to pick up his first moto win of the weekend. Todd Smith-Notman on the outside into the first corner. He's in behind what looks like Jake McKenna on the 299 plate at the moment. Correct BMX Coaching got a rider in there as well. That's William Knowles out of the Brunty crew. Todd Smith-Notman made his move in turn number 2. Allen's Factory, then your new race leader. McKenna's not done yet, looking for a way round in that final corner. Notman, McKenna, Knowles, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up a top 4 spot? Got to be Benedict Marco on the 5 plate out of DC Cycles. Race 7 on track. Newton Hindley, former world finalist on his cruiser. He leads this one out from DC Cycles in there in that 2 spot. That's got to be Logan Young on the 7 plate, bringing it into the final corner to the 32 in this as well. That's Liam Byrne on his home track over at Birmingham. He's rounding out the top 3 spots as they bring it down the final straight. Bruce Anthony making moves down the final straight to go from 5 to 4. Race 8 on track. 15-16 cruisers leading this one out. Canadian jersey. Vincent Coburn, of course, out of Path BMX. That looks like it could be McSwitty out of BMX Winter Photography in that 2 spot, being chased down by the 424 of Ethan Byrne on his home track here at Birmingham. That looks like it could be Hotshot Racing's Jacob Warren inside the top 4. Race 9 into turn number 1. Who's leading this one out? Looks like Joe Penton-Vogt. Rusting up Racing, he's currently going 1 and 2 with John O'Harradine doing it for MK Evolution, and all of the single ladies out there. He's under pressure though from LVG NRT's rider. That is Will Chaplin rounding out the top 3 spots. Who's picking up the 4? It looks like that could be Alfie Andrews in the Birmingham BMX Club jersey. In and out of that final turn, he's under pressure as Caulfield and Davison battle it out for a top 5 spot, putting pressure on Andrews. Andrews is going to hang on to 4 as Will Chaplin makes his move down the final straight to pick up the race win. Who's on track? Looks like race number 10. Where's Logan Widdowson? He's in there at about 4 at the minute, looking for a way around Cooper McCrum, but McCrum's got other ideas, trying to work his way into that 2 spot. He's currently chasing down the Evolve Collective rider. That is Jack Wolford, but your race leader on the 5 plate down the final straight, got to be Stan Palmer. He's going to pick up this moto win. Pressure from McCrum. He's going to go from 3 to 2 across the line. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. Looks like Ice Bike's leading this one out. Yetska Hemstock on the 8 plate, being chased down by Olivia Firth. Doing it for Sorted Race Gearers to bring it into the final corners. That is Retro Racing's Amy Willits inside the top 3, but it's going to be Hemstock down the last straight. She's going to pick up the moto win, with Firth and Willits going through in that top 3 positions. Race 12 on track. Izzy Hurry in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Team Mabo UK. She's currently chasing down Taylor Lee Mohan out of the Royal Air Force. So that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. DC Cycles in there in 3. That is the 7 plate of Molly Nice. Alicia Linscott in 4 on the 405 bike with the 8X of Carmel Allison. Rounding out the top 5 spots, but it's Mohan down the last straight going to pick up the race win.
Race 13 on track. Tom Brown, the original Tom Brown. Tom Palmer. What? I looked at Tom Palmer and thought about Martin Smiley Brown at the same time. Disturbing mental image, I know, but it's there. John Lillingston, Jack Hudson, Nathan Abbott, Terry State, Ash Richardson. It's already started badly, hasn't it? Gee whiz. Race 14, Mitchell Smith, Benjamin Martinez, Ryan Jones. Offer you Scotsman out there, Jeezy Peeps, man. Chris Hearn, Chris Miller, Dan Popel and Stuart Lorry. Jeezy Peeps, man. Desper Crumb doesn't even need subtitles for that, do you know what I mean? Dan Popel taking the win. I think that was Ben Martinez in there in 2. What was that? Oh dear. The lunacy's already started up here, can I tell you? We've been here 5 minutes. No. I need another, I need to finish a cup of tea I've got. So, 30 plus female cruiser, Chloe Burr, Nicola Sitch, Annie Chiziwa, Liam Eden, Marsha Brook, Magic Manda Hemstock, Anita Wong. Anita out there in 1, Nikki. Season number 40 of National BMX Racing for her. In there in that 2nd position, Liam Eden out of Bournemouth BMX Club. She's in there in 3, being tracked down by Magic Manda, who's having a battle with Coach Chizzy. All getting mixed up. Who else have we got in there as well? Oh, sorry, Marsh. Well, mix them both up. It's not my fault. Sorry. Anyway, race 16. Nicola Wheeler, Josephine Burston, Fawn Clements, Suzanne Jenkins, Michelle Stupple, and Grace Turner. Fong in there in 2. That's Josephine in 3, the 397. That belongs to Nicola Wheeler from Milton Keynes. Suzanne having a battle with Grace Turner as they all go across the line. Michelle Stupple had taken the win as we were talking about everybody else. Race 17, Leah Pendleton and Leah McLaughlin in this one. In there in that 4th spot, chasing down teammate Lee Pendleton. That's going to be the W2 SJN Sarah J. Nichols. Put me in a time machine, take me back to 1986, please. Becca Goal in there in 2. Lisa Tarling doing it for the Bunnies as well. And Joe Wheel out of Derby BMX Club. Moving on. 40 to 44, Cruiser, Chris Coltman, Dylan Dixon, Matthew Eaton, James Moores, Mike Whittaker. Doing it for Brunty. Oh, it's getting a bit tasty coming out of that turn. Calm down, boys. It's Moto 1. I hope Mike Whittaker got that on his helmet cam. That'll end up in the vlog for sure. So, yeah. All getting exciting. Right. Hang on. More Cruiser action, including some bloke who's already wrapped up the title. Riding like he's on the way to the kebab shop, Chris Evans, Craig Cording, Tom Stretton, Lewis Allison, Andrew Lockwood, Andy Groves, and Matthew Walsh. All in Moto number 19, Moto 20, heading down towards that first turn. Norbert Marco leading it out. Big Nige Smith in there in 2. That looks like Sim Johnston. Feels like ages since I've seen Sim on track. In there in that 3rd spot, Mark Steele out of Ipswich. Rounding out the top 4. 5th place belongs to the 16. That is Philip Duff out of Andover doing it for Kebab House Race Team. Got Abdul El Kindi in there as well. Scott Jackson and Ross Kennedy. He sounds like he does daytime telly. Here's your host, Ross Kennedy. We got ODI hole shots. Well, let's not forget them then.
12-year-old boys and 19 to 29-year-old girls.
Okay, that's fine. Remind me again later. Oh, hang on. He's having a roll round on the floor. Simon Toogood. So hope he's all right. I think he is. Didn't have a get-together with Neil Arbor in the turn, did he? He's up. He's all right. Race 22, Pete Butler. Where's Pete? In there in about 5th. Hilly out front. Steve Assel in there in 2. That's Gary Carver on that very nice Maybo Cruiser in there in 3. Kevin Bacon going through in 4. And we've got Pete Stanley in there as well. Right, where are we looking at now? 50 to 54 Cruiser. Stuart Little doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross in there in 2. Chasing down Martin Ogden on his spangly new Cruiser. Feels like a new man, apparently. He doesn't know which one, but he does feel like one. That looks like Christos Chalkos having a battle with Brett Knight. That could either be the last straight or a fight in a pub, whichever way you want to look at it. Jamie McFarlane in there as well. Oh, and Timmy Turnbar was in as well. Julian Allen. He's back. Oh, wow. Wow. Anyway, next up, Stephen Notman. Matt Hayward, Kev Sykes, Dominic Elliott, and Mark Cottrell. I'm not going to take the mick out of any of these gentlemen. They're all bigger than me. That is Matt Hayward out in front. Somebody's bike sounds like it needs a bit of attention. Little Cotty pushing hard. Is he going to pick up that 4th spot? I think he did. He is Little Cotty now. Have you seen the size of James? Dad's now Little Cotty. Race 25, shoot.
Race 25 on track, 55 plus cruisers. Last year's national champ, Big Mick Goff, leads this one out. Brent Featherstone out of a Evolve Collective in there in that 2 spot. He's being chased down by Billy Stupple through the final straight. Out of Gosport National Race Team, David Knowles in there for a top 4 spot. Race 26 on track. You are looking at Keith Brown out of Team Minor leading the race into turn number 2. Stephen Noble out of the Northeast in there in that 2 spot. He's being chased down on the exit of that second corner. Looks like we've got Steve Keach inside the top 4 in behind the 945 plate of Stephen Joy out of Barnsbury. Jonathan Charlesworth and Steve Needham all in this moto as well, but it is going to be Keith Brown down the final straight picking up that moto win. 13 to 16-year-old female cruiser now out on track. 4 riders in this race. That looks like Anya Mata and Alonso chasing down the race leader, Ailey Watson. Watson, Alonso, that's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like Hotshot Racing's Isla Radcliffe on the 5 plate. And that is Clara Salmond out of Team A inside the top 4. Watson under pressure from Anya Mata and Alonso as he enters the final straight. Alonso, smooth as you like, looking to pick up the race winner. I think she's going to do so. Alonso, Watson in that order. Race number 28 on track. Second rack of the 13 to 16-year-old female cruisers heading into turn number 2. Who's that in there in 3? Tiger Race Team got to be Missy Large out of Nuneaton on the 6th plate, but the battle out front between Annalise Cadman-Carpenter and Alexis McCartney, last year's national champ, leading this one out at the moment for Halo Wheels Race Team. Going 1 and 2 with McCartney through the final straight. That's how they're going to bring it down to the line with Large in there for 3. The 4 spot going to go to Telford's Emily Dean with Isabella Rutherford in there in 5. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers out on track then. Who's leading this one out? Looks like Josh Cates. Going 1 and 2 with last year's national champ and this year's actually. Alex Brooks, 4 on the bounce. Team manager of Rab Racing. Now, I don't know if anyone else is up for this, but we've got to start doing some Team Gazebos competitions. Have you seen their setup in Rab Racing? Yeah. It's absolutely fantastic. They've got TVs. They've got tables with fruits and all sorts of stuff going off in there. And is that like a little sun terrace I can see with that extension of the gazebo on the front? Absolutely wicked setup they've got over there. What was that, sorry?
Yeah,
we need some of that up here, don't we?
And they have the piece de la resistance, which is Flavor Flav cakes.
Exactly, yeah, it doesn't get much better than that, does it?
So I'm sure Sam will be sending the care package up later on.
We cannot wait. Right, what race is on track? You are looking at Moto 1 leading this one out. Theo Pope, yes it is. On the 5 plate, going 1 or 2 with the 23 plate of Joe Walbridge out of Redditch BMX. That looked like a move from Kean Brown in the final turn to go from 4 to 3. Just shuffling back the retro racing rider Jack Wiggins into 4. Moving on to race number 32 on track. That's got to be Luca Manzi leading it into turn number 2. Luke Davies-Hayes eyes up a move but didn't quite dive underneath, so he's going to have to settle for that 2 spot at the moment. Who's picking up the 3? Heading into the final corner. Looks like the 360 plate just being shuffled back by Niall Moss, who's works his way around the outside. That is Scott Hamilton in there in that 4 spot, then going to bring it down the final straight with Lloyd Freeman in 5. Race number 33 on track. Got to be Dan Wilson leading this one out for Rab Racing. Going 1 and 2 with Moto 1's Tom Miller out of Braintree BMX. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looks like that could be Tom Duran. Out of Shanice Reed Academy. He's being chased down by Jack Mowat on the exit of turn number 3, but it's going to be Wilson picking up the Moto win, following in his team manager's footsteps in their first Moto. Moving on then, the Pocket Rockets are on track, ladies and gents. The 6 and unders, Phillips, Kazoziak, Dite, Zucchina, Byrne, Banfander, Brocky Cox, all heading towards turn number 2. Looks like we have got Jack Byrne in the mix. Out of Decoy BMX team, Nottingham Outlaws in there as well. Inside the top 3, that's got to be Charlie Phillips. Chasing down your race leader though, that's got to be Byrne. Going 1 and 2 with Jensen Dart out of Rusting Up Racing. In and out of turn number 3, the 630 plate is Maxim Kazoziak. He does not stop pedaling during his laps. Look at his little legs go down the final straight. He's going to pick up a top 4 spot. Who's in there for that 4 spot? That's got to be Amari Bamford Burr out of Peckham BMX. Under pressure as he cross the line from Jude Brocky Cox and Leon Zucchina. More 6 and unders on track. One rider looks like they've hit the deck. Looks like he's lost his chain in the first turn. It's the 414 then of Patrick Dempsey out of Preston Pirates. The 953 in there in that 2 spot. That is Freddie Mitchell-Moore out of Decoy BMX. Who's picking up the 3 spot as they come on round? Looks like that could have been the 490 of Parker Gray out of Cardiff BMX. Under pressure as they bring it across the line. That's Stanley Lockwood rounding out the top 4 spots. The fallen rider, I think that might have been... Oh, we've had a sweets delivery from Mr. McCoy. The Head Angle YouTube. Got to plug that one in somewhere, haven't we? And don't forget, ladies and gents, we're taking requests this weekend for the tunes. So the second set of motos, we are accepting... third set of motos, sorry, I've got that wrong. I'm being corrected. The fallen rider then was Isaac Book. Put your hands together for Isaac as we move on to race number 36.
Do you know what the most random song request I've had so far?
Fire away.
The theme tune to Peppa Pig.
You got that? No. We've had all sorts of requests.
Sorry, Logan.
For the right price, of course. What race is on track? Race number 36, more 6 and unders. Charging on round. That looks like it could be the 142 plate. Alejandro Crudo Estevez out of the Brunty crew. He's leading this one out. Who's in there behind him? Looking like that could be the 885 of Albie Howe. Being chased down by the Northeast Luke Barron, rounding out the top 3 spots.
Right, looks like Noah Taylor's just had a tumble on that first straight. Moto number 37, he's up and okay. Charlie State, Shelby Yates in this one. Shelby out in front, doing it for Birmingham NRT. Ionis Chalkos, Dexter Stretton, Harrison Slater, and Leon Krasosiak in this one, doing it for the Brunty Massive. He's in there in 3, chasing down the rider from Preston. That's going to be Harrison Slater. Who else have we got in there? Dexter Stretton out of Derby. Noah's up and all right. All right, we've got our first birthday in Moto number 38. Not sure who the faller was, but the birthday belongs to Elijah Dubois out of Birmingham BMX Club, turning 7 years old. I'm actually praying that's not him lying on the floor. So as they come out of the turn, Isaac Tomlinson in there in 3. Gosport's rider Eddie Brown out in front, the 163. Going through the 753, Elijah, the birthday boy, he's in there in 4. Is he going to hold on for that top 4 finish? He's under pressure from the Brumwood rider, Louis Austin. Who's going to get it at the line? It's going to be close. Ho-ho! Your follower is Alexander French out of Peckham. He's up, he's okay, he's rolling away. 2 more motos, Alexander, don't worry, buddy. Get stuck in the next one. Right, moving on, moto number 39. My mate Henry Dodd in this one, Midlands BMX Club. In there in that 4th spot right now. John Joe Blundell, Ronnie Hill, Nico Jocelyn Black, Charlie Thorne, Roberts Cactins, and Benji Ross Foster doing it for Merseyside BMX Club. As they head towards us, looks like the 994. That is going to be Benji Ross Foster. Out there in front, look at the battle as they go down the straight 2 and 3, absolutely dueling. Henry's back there in 5. Don't even know how that one finished, but I know it was Benji out in front. Lou and Jamira battling away. Looks like somebody's blown a pedal. Was it Lewin? He's fine, he's back on it. He'll just have some of that beef curry that his mum and dad make. Life will be good. Yeah, but they're not catering. No. What a shame. I love me beef curry. Oliver Bridle out front. We've got Harry Pow in there in about 4th. Jackson Gregory, Sandy Sounds, Joseph Murray, and Harry Taylor. All right, little ladies going crazy down that first straight. Let's have a look. We have got Sophia Rees heading into that turn. In there in 2, Esme Anderson leading it out. Me little Betsy mate, Hattie McGoldrick in there in 3. Alice Laurie, Erin Thoros, Evie Steele, Opal Jones in there, and Aubrey Chambers as well out of Derby. Front 3, checked out and gone. Esme, Sophia, and Hattie. The 3 Musketeers in and out of final turn. Hawks Rider in there in 4, that's Erin. Alice Laurie pushing hard in 5. Looks like Esme's going to pick it up from Sophia and Hattie. It was very close. Evie Steele, Opal Jones, and Aubrey Chambers coming through as well. As we move on to the 8-year-old boys, Archie Fisher, Joseph Claydon in this one. Frankie Jones, Cameron Joseph, Albie Stimson, Cooper Crowley. And my mate Oscar Ratherdaft. He's in there in that 4th spot. Chasing down Frankie, making his move. Look at him, drag race down the final straight. The battle's on for the 3. Moving on. Moto number 43. Henry Bragg, Atlas Lewis Field, Teddy Gorman, Clee Ryder Bays, Rapid Roman Birdfield, and Rudy Pleasance Ford. The 804 and the 595. That's going to be Teddy Gorman battling with Roman Birdfield. Rudy's in there in that 3rd spot. That looks like Atlas Lewis Field going through in 4. Henry Bragg in 5. And Oakley Ryder Bays as well. Race 44, Jack Hale, Arlo Hatch, Jonah Taylor, Archie Walsgrove, Albie Blight, Logan Acito and Theo Harris. Already had a chat with Logan this morning and his dad. They're already up for a good day's racing. Archie leading it out. That looks like the Birmingham rider in there in 2. That's going to be Jack Hale. Under pressure from Logan. Good stuff, boys. Well done. Race 45. Vlad Lepadatu, I think that is. He sounds like a Viking. Race 45. Vlad Lepadatu. Lepadatu. That's one I've not seen before. But yeah, he's automatically going to be called the Viking. He's probably like a cute little kid as well. We're calling him a Viking. Ollie Underhill, Connor Grant, Charlie Crossley, Rory Kempsford, Arlo Payne, and Oscar Granger. As we move on to race 46, the ladies, 8 years olds. Flick Brentnall, Luciana Pinson Barron, Kylie Dixon, Mia Chalk, Evie Farrington Bell, Mabel Pine and Isabella Henry. As they head towards this final turn, that looks like the 6.57 followed by the 5.38. Mabel Pine, Flick Brentnall going 1 and 2. Bella Henry in there in 3. Mia Chalk's looking good in the 4. Kylie Dixon battling away as well. Doing it for Peterborough. And Brunty's Evie Farrington Bell. I was waiting for her like some sort of philosophical masterpiece from Lewis. He just looked a little bit startled. Anyway, Abigail Henning in moto number 47, trying to thread the needle down that final straight, battling away with Orla Jewis, I think that is. They're going to go 1 and 2. Late charge from Maggie Devine in 3, and I've got a feeling that was Matilda Hewitt in there in 4. And we had Susie Wyatt and Izzy Moore as well. 9-year-olds, Jack Barter, Harley Laker, Callum Woods. That is Antek Perebny out in front. Alfie Thorne's in there in 2. That's Callum Wood going through in 3. Regan Jones doing it for Cardiff, and Frank Waters from the MK crew. 49 is your moto.
Race 49, the 9-year-old boys on track. Your British champion leading this one out. Big Hen Sullivan leading it into turn number 2. He's going 1 and 2 with LCC's Oakley Hill. In and out of that second corner, DC Cycles, Oscar Marco. He's in there in 3. He'll be heading out to the World Champs later on this month. Heading into that final corner. Look at the move, though. Looks like that could have been Team Air's Arthur Mason looking for the high-low in the final turn. Can he make his stick? Marco shuffled back to 4 as Mason picks up the 3 on the line. Race 50 on track. Who's leading them out? Gotta be Seb Perry on his home track here at Birmingham. He's going to 1 and 2 with the reactives. Noah Northcott out of Decoy BMX. Who's in there for 3? Looks like Christian Garbachik out of Peterborough Phantoms. That's your 1, 2, 3 then. Heading into the final turn, the 600 plate of Felix Zucchina in there in 4, doing it for the Bristol Jets. The move has come in the final turn from Garbachik, working his way from 3 to 2, bringing it down to the line in behind Seb Perry, your race leader. Race 51 now on track. Who's leading this one out? MK Evolution, Leo Brits on the 055. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers Alexander Gilbert. Heading through the third straight, the 406 in there in 3. Lawson Hitchings out of Bristol. Under pressure, though, in the final turn, the 667 of Lewis Rothwell out of Preston Pirates trying to make his move. Didn't quite make his stick. Drag racing down the final straight. Rothwell's not quite going to get close enough. Hitchings hangs on to 3. Jake Avis on track, leading out the next moto. Where is Seth Robinson? He's working his way around the outside into the 2-spot. One rider hit the deck on the first straight. Looks like that could have been Ashley Carlos on the 075. Let's hope that Ashley's all right. But your race leader, Avis, running away with this moto. Check out Dominic Zapanos getting busy in the final turn, looking for a high-low. Can he make his stick on Robinson? Drag racing down to the line. It's going to be Zapanos picking up the 2 spots. Looks like one rider went down in the second corner as well. Put your hands together for Ashley, ladies and gents, as he finishes his lap. We will be going straight into quarterfinals after the motos, ladies and gents, so bear that in mind. Straight into quarters after motos. The other fallen rider, the 674. Vernal Challenger, didn't have the best of weekends at Gosport either. Spent a portion of his time on the deck.
Neil was trying to work out what COG was.
Next up on track then, race number 53. Me and Rich just having a debrief about some of the sheets. So you are looking at Ethan the Great White leading this one out. Doing it for Moto 1 Racing. That looks like the 307 in there behind him. That is Elliot Hatch, Rustin Racing. Look at that for a final turn move, ladies and gents. Charlie Blakeburn with a perfectly executed high-low to go from 3 to 2. In behind Ethan the Great White, your race winner. Race number 54 on track. We have got a birthday shout-out in this race. My little mate, Alice Barron, came up to see me earlier on. She was telling me all about the great day that she's having today on her 9th birthday, so massive happy birthday to Alice. It's her and her little brother's Luke, first year racing. They are over the moon to be here and having a cracking season so far, I might add. But your race leader in and out of that final turn got to be Ella Grant on the 899 plate. She's going 1 and 2 with Dyson, bringing it down to the wire. It's going to be Grant, your race winner. Race 55 on track. Moto 1 leading out this race. Going 1 and 2 with Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers. Lauren Snell out front. It's all about Phoebe Millar, your British champ. Looking good at the moment. Who's picking up the 3 spot as they come on round? Looks like Exeter Eagles on the 166. Autumn Moore heading in and out of the final corner. Chasing down Lauren Snell as they bring it through the final straight. Snell and Moore going at it. Drag racing to the line. Snell, here comes Moore. Going to work her way from 3 to 2 on the line. Race number 56 on track. Looks like we've got Mr. Sigma Rizzi, the second moto of the day. He's looking up the inside in turn number 2. Gonna make it stick. That's gonna shuffle Jack Kitching back 1 place as they bring it through the 3rd straight. It is Westwood then into that 2 spot. Rex Ford leading out the moto. Moves being made in the final corner. That's gonna be the 9 plate of Tobias Groves. Another move being put on Jack Kitching. He's gone from 2 to 4. After all sorts of business going off down the 3rd straight. But it was all about Rex Ford in race number 56 as race 57 hits turn number 2. Charlie Sheriff in this one, doing it for Derby BMX. Malachi Smith, Luca Tramontano, Ethan Shaw, Aidan Baptiste, Bobby McKenna, Arthur Donaldson and Oscar Ryder Bays. Your British champ, Ethan Shaw on his home track. Looking like he's going to pick up this moto win, but he's under pressure from Donaldson. As they bring it down to the line, Donaldson looking like he picked up the race win. Sorted Race Gear leading out race at number 58. That's got to be Thomas Giles. We were just saying at Gosport that he needed a team. And all of a sudden, his next moto, he was in Jack Devine's race jersey, repping the Sorted Race Gear colours. So I'm sure that'll be his team for next season. He's going 1 and 2 with LCC's Jack Haynes. He'll be wanting to bag himself 15 quid as well this weekend. Courtesy of LCC's TM. Race 59 on track. Jack Belton. Reactive boys in this one. George Spencer and Belton. It looks like it is going to be the 7 plate of Belton out front. Here comes the 12 plate of Jesse Rose getting involved, splitting up the reactive party. That is Spencer then that's been shuffled back to the 3 spot. He's being chased down by Ollie Bird as they bring it through the final straight. It's going to be Belton though, your race winner. Race 60 on track. Tanza, Kacharik, Lewis Field, Johnson, Jewis, Lee and Duffield. Seth Kacharik leading this one out. I was just being told earlier on that Mum, Dad, Seth and Louis have got about 5 weeks of travelling coming up. They're heading over to Valmiera for the European Champs next weekend. They're doing all sorts of bitting and bobbing across Europe before they end up in Copenhagen for the World. So good luck to Seth and Louis for their 5 weeks of racing. He's currently going 1 or 2 across the line with Joseph Dewis. Race 61 on track.
Race 61, Otto Watmore Randall, Chester Grocott, Rory Smythe, Jacob Dent, Roman James White, Leo Ingham and Charlie Dowson. Charlie just taking the win in that one with Rory Smythe Eden in there in 2. Out of Gosports. Moving on to the girls, 10 years old. Florence K. Una Svensson, Una's mum at Preston Regional last weekend, won the most enthusiastic BMX Parent Award. Una's mum. She's going absolutely bananas as Una went down the final straight in that regional, taking the win. She did really well. Good stuff. We have Florence Dyson, Roxy Morgan, Eliza Powell, Cara Cross, Freya Knight, and Agnes Lamb in there as well. As we move on to Moto 63, Abby Graham, Robin Wyatt, Holly Webb, Ruby Evans, Roxy Rowlands, River Henderson, Molly Tomlinson, and Emma Dean. Emma's in there in about 5. Looks like Molly Tomlinson out in front. River Henderson in there in 2. The Brixton rider in 3. That's going to be Abby Graham. Rider in there in 4. I've got a feeling that is Holly Webb doing it for Team Air. And Robin Wyatt doing it for Exeter. As we move on to Moto 64, the 11-year-old boys, Ollie Thorne, Sam Snell, Seth Ritchie, Alfie Jones, Preston Newmarsh Pow out in front. We just need to nickname him Kapow. Zachary Farrington Bell, Ted Harvey, yeah. Sorry, is he like... Jeez, my brain's starting to work the same way now. Yeah, race 65. Finn Monroe, Allen's BMX Supercross, out there in 1. That looks like Moray Watson going through in 2. Rex Beasley in 3, doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Got Finley Hewitt, Albert Turner, Ollie Warner, Ollie Ritchie's all in the mix as well. In Moto 65, Moto 66. Out of the turn, Benny Jackson. Out there in front, Arthur Claydon, Wilson Eaton. My mate Ronnie Woods. He's in there in 3 on his home track here at Birmingham. Mum's doing the tea lady bit for us today. Thank you, Gemma. Frederick State, Clayton Southall, and Hugo Dayton in the mix as well. But it looks like it's going to be Benny taking the win. Ronnie's going to get that 3. Not quite sure. It might have been Arthur picking up that 2 spot. Race 67. Leo Bradley, Ernie Cotton de Cesarius. Great name, love that. Teddy Jones, Joseph McAvoy, Jack Swales, Isaac Moore, and Jacob Anderson. Jacob out in front. That's going to be Freddie Ray Orland in there in 2. Is it? Hang on. No, it was Teddy Jones. Sorry, right team, wrong rider. Anyway, Moto 68, Otto Parr, Sebastian Hewitt, Ted Malkin, Stanley Duffy, Edward Cordery, Aidan Dowling. I think I mentioned everybody there. Looks like Hewitt and Cordery having a battle to the line. Freddie Ray Orland in there in 3. Race 69, Connor the Hitman Hemphill. Out there in 1, Arlo Steinmetz. In his colourful Freerider apparel gear, in there in 2. Managed to get my Freerider apparel pants for the World Championships. Not that I'm going to wear them. Obviously, they're for Nathaniel. Will Lougheed in there. Joshua Coates, Isaac Jones, Edward Worrell, and Josiah Berg. Josiah in there in about 4th spot as Arlo takes the win. Race 70. Ellie beat Betty Wills. Izzy Underhill, Maisie Surtees, Isla Milne, Clara Smith, and Erin Holmes. Betty out there in 1. That looks like Ellie beat in there in 2. Putting in the work under Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Maisie Surtees doing it for the Sinead Reid Academy. Inside the top 4. Got a feeling that was Izzy Hundale in that third spot. As we move on to Moto 71. Trixie Trays are in 2 goods. Rachel Pritchard, Holly Richardson, Freya Monforte, Jessica Cox, Ophelia Shepherd and Amber Tucker. Trixie out in front. 976 in there in 2. That's going to be Freya Monforte. Holly Richardson out of CGR. She's in there in 3. Under pressure from the Hawks, Rachel Pritchard. Shout out Scott Dick. I'm sure he'll be watching the live stream. Cheering his Hawks crew on. Race 72. Maisie Egan, Darcy Payne, India Bennett, Aria Rose Lee. Ada Walding. Nice to see Ada on track. Sure I'll catch up with Chrissy later. Jamie Puddock, Amelia Rowe and Bonnie Dudley. Looks like Maisie in a battle. As they go to the line, Moto 73.
12-year-old boys on track. Then this is one of your ODI whole shot classes this week. Not this weekend, today. Leighton Harding leading this one out. GT Factory currently going 1 and 2 with the 55 plate of Finley Murphy out of Nuneaton BMX Club. Reactive Racing in there for the 3 spot. That was Harrison Doe. Race 74 on track. Leon Waite in this one doing it for B Strong Race Team. Where is Jack Devine though? He's out front doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Heading into turn number 2. That looks like it could be Harry Swales out of Fast Signatures getting in the mix. He's in there in about 3 at the moment, looking for a way around Akin Brazia. In there in that 2 spot, heading into the final turn. Wait, looked up the inside of Swales. Swales had other ideas, though, made his move on Brazia in that final turn and worked his way from 3 to 2. So it's going to be Divine, Swales in that order, Brazia and Wait going through in 3 and 4. Race 75, check these 2 guys out. They've been battling all season long. Bibby and Rowlands. It's Rowlands leading it out at the moment for B Strong Race Team. Pro Star BMXers, James Bibby in there behind him, your European number 4. I'm sure he'll be in Lavia next weekend trying to better that 4 plate. As he brings it down the final straight, going neck and neck with Rowlands down to the wire. Reactive Racing inside the top 3 with Jack Laughlin. Who's leading now? The next moto got to be Allen's Factory. Heading into turn number 2, that is Marcus Mullen. Where is Isaac the Tender Smith? He's in there in about 3 at the moment, looking for a way around Zach Everly. In there in that 2 spot, heading into the final turn. The 33 plate in there as well. That's Noah Ford rounding out the top 4 positions. But it's all about Allen's Factory. Down the final straight, Mullen taking the moto win. Isaac the Tender Smith working his way into the 2 spot on the wire. The other Rab Racing rider in this class on tracking at the moment, leading out his moto, it's Hajimira. Smooth as you like into turn number 2. Sam Richards in there in that 2 spot. Who's the rider trying to work his way in? That is the 29 plate of Zach Parsons on the inside in turn number 3. Just about making it stick as Niall Elkindi tries to come back at him down the final straight. It's going to be Parsons though, hanging on to that top 3 spot with Elkindi in at 4. We are on to race number 78 on track. Stay strong, Clark and Kent leading it into turn number 2. Lewis Hughes in there in that 5 spot. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to Lewis. As Stay Strong C&Ks. Joe Rourke, your British champ, leads this one out. Ronnie Payne in there for that 2 spots. Race number 79. On track, you are looking at the 12 plate of Archie Croker White, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading it into that second corner, looking like Archie Bell is in there in 3. Who's he chasing down in that 2 spot, looking like it could be the 16 plate, bringing it on round. That is Emil Challenger out of Brixton BMX. Bell looking for a way through, and I think he might have found it on the exit of turn number 3. So it's going to be Croker White, Bell, Challenger. That's your 1, 2, 3 across the line with Adrian Galitis in there for 4. Race 80, 12-year-old girls on track. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching leading this one out. Brooke Fast Fawcett, your European number 2. Who's in there with her? Looking like we have got Absolute Elsie Blight on the 7 plate, chasing her down towards the final turn. The 22 plate in this one as well. That is Lily May Gould out of Ruston at Racing. And that is 0-1 Racing in the final turn. Inside the top 4, got to be Winning Andrews out of Ipswich BMX Club. More 12-year-old girls on track in race number 81. That looks like GT Factory's Lauren Keller leading it into turn number 2. Team Mines, Millie Ross in there in that 2 spot. The front 2 ladies separating out from the rest of the pack. That's got to be Pro Starts Lainey Cording in there inside the top 3. Chasing down on the 9 plate, the 499 in there as well. That's Lexi Adams looking for a way back at Cording down the final straight. Cording's going to hang on to that top 3 spot though, as Keller goes neck and neck across the line with Ross for the race win. Grace Gerard on track in there in that 3 spot at the moment. She's chasing down the Pure Bikes rider into actually European number 3, Iris Hyder, looking for moves in turn number 2. Who's she trying to find a way around? That's Freya Harries out of Fluent in and out of the final turn. Harries, Hyder, 1 and 2. Who's going to pick up the race win? It's going to be Harries across the line for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. On to the 13-year-old boys on track then. Who's leading them out? Looking like Warren BMX race team. That's Max Vass going 1 and 2 with Max McNulty into that second corner. McNulty with a perfect move in that second corner to go from 2 to 1 for Team Bunnies. So he's your new race leader. Then the 16 plate is in this one. That's Ralph Sowerby running out the top 3 positions as he's chased down by Mark Torzidlo down the final straight with the other Team Bunnies rider in the moto. That's Dylan Spence in there for 5. Race 84, Harry Tyres in this one for Moto 1, and he's at the front of the pack going 1 and 2 with Hotshot Racing's Ethan Crooks Martin into the second corner. That looks like it could be Team Mine in the mix as well. Charlie Wilcox on the 8 plate heading into the final corner, the 10X of Thomas Honeywell out of Green Machine. Chasing down Wilcox, but it's all about Tyres at the moment, bringing it down to the stripe. As race 85, let's carry on for a minute. Race 85 on track. That looks like it could be Ruben Bishop, Bournemouth BMX Club leading this one out. Josh Jepson, Louis Kacharik, Radco Racing. He's in there inside the top 3. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight. Kacharik putting pressure on Jepson across the line. Not quite sure who got the 2 spots. Race 86.
Race 86, Charlie Bob Craig in this one. If you want to go and sign the anniversary card for the Bogbusters at a Manchester BMX Club who are Charlie's grandparents, you can do that at the Manchester Team Tent. Giving us years of service to clean toilets. And thank you very much. And they're going to do something nice for them for their 50th wedding anniversary. As we look at JP, Jack Perkins, leading it out, the 11 and the 6. Joe Douglas, the 6. Tom Palmer, version 2.0. He's in there in that 3rd spot. That looks like Lawrence Beaujean going through in 4. And we had Jamie Turblanche, James Joseph, Roy Pipe, and Gilmore Green in the race 88. Corey Stone, Oscar Walding, Roland Ells, Ethan Howell, George Jackson, Frankie Griffin, and Savvy Fox Cooper. All in this one. The 4 followed by the 40. That's going to be Ethan Howell and Roland Ells. 49, that belongs to Corey Stone. Oscar's in there on the 44. Doing it for Nuneaton. Race 89, Finian Turner Smith, Harry Shaw, Joshua Ballard, James Miller. Leading it out, Darwin Shepherd, Sully Collis, and Ethan Rogers. Ethan in there in that 2 spot. Sullivan's in there in 3. Causing his own personal brand of havoc. Team Bunnies in there in 4. That'll be Darwin Shepherd. As we move on to race 90, Esme Ward, Martha Cottam, Allegra True, Amara Fife and Lily Yerbury. Esme out there in 1. Martha Cottam in 2. Allegra True in there in 3. That's going to be Lily Yerbury. In there in 5th, chasing down Amara Fife. As we move on to race 91. Clara Salmon, Dakota Tucker, Ruby Warren, Molly Fumey, Carol Nora Syret, and Sophie Mee. Ruby out there in 1, Dakota in 2. Molly rounding out the top 3, but being chased down by Clara Salmon, our teamer. The 14, that belongs to Nora Syret. Dad John is the cameraman for BMX Race Hub. If you're not watching, you should be. Tell your mum, your nan, your granddad, your next door neighbour, your postman, and your social worker. As we move on, Stop it.
That's as bad as the wheelchair.
Race number 93, 17 to 18-year-olds. Reece Tulo in Lethbridge, Callum Heath, Oliver Potter, Joshua Simpson, Jacob, Sam Hamlin, and Charlie Granger. As we look at George Gerard of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, leading it into turn number 1. He's got Che Young in there as well in 3, but he's been chased down by Dexter Gambay. In there in that second spot, Brandon Mallon, Belfast City BMX Club. Heading out for the Worlds. He's in there in 4. Got Callum David and Elliot Wilmot in there as well. Race 95, Lewis Cook, Kean Brown, Rodri Jones, Max Burgess, Hayden Stone, and Lamin Akalele. Lamin in there in 4. Kean Brown in there in 3. Doing it for Merseyside BMX Club. That looks like Lewis Cook in there in 2 in the 24X. Max Burgess leading it out. Hayden Stone on the 37. And Rodri Jones in there as well. Race 96. Marky Reynolds, Josh Williams, Thomas Doran, Jack Cameron, Malachi Price, Arne Esselmont, Devante Malyo. Doing it for Urban Air BMX. As the 3 plates. That's Thomas Doran. Josh Williams looking good in 2. Malachi Price in 3. Race 97, Lewis.
Last rack of the 17 to 18-year-olds for the first set of motos hits the track. Rab Racing heading for the first corner. Elliot Brook leading this one out on the 9 plate. Who's he going 1 and 2 with? Looking like Hard Knocks Bike Coaching working their way in. That is Jaden Fawcett on the 14X plate. 0-1 Racing in the mix as well. That's got to be Jack Clark in there in 4, chasing down Romeo Kapai on the 25X out of Jump Club S&M Source. So it is Brook, Fawcett. That's your 1 and 2 down the final straight. And how they're going to bring it across the line as the 14-year-olds hit the track. Harrison Barnes on the inside, going to lead it into turn number 1. Who's there with him? Looking like we have got Brody Geddes out of the Centurions crew. We're on the Scottish contingent this weekend. Seen a couple of them kicking about somewhere. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. The 9 plate of Todd Smith-Notman in there for 3. Out of Allen's Factory Supercross. Crank BMX Coaching in there for 4. That was William Knowles. Race 99 on track. Heath Osborne on his home track in and out of that first corner. He is leading this one out. Currently going 1 and 2 with the world number 7, James Cottrell, heading into that second corner. Looking like we've got fast signatures in the mix as well. That is Ronnie Richards on the 17 plate, being chased down by the 5 of Nate Hamilton. Doing it for Team Mabo UK. Looking for a way around into a top 3 spot is Hamilton down the final straight, putting the pressure on Richards. It's going to be Hamilton working his way through. Richards in 4. Race 100 on track. Who's leading this one out? Got to be Kobe Rayford, your European number 2, leading it into that second corner. Who's in 2 and 3? That's got to be Elvis Lawrence, being chased down by Braintree's Maxwell Lawrence. Nathaniel Eames out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there inside the top 4. In and out of the final turn. It looks like we've got Alfie Underhill, looking for a way into a top 4 spot. Not quite going to get close enough as Eames hangs on to a top 4 finish. Race 101 on track. Harry Bailey leading this one out, going to 1 and 2 with Isaac Shaw out of Pro Start BMX, Smiley's Flight Club, Pro Start and Moto 1. That's your 1, 2, 3. Check out the move, ladies and gents. Tyres, your British champ, going from 3 to 1 in that final turn. Teed that up beautifully. Made it stick. He is now your race winner. As we move on to race 102, where is Newton Hindley in this race? He's out front, of course, going 1 and 2 with Logan Young, but the move coming right round the outside, trying to make it happen. Looks like that could be Leo Cranston, just having the move stuck on him in that second corner, so he's shuffled back from 3 to 4. The 32 plate getting involved. That's got to be Oliver Taylor out of Preston Pirates. Oh, it's all ducking and diving and swapping and changing in the final turn. Young hanging on to the 2 spot. Hindley, your race winner. Who's going to get the 3 spot on the wire? I think that might have been Oliver Taylor. Sorted race gear out on track. Got to be Toby Lynch leading this one through. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got the 61 plate of Oscar Jewell out of Team Aaron Andover heading into the final turn. The 35 plate is in there as well, repping the East Anglian British jersey from last season. That is Zach Childs rounding out the top 3 positions as they bring it across a wire. More 14-year-olds action on track. Milo Weller in this moto. He's in that 2-spot, chasing down last year's national number 2. That is Ned Guppy out of Absolute. So Guppy, Weller out front at the moment. Who's picking up the 3-spot? Got to be BRE Racing. That looks like it is Dexter Moore. Yes, it is. Billy Harrison getting busy in the final turn. Henry Shenton, Team Bunnies in this moto as well. Harrison looking to pick up a top 5 spot. He's putting the pressure on. Hotshot racing down to the wire. That was Samuel Rollison looking like he was hanging on to the 5 spot on the line. Race 105 hits the track gate, goes down. 14-year-old girls. Rin Janalino, Ellie Moore, Maddie the Baddie, Evie Malkin, Matilda Zahariev. Zahariev. We've had a note on that one. I'm trying to get it right. Zahariev it is. Emily Eaton and Bella Rowe. It is the 12 plate leading this one through at the moment. Ellie Moore. That looks like Bella Rowe in there in that 2 spot. Who's rounding out the top 3? That is your British champion, Emily Eaton. Race 106. More 14-year-old girls. Coulson, Coppin, Patel, Pick, Khalif, Cairns, and Phillips. Your race leader looking like it could be Pekka BMX's Jalala Patel heading into that second corner. The move that, moves are being made. That's got to be Sidonie Cleve out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. She's worked her way from 3 to 1 in that second corner. Libby Coppin taking advantage of the carnage. She's worked her way into that 2 spot then. Currently being chased down the final straight. Patel shuffled back from 1 to 3. She's under pressure at the line. That looked like a fire pick. Trying to pick up a top 3 spot on the stripe. 15-year-old boys race 107. Rufus Cosinu on the inside into that first corner. He leads a race on the exit of the first turn then. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got Ollie Kirby out of Green Machine. Heading into that second turn. It's getting busy. Moves are being made. Eric McSwitty, BMX Widow Photography. He's made his move to go from about 4 to 2 in that second corner. Kirby in there in 3, being chased down the final straight. Looking like that was the 68 plate of Zach Harvey rounding out the top 4 spots. Freddie Entwistle on track, in there in about 5 at the moment, chasing down Emily Seaward. Doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent in there in that 4 spot, but your race leader looking like it is sorted race gear on the 10 plate. Mason Groves currently going 1 and 2 with a 22 plate of Jack Davey on the exit of turn number 3. Davey putting the pressure on down the final straight. He's going to nick the race win on the line.
Race 109 on track. Tomlinson, Seeley, Osborne, Sim, McCrum, McGovern and James. All in this one, Stack Moto, 15-year-olds, 109 is your number. It looks like Lucas Seeley and Lucas Osborne going 1 and 2. Tomlinson rounding out the top 3. Who's going to get that 4th spot? Cooper McCrum battling away with Oliver James. Oliver just nicking it on the line, I think. Race 110, Tidy S, involved in that mega battle with Kobe Rayford last night. At the National Championships, just losing it by a whisker. Elijah Jamira, Jack Gould, David Farley, Stan Mason, Dylan Parsons. Oh! Absolute crunch at the bottom of the double here where we are. That was David Furley hitting the deck. Let's hope he's all right. Right, careful, lads. Oops, one more sliding out in the turn. Right, let's hear it for David Furley from Cumbernauld. He's up and all right. He's walking away. We'll get him patched up. Zahariev. There we go. Zahariev. Tilda Zahariev. Got it.
Said you've been listening.
Well, we're not going to get it wrong then, are we? Jesus.
I do. I get it wrong every race. You know it's a gospel? Do you mark off?
No, not the minute. Right, moving on. Where are we up to? That looks like Bradley James out there in front. It is 34. William Chaplin in there in 2, the 362. That belongs to Julian Gonzalez. He's out of Hackney. Teddy Headley in the Remy Colquhoun, Dylan Jones, Malachi Lloyd, and David Opre Meha. Race 113, Eliza French. Lottie McFarlane, Grace Burge, Ava Wright, Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Always good to have Ava on track. Hayley Watson and Ruby Walford. Ruby in there in 4, Ava in 5. Battling with Lottie McFarlane. Lottie just drag racing down the final straight. Going to be a tight finish for that 5th spot. Oof, very tight indeed. Leave that to the transponders of truth. As we move on, race 114, Ola Cooper, Summer Glynn, Felicity Brewer, Lottie Brown, Jessie Leasley, and Etana Price. That looks like Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. In there in 1, Summer Glynn. In 2, riding that Marshall BMX frame. Don't see many of them knocking around. A very French-looking brand. It's got that kind of sun, kind of Commensal French look to it. Yeah, very Euro-looking frame, which is not a bad thing, especially when you see some of the others that are out there. I won't name names. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking, Lewis. Sean Brown, leading out moto number 114. What happened to 115? Right, we've gone to moto 116. Sean Brown, Eli Smith, Kasperi Reynolds. Did 115 actually go? Did we miss that while we were gabbing? Probably. Can't get a staff these days, can you, Lewis? Absolutely not. Anyway, we'll carry on. Finley Collis, Jack Strong, Lewis Collins Nimmo, John O'Haradine, Nathan Baratta, Joe Nunn, Joe Penton-Folk, and Angus Graham. That was moto number 117, 118. Bethany Coates, Sophie Kinniston, PB Alderson, Smiley Maloney, Anya Matern Alonso. And Lexi Waite looking to pick up where she left off last night. Out there in front. Doing it for the Be Strong race team. As we move on to moto 119, Imogen Cockrell, Betty Brewer, Lucy Groundwater, Alexis McCartney on a lovely Supercross in that teal colour, Charlotte Stanley and Missy Large. Feels like ages since we've seen Missy on track. I'm assuming Simon's here and everybody else. So as they go in and out the final turn, Imogen in there in that 2nd spot, chasing down Alexis. That's going to be Betty Brewer in there in 3. Lucy Groundwater in 4, doing it for the Irish Massive. And race number 120, Jess Marriott leading it out. Ruby Moore's in there in 2. Amelia Everly going through in 3. You got 3 heavy hitters of the 16 girls class right there. 1, 2, and 3. Eleanor Curtis doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, chasing down Isla Radcliffe. Moto 121. Girls are on it, including Annabelle Charlton, who's in there in that, having a moment. What? Is that... Shea Jack Bradshaw. I couldn't say, I've not seen her for ages. Megan Gerard, Lacey Bird, Mika Pritchard, and Alaya Akalele all in that one. Race 122. Ella Lamb, Yetska Hemstock, Tilly McCrum, Jamie High, Molly Simpson, Esme Brooke, and Fumi Adremi Hepburn, who's in there in 3, chasing down Esme. Good to see Esme on track, pushing hard, chasing down Yetska. Tilly McCrum there in 4, Molly in 5. Ella in there in 6 and Jamie in 7. Moto number 123, Luke Davis Hayes in that second spot. Riders to the pens, please. For round 2 of motos, riders to the pens, please. As Mr. SAS, Sebastian Hamlin, gets out of control. Down that final straight, but hung on to it. Tyrese Bradshaw leading out moto number 124. Riders to the pens for round 2, please. Those early motos. That'll be Mr. Ollie Cope. OC Therapy in there in that second spot. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Josh Wallace in 3. And Ben Fitzsimmons rounding out the 4. Race 125. Jaden Seawards. Stay Strong Clark and Kent in that third spot. Being pursued by Hayden Green. The man out front on the 406. That'll be Alex Reed out of Derby BMX Club. Feels like ages since we've seen Alex as well. Yeah, Daniel Kay doing it for Mabel. In there in about, 5th spot. As we move on to Moto 126. Fletcher Elliott, Pete Watson, Finley Randall, Finley Clark, Ruben Smith, Thomas Krieg, and Brett Dove. It is DC Cycles, Sir Ruben Smith. In and out the turn, Finley Clark in 2. Another Marshall bike in there in 3. You wait ages for 1 and then 2 come along in about 6 motos. Well, 127, Lewis.
19 to 29-year-old women on track heading into turn number 1. Hemstock, Mohan, Brook, Wong, Gold, Townsend, Nice, and Webster. You are looking at your European number 6, Evie Webster, out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading this one out. Taylor Lee Mohan in there in the 2 spot, battling it out with Annabelle Townsend out of Team A, heading in towards the final corner. Mohan and Townsend elbow to elbow. Townsend just pulls on the ripcord. Mohan then going to go through in that 2 spot. That looks like DC Cycles
Lewis,
coming through for 3.
This selection of snacks.
I'm okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
As a race 128 hits the second turn, that's got to be Hannah Drew leading this one out. Pro Start BMX going
Can
to
I
1
just
and 2.
say as
Remy
well,
Godfrey.
Birmingham have massively upped their snack game. It's amazing. Thank you so much.
What have you got here? A muffin?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a blueberry muffin, a banana. There was cookies and all sorts of
Keeping
stuff.
it healthy.
Got to mix it up every now and then. Race 129. Emily Green leading this one out. That looks like Imogen Gibson, Birmingham NRT in there in that 2 spot. Green Machine in there in 3. That is looking like Megan Kirby. So Green Machine going 1 and 3 at the moment. Gibson, though, making moves in that final turn to go from 2 to 1. Down the final straight, battling it out with Green. It is going to be Gibson with your moto win. Race 130, Masters on track. Who's leading it out? George Higley currently going 1 and 2 with Crucial Racing. That's got to be Matthew Bourne. Here comes Isit, though. He's getting involved. Dangerous Steve James. He's worked his way into a top 4 position, making moves in the second turn. Isit chasing Higley on the exit of turn number 3. Higley, Isit, Bourne, James. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 with a Romney Wybro Parker in there for 5. Race 131 on track. Scott, Lucas, Granger, Martinez and Lillingstone. Billy Lucas, Ben Martinez. That's your 1 and 2. John Lillingston in there in 3 for 0-1 Racing. That looks like it could be Doncaster's Dale Scott in there for 4. And the 5 spot is the 9 plate of Chris Granger out of Crank BMX Coaching. But it's all about Stay Strong Clark and Kent out front with Billy Lucas. Vets on track. Boudet, Mackey, Smith, Boudet and Yerbury. in race 132. That looks like Grant Yerbury, and they're in 3 at the moment. But your race leaders, it is going to be Boudet and Boudet. Zoltan leading it from Adam, in and out of that final turn. Yerbury in there for 3. Who's in 4? That is the template of Nigel Smith, with LVG NRT's Andrew Mackey in at 5. Race 133 on track. More vets action coming your way. That's got to be Watson. Fraser Watson it is, leading this one out. Danny T in there in that 2 spot on the 4 plate. 13 in there in that 3 spot. That's Hayden Torora. The 733 is in 4. That's Mark Moore out of Bexhill Jump Club. Down the final straight. That's how they're going to bring it home, with Watson a lead in the pack. Grand Vets 50 plus. Alan Hill on the inside into turn number 1. Looks like we have got Fitzroy Bryce in this one as well. 2 Pure Bikes riders on track. Where's the Warlock? He's in there in that 4 spot at the minute. He told me yesterday he's only doing the first 2 straights and then he's going to chill out after that. He's chasing down Steve Fortune at the moment. See him move across then to the inside. He was not letting anyone up the inside in that last turn. You're all right. You could chill out, Neil. No one's there. He's going to take that 4 spot as Hilly and Fitzroy Bryce go 1 and 2. More Grand Vets in race 135. Augie leading this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with Stuart Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Brett Knight, Christos Chalkos in there for 3 and 4. The 9 plate in there in 5. It looks like that could be Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX. Heading into the final turn and back out again. Some big bright colours in there. That's got to be John Batsford out of Birmingham. He's going to take the 6th spot on the line, but Augie, you're picking up your race win. We are moving on to the championship classes, ladies and gents. Champ women hit the track. Freya the Slayer Chalice repping the national champs jersey, heading into that first turn and back out again. She was out in Erp last weekend for the Mabo Racing Day, 25-year anniversary. Looking as chill as you like. She's heading into that final turn. Out front, going 1 and 2 with Betsy Pax. Out of Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, heading down the final straight. That looks like it could be a Tia Gaynor in there for 3. Annalise Cadman-Cobbs are going to work her way through for that 4 spot with Sabina Ashman in 5. Second rack of champ women hit the track. Emily Hutt, B Strong Race Team out of the inside, going to charge into turn number 1. Who's there with a looking like Crucial Racing, picking up the 2 spot. That is Sienna Harvey. Lily Chiswood's in there for 3. Who's got the 4 spot? That's going to be Laurie Ann Carruthers heading into the second turn. But at the moment, Hutt leading it out. She's heading out to Valmiera next weekend for the European Champs. With the BC team, as is Sienna Harvey, they're going to go through in 1 and 2 down the final straight. Chisholm are going to round out the podium positions as we move on to junior men lined up on the start. We are going pro section racing, ladies and gents. Junior Open hit the track. Who's going to be the first front wheel to show? Looking like Pure Bikes. He's on the inside into the turn. Cody Coker in that 1 spot. JTL Simpson Davies got busy in the first corner. Oh, one rider hits the deck. Through the pro set, so it is Coker. Davies, that's your 1 and 2. That looks like it is Moto 1 rounding out the top 3 on the 127 plate. Gotta be Tom Millar heading into the final turn. Webster's in there for 4. Who was the fallen rider? It was Louis Tay Edwards. Let's hope that he's okay. But it is Cody Coker picking up the race win. As we get a brew delivery, courtesy of Reactive Racing. Thank you very much. And Donuts, Rich is in his element here. He's just had a blueberry muffin. Now he's got his sugar ring donuts. He's living the dream.
I am.
Second rack of Junior Open hits the track. Check out Clitheroe heading for turn number 1. It's going to be Hard Knocks Bike Coaching at the front of the pack. James Clitheroe leading this one out. Who's there with him? Looking up, we've got Ben Larkins out of Pure Bicycles. That's Miller Hughes on the inside into turn number 2. He's going elbow bashing with Heath Thomas. Thomas hits the deck on the exit of the turn. So it is Clitheroe out front, looking as smooth as you like. Changed his bike for this weekend. He's gone to Chase Bicycles. He's going to pick up the race win. Put your hands together for Heath Thomas, ladies and gents.
Oh yeah, it's on Chase. It's on Chase proper. Right, okay. Peter Christoph are like, yeah, we want him off. I like that. Oh shit, that nearly went then. That would have been bad.
Superclass men lining up on the hill.
Yeah. The links are shaping on the cup.
Penultimate moto of the first set hits the track. Jay Boville, the first front wheel to show, but he's neck and neck with Brad Russell into turn number 1. Russell leads this one out. Boville's right there behind him in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looking like we've got Markley and Hill. Hill working his way round the outside to pick up the 3 spot, and he's made it stick. So Russell leads the pack on his home track here at Birmingham, bringing it into the final turn. Boville, Team Mabo UK in and out of the final turn. That's your 1 or 2. Hill's not done yet, putting the pressure on through the final straight. Gonna nick the 2 spot on the line. Was that Harrison Bell? Harrison Bell took the 2 spot. Jared Hill pulled the ripcord. Race 141 hits the track. Last moto for the first set. Then, ladies and gents, headed for turn number 1. The one plate going to lead it into the first corner. That is Josh Marnham. Marnham out front looking good. He's going 1 and 2 with Taylor Hunt. Hunt getting all sorts of sideways through the pro section. That's got to be Cornish in there as well. Oh, the bows are flying in turn 2. Tanner's worked his way up to that 3 spot. He's neck and neck with Danny Jake Montfort in the final corner. Hunt coming back at them, so he's now into 4. Marnham, Cornish, Tanner, Hunt, Montfort. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Danny O'Gorman in 6. That's your first set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Woo! All the buzz in that second turn. It's all right. Right, we're starting again. Round 2 of motos. Right, Jack Swales, Charlie Cotton, Leo Bradley, Arlo Steinmetz. In there in that 5th spot, Max Livingston, Bram Heaver, and a Rocco Westwood. Rocco in 4, Arlo in 5. The 8 plate in 6, that belongs to Bram Heaver. Jack Swales taking it to the line, but Charlie Cotton in there in front of him. Oh, one rider down on that first straight, not sure who it was. Oh dear. I think that's Kieran Brownson who's had a bit of an issue on that first straight. Oh! Dear me. Can Louis Cheffy just calm down please on those manuals? Any further back he'd have been well over the back there. If he didn't have a squeaky bum moment, I certainly did. Frightened me to death. Is he alright, Kieran? He is, he's up. He's covered in dust. He needs a hug when he gets back to mum and dad's. Dear me. Not the best. These donuts are staring at me. Thanks to Reactive Racing. I may indulge very shortly. Right, here we go. Mason Jones, Olivia Webb, Harry Swales, Huey Hall, Frankie McKenna, Oshin King, and Alfie Jones. Moto number 144. Mason Jones doing it for Cardiff. Olivia Webb out of Team The 18 leading it through is Harry Swales. Being pursued by the 642 of Huey Hall, the 13 of Oshin King. Olivia's in that 4th spot. Jones in 5. McKenna having a battle as well as they go down that final straight and into the finish line. Todd Swift Notman, Robin Mattern Alonso, 1 and 3 in this one. Newton Hindley in there in that 2 spot. Got Joshua Lewis, Benjamin Dean, Bruce Anthony, Jake McKenna rounding out the top 5. Benedict Marco in there as well. These are your 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Next rack of them heading down towards that first turn. It is Logan Young. Out in front, Freddie Wallwork in there in 2. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Xavi Fox Cooper in the mix as well. Reactive Racing. That's Owen Miller. Thank you for the coffees, guys, but it's Logan Young and Freddie Wallwork taking it to the line. Logan in 1, Freddie in 2. Freddie looks smooth down that final straight. He must be practicing his manuals. That's all I can say. Freddie will now nip off for some more manual practice, I'm sure. I'm just trying to work out if any of the Hard Knocks lot heard that, but clearly not. It was an in-joke in there somewhere. As we move on, Lucas Stoneman was Alfie Sim. He's in there in that 2nd spot. Alfredo Sanchez. Can I just tell you, Alfie's off to Latvia on Tuesday for the Euros. Dad's getting his passport on Monday. Michael Sim, we love your organisational prowess. As we move on, that looks like Will Knowles in there in that 2nd spot. Race 149. Finton Coburn, Isaac Caulfield, Stanley Palmer, Jacob Warren, Joe Penton Volk, and Liam Wilson, your 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. Finton in there in 1. Stanley Palmer going through in 2. Where is Isaac Caulfield? He's in there in 5. chasing down Liam Wilson from the Titans. He was chasing down Jacob Warren from... Oh no, hang on. It was Joe Penton Volk, I think. What's falling over? Well, never mind. Ethan Byrne, Bradley Davis and Jack Walford, John O'Haradine, Max Surridge and Theo Cam. And it is 10. That is John O'Haradine. Doing it for all the single ladies. They must be impressed with his last straight skills. Come on. He's going to turn up one day with a young lady in tow, and we're going to say that, and we're going to get ourselves in so much trouble. Theo Cam had a roll round in that first turn. Let's hope he's all right. He seems to be. Jersey's not, but everything else seems to be in one piece. Right, we've had a request for some hardcore drum and bass from the 8-year-olds. Absolutely. None of this S Club 7 nonsense. Let's get some hardcore drum and bass going. Oh, it had to be Arlo. That kid's entire life is hardcore drum and bass from the minute he gets up to the minute he goes to bed. If there was anybody that request was going to come from, it was going to be Arlo. Anyway, Cooper McCrum in there in that 2 spot, chasing down someone. William Chaplin he was. As we move on to Moto 152, Jamie Elwood, Alicia Linscott, Taylor Lee Moen, Hannah Hedges, Molly Nice, Erin J. Jackson. Thanks for the loan of the shoes, Erin. And Amy Willets, all in this. Taylor in 1, Amy in 2, Molly in 3, Hannah in 4, Jamie in 5, Alicia in 6, Erin in 7. As we move on to Moto 153, Olivia Firth, sorted race gear, EMV graphics and signage for your helmet wrapping needs. If you need a custom wrap for your Troy Lee helmets, Olivia is the lady to see. Battling with Yetska, Izzy's in there in that 3, the 10. That belongs to Trinity Cam, she's in there in 4. Carmel Allison in 5, Jodie Musgrove in 6, and Jamie Hyam in 7. Moto 154, Lewis.
30 to 39-year-old cruisers on track. It is Nathan Abbott, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading this one out. He's going to 1 and 2 with the 7 of Agras Alazans. Martin Smiley Brown in there in 3. Hosted his first ever regional as Telford. What's the word? Yeah, what's the one when you run a club? I can't remember the word now. Chairman. It's Telford Chairman. Got there in the end. So congrats, Smiley. The first race is Telford Flyers. We are now looking at race number 155. Got there in the end. That took a while, didn't it? That is the original Tom Palmer. Smooth as you like down the final straight. Caruso Racing going 1 and 3 with Ben Martinez. And your British champ, Dan Popel, splitting up the crucial party in 2. We are on to the 30-plus women's cruiser. Stupple, Sitch, Hemstock, McLaughlin, Clementson, Tarling. I'm under strict instructions from the Bunnies ladies this weekend to not get any names wrong. Only got it wrong once. Never going to live that one down, but it is Michelle Stupple leading this one through. Gosport National Race Team going 1 and 2 with Manda Hemstock out of Ice Bikes. Nikki Sitch out of Fast Signatures in there inside the top 3, bringing it down the final straight with Fawn Clements in there for 4. Lisa Tarling in there for 6, battling it out down the final straight with Leanne McLaughlin. SJN on track, world number 2. Hot Shot Racing in and out of that second corner. She's going 1 and 2 with the 2 plate of Rebecca Goldwyn for Absolutes. The 468 of Liam Eden out of Bournemouth BMX in there for 3. Marsha Brook in there in 4 out of Team Bunnies. She's going 4 and 5 with Josephine Burston. Grace Turner's on track, battling it out with Joe Wheel down the final straight. They're going to go through in 6 and 7. Race 158, third rack of the 30-plus women's cruiser. These ladies going semi-final racing later today. Anita Wong, Lee Pendleton, that is your 1 and 2 as they bring it towards the final corner. Who's in there for 3? That is the 397 of Nicola Wheeler out of MK. In and out of that final turn they go. Pekka BMX getting involved. That is Chloe Burr on the 045. Trying to get a piece of the top 4 pie, but it's going to be Coach Chizzy hanging on to that 4 spot with Burr in there for the 5 spot. Matt Eaton, 44-year-old cruisers in and out of that second turn. He's leading this one out with Dylan Dixon out of Peterborough Phantoms in that 2 spot. Derby BMX got a rider in there as well. Dr. Thomas Stretton on the 391. Whoa. As there's a huge pile up in race 160. Andrew Lockwood looks like he was one of the riders involved. Gosport NRT. That was Ian Smythe. And Andy Groves, all 3 riders back up to their feet, finishing the lap. Put your hands together for these guys. It hurts more when you crash the older that you get. Chris Evans, doing it for DC Cycles and the Pine to Pint crew. He's going to pick up another moto win. As the fallen riders come past us. Once again, ladies and gents, put your hands together for Ian Smythe, Andy Groves and Andrew Lockwood. 49-year-old cruisers hit the track race 161. Where is Fraser Watson, your British champ? He's at the front of the pack, of course. Doing it for BMX with a photography heading into that second corner. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Richard Stevenson out of Barnsbury on the 2X plate. That's got to be Neil Harbour having a good old scrap with Cardiff. Sin Johnston then round the outside of Harbour making his stick. He picks up that top 3 position. Looks like we've got the Ipswich rider Mark Steele in there for 5, but your race winner going to be Watson. Race 162 on track. Where is Matt Barnard? He's in that 2 spot at the minute, chasing down Norbert Marco, doing it for DC Cycles and the Hungarians in that second turn. Marco still leading this one out. Here comes Barnard with the 3rd straight action round the outside, making it happen. Barnard, Marco, that's your 1 and 2. Then on the exit of turn number 3, who's in there for that 3 spot? Got to be the 8 plate of Big Nard Smith out of the Bradford Bandits with Simon Toogood in there in 4. DJ Toogood back up on track after his crash in his first moto. We are now on to the 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Leading them out, gotta be Hilly, Alan Hill, Pure Bicycles coming 1 and 2 with SVT Mongoose, Stephen Hassel on the 2 plate, the 5 of Pete Butler. In there in 3, doing it for Salted Race Kid, Christos Chorkos out of Pure Bikes. In there in 4 with Peterborough Phantoms in the 5 spot. That is Jamie McFarlane. Race 164 on track. Matt Hayward, Brett Knight, Mark Cottrell, Stuart Little, Stephen Notman and Gary Carver. Where is Little? He's in the middle of the pack in that 2 spot at the minute. Check out Brett Knight ducking and diving in turn number 2. This race is full of big names, but leading them away is the 22X of Matt Hayward. Oh, Knight's getting busy in the turns, throwing bows with Carver. On the exit of that 3rd corner, it is going to be Hayward, Little, Knight, Carver, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Daz O'Brien leading out race 165 in the 50 to 54-year-old Cruiser Bruises. He's going 1 and 2 with Martin Argy Ogden repping the Divide brand jerseys. He brings it towards the final turn. The 8 plate under pressure. That's Sykes having the move put on him by Dom Elliott in the final turn. Sykes then shuffled back to the 4 spot for 0-1 Racing, but Daz O'Brien, your race winner. +55 cruisers. Big Mick Goff leads us out, your national champ, looking as smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. A former world champion is Big Mick. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Brent Featherstone on the exit of turn number 3. That looks like Dave Knowles inside the top 3 positions as they bring it down the final straight with the Northeast rider in there for 4. That's got to be Stephen Noble. Race 167 on track. Where is Billy Stupple? He's leading the pack, going 1 and 2 with Keith Brown out of Team Mind as he head into that second corner. Check out Musgrove looking for a move in the turn, just about managing to make it happen. Who's he battling with? Looks like we have got the 945 plate bringing it into the final turn. That is Stephen Joy. So Joy hanging on to the 3 spot at the moment. Musgrove isn't done yet. He's putting the pressure on down the last straight. It's going to be Joy for 3, Musgrove in there for 4. as the 13 to 16-year-old women's cruiser hits the track. Hayley Watson leads this one out. Got to be Isla Radcliffe out of Hot Shot Racing in that 2 spot. Tygo Race Team Missy Large in there inside the top 3, chasing Radcliffe toward the final turn. Clara Salmond is in there for the 4th spot with Isabella Rutherford in there in 5. But Watson down the final straight wants to make it 2 from 2 on the big wheel so far this weekend. She brings it across the line.
Race 169. Now finished stuffing my face with that reactive racing donut, which was very nice. Emily Dean, Anya Mattern Alonso, Alexis McCartney. Lewis is getting involved now as well. Annalise Cabin Carpenter. But it looks like Alexis under a bit of pressure now from Annalise. She's going to steal it away at the line. Anya Mattern Alonso in 3. Emily Dean coming through as well. Race 170, Kean Brown, Rodri Jones. Colby Hall, Connor Blythe in this one. Might be Blythe just bringing it to that final turn in front. The 43. That belongs to Lloyd Freeman, doing it for Jump Club, S&M Sauce. Colby looking for 4 to 3 to 2. Is he going to get it at the line? I think he might have done it, actually. Moving on, race 171. I've been asked to mention Mr. GG Giraffe himself, Luca Manzi. I'm only doing it once, Luca, don't worry. He's in there in 2. Brooks out in front. That's Jack Wiggins in there in 3. Looks like Bradley George getting involved as well, but it's Brooks in 1, GG Giraffe in 2. Right, Thomas Miller leaving the door open there for Scott Hamilton out of Redditch to work his way through into the lead. Tyler Chadwick in there somewhere, as was Johnny Jackson, Caden Roberts and Kyle Hill. Race 173, Jack Mowat in there in that 6th spot. Doing it for the tube, the YouTube. Race 174, Thomas Doran, Theo Pope, Niall Moss, Archie Large, Sam Smith, Josh Shaziwa and Matt McHugh. Matt in there in about 5th spot at the moment, chasing down Smith. Shaziwa in the mix as well in his Columbia jersey. But it was Theo Pope taking the win. There's race 175. 6 and unders bringing the thunder. 277 and the 142. That's going to be Jensen Dietz and Alejandro Crudo Estevez. The most Mancunian name ever. Stanley Lockwood in there in 3. We've got Leo Hawker, Leon Zakina, Dennis Turner. All in there. Alejandro in that 2nd spot. Stanley in 3, the 491. That is Leon Zakina. Isaac Buck on the 267. The 463 is Leo Hawker. And Dennis Turner working his way in as well. Second rack of 6 and unders. Where's my little mate? Joshua Aston. Little troublemaker out of mid-Lancs. He's there, he's pushing hard. Well done, Joshua. 403, Jack Byrne, the 885, Albie Howe. The 490, that is Parker Gray. Parker's out of Cardiff. The little man out of Braintree, Maxim Krasolziak, absolutely flying on that Micro Mini. Milo Ryder Bates, Jack Byrne, Jackson May, all in there as well. And my little mate Joshua Aston. Race 1-7, 3 gates of 6 and unders. It's good, isn't it? Amari Bamford Burr, Jude Brockle Cox, I think that is. Freddie Mitchellmore, Luke Barr. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to limit the amount of syllables allowed in a 6 and under rider's name. There's too many syllables. Luke Barron, Charlie Phillips, Ellis Dowsing, and straight out of Grey's Anatomy, Patrick Dempsey. Noah Taylor, Eddie Brown in this one. The 818, that belongs to Sandy's Ounds. He's out there in front. The 822 is Henry Dodd in there in 3. That looks like Louis Austin in 4. As I get dive bombed by some flying thing or other. Moving on to 179, the 7-year-olds, Roberts Cactins, Jackson Gregory, Dexter Stretton, Jax Bradley, Ronnie Hill, Charlie State, and Isaac Tomlinson. Isaac out in front. Charlie's in there in about, 6th, I think, at the moment. 671 is Jax Bradley in there in 2, the 220. Or 290, that's Roberts Cactins. 263 is Charlie State. Is this hardcore enough for Arlo Payne? I'm sure his dad will tell me later on. As we move on to race 180, that is Shelby Yates. Ride with Shelby on YouTube. Charlie Bromelo having a right up. Oh, the boys are together. 1, 2, 3 going down. Oh my word, Harrison Slater got caught up in that as well. Shelby and Charlie were leaning on each other coming out of the turn. Something had to give. And they both ended up on the floor. Shelby's up and walking away. Charlie's going to ease the pain by walking himself off track. Well done, boys. Wow, wow, wow. Meanwhile, the next moto's on its way past. Leon Krasosiak battling away with Benji Ross Foster. And we had Alexander French in there as well. So Charlie and Shelby. Right, 7-year-old ladies going crazy, I think, as they head down that hill towards the first turn. We have got Sophia Rees, Esme Anderson and Hattie McGoldrick. 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Erin Thoros in there in 4. Alex Laurie in 5. The 705. That belongs to Evie Steele in there in 6. Opal Jones in 7. And Aubrey Chambers in there in 8. Meanwhile, it's going to be Esme and Sophia. Hattie's right there with them. Any changes? It's going to be interesting. Hattie's winding it up down the straight. Is she going to catch Sophia? It's going to be close at the line. McGoldrick and Rees. Ho-ho! Closest of close finishes. That's one for the transponders of truth. Wow. 8-year-old boys up next. Blight, Jones, Claydon, Gorman, Hale and Crosley. Looks like Teddy Gorman out there in front. Joseph Claydon in 2. Frankie Jones is in there in 3. Crossley in 4. Blight in 5. Jack Hale in there in 6. Big old battle down the final straight as we go to Moto 184.
184 on track, then Rudy Pleasantsford is in that 2 spot. Who's he chasing into turn number 2? Looks like that could have been Archie Fisher. Yeah, it is Fisher out of Redditch. Premier's leading this one through at the moment. Fisher, Ford, that's your 1 and 2 who's picking up that 3 spot. That is Ruari Kempsford being chased down by the 677 of Archie Walsgrove. Out of Telford Flyers, that's your front 4, then down the final straight. Archie Fisher, 2 motos from 2 so far today. Race 185, where is Oscar Ra, the fastest in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That's got to be Arlo Payne out of Preston Pirates. Our very own drum and bass lover in and out of that second corner. Rather fast chasing him down. Who's picking up the 3? That's Cooper Crowley out of Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Looking like we've got the 284 plate in their mix as well. That is Atlas Lewisfield, but he's under pressure on the exit of turn number 3. Logan Aceto trying to get involved inside the top 4. He's on the outside looking into the moment, putting the pressure onto the line, but he's not quite going to get close enough. Atlas Lewisfield hangs on to the 4 spot, then it has Rapid Roman Birdfield leads out the next moto on his home track here at Birmingham. He's going 1 and 2 with Connor Grant out of the Bruntwood Park NRT. Who's in there for 301 Racing, picking it up as they come on round. Jonah Taylor out of Ipswich BMX Club. That looks like it could be Brixton's Cameron Joseph. Brixton have got a new jersey this weekend. That's going to throw all sorts of confusion into the mix, but he's hanging on to the top 4 spot as they bring it down to the line as he's neck and neck with Ollie Underhill. Race 187, 8-year-old girls on track now. Who's leading this one out? Looks like we've got Abigail Henning in that 2 spot, chasing down Exeter Eagles Mabel Pine as they bring it back through the 3rd straight. Yeah, I've had a message complaint. That's all right. Sorry, Paula. I'll put it on in a minute. We are looking at then Mabel Pine picking up the race win. Abigail Henning going 2 and 3 with Izzy Moore. Race 188 on track. You are looking at fast signatures in the 1 spot. Orla Jewish, your British champ. She's leading this one up with Radco Racing's Matilda Hewitt in that 2 spot, in and out of the second corner. That's got to be sorted race gear in the mix. Maggie Devine, who's in the 4 spot, looking like Birmingham BMX Club have got a rider in there. That is the 938 plate of Flick Brentnall. In and out of the final turn they go then. The 700 in there for 5. That is Isabella Henry out of Hackney BMX. But Orla Jewett's going to pick up that moto win. 9-year-old boys on track. Oh, Zapanos hits the deck. Huge pile up on the second straight. No idea what happened to Dominic. He's swallowed up Harley Laker with him. And another fallen rider, not quite sure who there was. So that leaves Oakley Hill to lead out the race with Christian Garbachick in there with him. Harley Laker's up to his feet, finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Harley. Oliver Ford was the other fallen rider along with Dominic Zapanos. Put your hands together for Dominic Zapanos, ladies and gents. We are straight back into the action then. We are on track with race 190, heading for turn number 1. Looks like it is MK Evolution leading it out at the moment. That's Charlie Blakeburn at the front of the pack and in control. Who's in there with him? Looks like the rider out of the northeast is in the mix. That's Joseph O'Brien in there in 3, looking to swap and change moves in the turn. There's moves being made for the 4 spot as they come on round. The 406 is inside the top 2 spot. That's Lawson Hitchings, the 402 of Josh Byrne is inside the top 4 as well. He's chasing O'Brien on the exit of turn number 3, looking for a top 3 spot. Not quite going to get close enough. It is O'Brien hanging on to the 3 spot. Jake Avis on track in the next moto. He's going 1 and 2 with Noah Northcott out of Reactive Racing. Thank you very much for the guys at Reactive for our tea and donuts earlier on. Avis though leading it out for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Seth Robinson is in there in 3. for the Bruntwood crew. The 055 of Leo Brits, MK Evolution in there for 4. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight with Nathan Franklin in 5. Race 192 on track. Ned Wills out of Pro Start BMX in there in about 5 at the minute. That looks like it could be Oscar Marco in that 2 spot, being chased down by Elliot Hatch on the exit of turn number 2. Your race leader though, the 760 plate, Alfie Thorne, Urban Air BMX. This kid is on fire this season. Thorne out of the final turn aboard that EV1 bike, going to pick up the moto win. Going to 1 and 2 with Marco Hatch, chasing Marco down to the wire. Marco tight on the line with Hatch. Looked like he might have just hung on to it though for DC Cycles. Next up on track, we are on to race 193. Hunter Chambers in this one for Team Bunnies. He's in there in about 5 at the minute, chasing down the absolute rider. That is Emerson Tucker. But your race leader, Callum Wood. Green Machine Tribe going 1 and 2 with Alexander Gilbert out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That's got to be Felix Zucchina rounding out the top 3 positions. Tucker and Chambers having their own little scrap in there for the 4 spot, and it's going to be Tucker getting the advantage. Big Hens on track going neck and neck with Antek Perebny into turn number 2. Perebny on his home track here at Birmingham. He's going to look for a way round Big Hens as they bring it through the 3rd straight. Who's the rider in 4? That is Ethan the Great White. Seb Perry's in 4. In and out of the final turn, your British champ under all sorts of pressure. Perebny chasing him through the final straight. Big Hens is going to be a race winner with Perebny in 2. 9-year-old girls on track, race 195. Who's leading them out? Your British champ, Phoebe Millar, out of Moto 1 race team. She's currently going 1 and 2 with Maisie Dyson on the 735 bike in and out of that 2nd corner. That looks like it could have been Lauren Snell out of Fluent. Yes, it was Snell making moves in that 2nd corner, but here comes the 166. Alton Moore isn't done yet. She's inside the top 3 and now being chased down by Snell after her move in turn number 3. It's going to be Millar, Dyson, Moore. That's your 1, 2, 3 with Snell in there for 4.
Well, so 196, we've got a faller on that first straight. We'll pick up that number very, very shortly. Grant Keller, Castro Latch, I think that is Gibson, Dixon, Weatherly, Smith and Widdowson, all in this one. Looks like it's going to be Ella Grant out in front, the 138, and Mika Gibson in there in 2. B. Smith in there in 3 was the treble 0 that took the tumble. That was Poppy Weatherly out of Tiverton BMX Club. She's up and okay. As they head towards that line, we have Moto 197 up on the gates. Poppy Weatherly, she's all right. She's good. Race 197, 10-year-old boys, Ingham Belton, Julius, Carlos, Stain, Shaw, Kellum and Randall all in into that first turn. Looks like it's going to be Ethan Shaw out there in front. Reactive Racing going through in 2. That's going to be Jack Belton. Joseph Jewis in 3. Alexi Carlis doing it for Decoy. He's in the mix somewhere. Who's the rider in 4? It's the TNT guy. That's going to be George Kellum. Bruntwood in there in 5. Leo Ingham. But it's going to be Ethan Shaw taking it down to the line with Jack Belton and Joseph Jewis not far behind. Race 198. Wright, Kacharik, Kane, Groves, Hawker, Baptiste and Arnold. Kacharik out in front. Alistair Kane in there in about 5 for Bruntwood. Tobias Groves in the 3 just behind Aidan Baptiste, who's out of Peckham BMX Club. Oliver Hawker in there in 4. As they go towards the final straight, the 463 and the 28, that's going to be Roman James Wright and William Arnold, but it's going to be Radco Racing taking it. That's going to be Seth Kacharik. Race 199, more 10-year-olds, Dowson, McKenna, Lewisfield, Giles, Ford, Marklew and Russell. Man out in front on the 6, that is Tom Giles, sorted race gear in Northeast BMX Club. Rex Ford in there in 2. That's going to be Charlie Dowsing in 3. And Oakley Lewisfield rounded out the 4. Race 200. Johnson, Sanders, Donaldson, Davies, Bird, Lee, Rose and Growcock. Dougie Johnson doing it for Manchester. Ollie Bird in there in that 2nd spot, chasing down the 11 of Arthur Donaldson. Jesse Rose in there in 3. Aston John Lee rounding out the top 4 with Chester Growcock in 5. Moto 201, Kitchen James, Tramontano, Smith, Griggs, Smith, and a Chalk. Oh, Sunday's blown a pedal. That's going to be the rider out of Brixton, I think. Tramontano. The 16, the 30, and the 34. That's going to be Jack Kitchen, Rory Smythe, and Jack Griggs. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Moto 202. Jacob Den getting involved in this one, I think, for Crank BMX. Charlie Sheriff. There's a new sheriff in town. Jack Haynes, Benjamin Tanzer, Oscar Ryder Bays, Harry Duffield. I've had too much caffeine. George Spencer and Rocco Westwood. Looks like the LCC's Jack Haynes is going to take it to the line. Rocco Westwood took the 3. As we move on to the girls, 10-year-olds. Knight, Lamb, Henderson, Wyatt, Tomlinson, Webb, Kay, and Svensson. It looks like Molly's out in front. Agnes in there in 2. That's River Henderson in 3. I was looking for Una. Is she in there? Yes, she is. I've missed her. Race 204, Powell, Evans, Cross, Dean, Graham, Dyson, Rowlands, and Morgan. As we watch Bradford's Florence Dyson taking it into that final corner, being pursued by the 6th plate. That is Eliza Powell from Crank BMX Coaching. Brixton's Abby Graham in there in 3, Cara Cross in 4. Emma Dean rounding out the 5 as we move on to the 11-year-old boys. That looks like home track boy Ronnie Woods out in front. He's got Benny Jackson right there with him. Benny just looking for the move in that final turn. That'll be Ollie Ritchie's in there in 3, followed by Ted Harvey. Going through in 4. Race 206, Jacob Anderson out in front. That looks like Hugo Dayton in there in 2. Reactive's Alfie Pow is in there in 3. Where is Arlo Steinmetz? Is he in there? Can't see him. No, doesn't look like he's in there. Don't know what's gone on there. Let's hope he's all right. That'll be Finley Hewitt. Rounded out the top 4. As we look at Moto 207, more Southart, Turner, Jones. So good. There was 3 of them. Freddie Ray Orland and Josiah Berg. Josiah doing it for Green Machine Tribe. He's back there in 7. Looks like the 7 and the 14, Teddy Jones and Freddie Ray Orland. The LCC Massive getting involved. Southart in there in that 4th spot. As we move on to Moto 208.
11-year-old boys on track, then Seb Hewitt leads this one out for Radco Racing, heading into that second corner. He's got Ted Malkin in this one, and they're in about 4, doing it for Derby BMX Club, who's in that 2 spot though at the moment. Looks like that could be a 866 plates of Frederick State out of Peterborough BMX Club. Picking it up down the final straight, Ollie Warner out of Moto 1 inside the top 3. Malkin in 4, and the 5 spot going to be Braintree's Ernie Cotta de Sosares. Next up, race 209, the 11-year-old boys getting busy in turn number 2. That's going to be Preston Newmarsh Copau leading it towards the final turn. The 18 plate of Claydon in there in that 2 spot. He's under pressure though from Munro, Munro gets it all wrong on the exit of turn number 3. Not a clue what happened to him. Front wheel just disappeared from underneath him. Let's hope that he's okay. Claydon hit the deck with him. Joey McAvoy took advantage and went through in the 2 spots. Out of the... Ooh. Ooh. Right, we are looking at Connor Hemphill picking up that moto win. Edward Corder in that 2 spots. Just going to make sure that Finn's all right. Put your hands together for Finn Munro, ladies and gents. Race 2 on 1 up on the start. Jeezy peeps, man.
Jeezy peeps, man.
The 11-year-old girls are a go. That's got to be Trixie Trace, Evolve Collective, heading for turn number 1. Her teammate Bonnie Dudley is in the middle of the pack, working her way into about 5 at the moment. So Evolve going 1 and 5. Who's in there in that 2 spot? Got to be Aria Rosalie out of the Centurions. Massive headed into that second corner. Where is the Sinead Reed Academy rider? Maisie Surtees out of the Hawk. She's in about 4 of them in it. Chasing down the 3rd place rider on the 13th plate. That is India Bennett heading into the final corner. Bennett then hanging on to that top 3 spot on the exit of the 3rd turn, but it is going to be Trace and Lee. That's your 1 and 2 in race 2-1-1. 2-1-2 on track. Then second rack of the 11-year-old girls for the second set of motos. That looks like it could be Ada Walding in there in about 3 at the moment. Chopping and changing moves in turn number 2. She throws it under what looks like Rachel Pritchard in that second turn and makes it stick. Your race leader though, the 6th plate of Holly Richardson out of CGR. Walding hanging on to that 2 spot. That looks like it could be Jamie Puddock. Out of her spin to win bicycle motocross team in there in that 4th spot, chasing Pritchard through the final straight. Pritchard putting the pressure on Walden across the line. I think she might have nicked the 2 spots. Race 2-1-3, that's got to be the European number 4, Betty Wills out of Pro Start BMX going 1 and 2 with what looks like Fluid Bicycle Motocross in there in that 2 spot. That is the 885 plate of Amelia Rowe out of the Bradford Bandits crew. In and out of that second final turn they go. Last year's national champ Maisie Egan in there in 3, but it's Wills picking up the moto win. Race 2-1-4 out on track, heading through the second straight. Who's leading it out? Stay Strong C&K picking up the 1 spot at the moment. That is Joe Rook. Oh, check out the bows flying in turn 2. That's got to be Archie Croker White working his way into that 2 spot. Leo Rowland's just been shuffled back to 3. Check out Ronnie Payne making moves in the final turn. Rook, White, Rowlands, Payne, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So close you could chuck a duvet over them. Rook hangs on to the moto win though. Race 2-1-5 on track with Swales. He's throwing bows through the second straight. He's getting busy in the 12-year-old boys at the moment. Swales in there in that 2 spot. Then who's in there just in front? Looks like it could be Niall Elkindi. Here comes the reactive rider. That is Jack Laughlin looking for a spot in and out of the final turn. But your race leader, Emil Challenger. Challenger's run away with this moto down the final straight. Challenger, Elkindi, Swales, Laughlin, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Zach Everly, Team Mabo UK on track going 1 and 2 with Retro Racing in that second corner. That's got to be Zach Hamill. So the front 2 riders running away with this moto at the moment. The 29 plate of Zach Parsons out of Braintree BMX in there in 3. Looks like MK Evolution is inside the top 4 with Lucas Laurie heading down the final straight. He's being chased down by Team Minds. Louis Sheffy bringing it to the line. Sheffy will have to settle for 5. Race 2-1-7 on track. Archie Bell, Isaac Smith, that's your 1 and 2. Be Strong and Rab Racing bringing it back through the 3rd straight. Looks like the 31 plate of Charlie Cotton out of Merseyside BMX Club is in there in 3. The 33 plate in 4. That's got to be Noah Ford out of Braintree BMX Club, but he's under pressure on the exit of turn number 3 down the final straight. Looks like that could have been Max Bojank potentially getting himself involved for a top 4 spots. Marcus Mullen and Allen's Factory Supercross leads out the next race with Sam Richards right there behind him in that 2 spot. The 55 plate is in there as well. That is Finley Murphy out of Nuneaton BMX Club heading into the final turn. Murphy throwing in a high-low in the final corner. Where's Atar Jamira? Is in there in about 4 of them and it being chased down by Leon Wade. Jamira getting back involved into the top 3. Scrap just about managing to stick it into a podium position. James Bibby leads out the next race in race 2-1-9. Where is Barnard? He's in there for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent at the moment. That looks like it could be Adrian Galitis in there in 4. Chasing down the E4 of Jack Devine heading into the final corner. Leighton Harding though in that 2 spot for GT Factory. Bibby, Harding, Divine, Galitis. That's your 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Right, Moto 220, we got birthday boy Lewis Hughes in this one. He's in there in that second spot. Akeem Brazier, Harrison Doe, Noah Bagwell, Max Livingston, Callum Keenan, Sam Knight as well. Hughes still in there in 2. Who's the man out front and in control? That will be the 18 plate of Akeem Brazier. The 24 is Noah Bagwell. He's in there in 3 with the Gosport rider Max Livingston rounding out the top 4. Harrison Doe in there in 5. Next up, Brooke Fast Fawcett doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Enfuse Sports Nutrition. One of our retail partners this weekend. I will give everybody a shout out on the retail side in a bit. We've not managed to do it yet. Seren Pritchard, Mara McCarran, Lainey Cordin, Emily Barter, Elizabeth Graham, Caitlin Bird, and Lucy Stevenson, all in Moto number 221. Grace Gerard in this one, Lily Mae Gould, Molly Ross, Olivia Webb, Freya Harris, Ocean Headley, and Winnie Andrews. Looks like Freya Harris is out there in front. Grace Gerard, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 2. Millie Ross of Team Mind in 3. The 23, that belongs to Winnie Andrews. Would love to see Sean back on track as well. I know he's done 1 race this year. He needs to do more. Sean, if you're listening, get back on your bike, mate. As we move on to the more 12-year-old girls, Lexi Adams, Iris Hyder's in this one out in front. Hannah Mackey doing it for the LVG National Race Team. That looks like the 3 plate in there. That's going to be Lauren Keller out of GT. And she's pursuing Elsie Blight down the final straight, who's chasing Poppy Mae Kirby to the line. Race 224. Jamie Turblanche, Jacob Scrivener, Zavi Fox Cooper, Toby Smith, Sully Collis, Hunter Mallion, and Mark Tozadilo. Tozadilo out in front. That's going to be Milton Keynes in there in 2, Jamie Turblanche. Sully's in there in 3, Hunter in 4. Bruntwood, Zavi Fox Cooper rounding out the top 5. Race 225, Lewis Spence, Miller, Bishop, Perkins, Wilcox, Howell, and Bojang. James Miller, GT Factory, out there in front. Ethan Howell in 2. That looks like Team Man's Charlie Wilcox in there in 3, being followed by JP. Jack Perkins in there in 4. Race 226, Kacharik, Douglas, Palmer, Shaw, Honeywell, Griffin, Turner, Smith, and Tyres. These are your 13-year-old boys. The 11 is Joe Douglas. He's there in that 4th spot. Battling with Thomas Honeywell down the final straight. As Harry Tyres chases to the line and battles with Frankie Griffin. Race 227. 13's Adam Arnold, Ethan Rogers, George Jackson, Lucas Stobin, Harry Holmes, Riley Butt, and Bodie Markley. Oh, the 30, Adam Arnold's just about getting over that double at the end of the last straight. Lucas Stoneman on the 37, doing it for Bath BMX Club and George Jackson for the MK crew. Race 228, Ballard, Crooks Martin, Hoff, McNulty, Farmer, Sowerby, and Els. Max McNulty out in front, Team Hotshot, Ethan Crooks Martin in there in 2. Ralph Sowerby rounding out the top 4, didn't quite pick up the rider in 3, but I've got a feeling it was Roland Els. Race 229, Shepherd, Ajibade, Pipe, Stone, Arnold, Steele, and Vass. 01 Racing in there in 2, that's going to be Harley Steele. Max Vass on the 12 leading it out. Doing it for 1 BMX team, and the 3 abreast coming into the turn. 32 having a dive underneath, that's going to be Jordan Ajibade. Looks like he lost a little bit of momentum and gave back the places he gained. Charlie Bob Craig doing it for Manchester BMX Club and the Bogbusters. Josh Jepson, Oscar Walding, Cam Brooks, Gilmore Green, Ben Stebo Kiss and Toby Duff. Still Charlie Bob leading it out. Josh Jepson in there in that 3rd spot, being pursued by Oscar Walding. Walding gives up a position on that final corner. As we move on to race 231, Bella Gerard, Allegra True, Georgia Surtees, Nora Sirets, Martha Cottam and Clara Salmons. Manchester's Martha Cottam leading it through. Allegra True in that second spot. The 15 is Clara Salmon. She's in there in 3. With birthday girl Bella Gerard, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, battling for the 4.
Race 232 on track. 13-year-old girls, Dakota Tucker in there in that 3 spot. Ruby Warren in there in 2, but your race leader, Esme Ward out of Stay Strong C&K, heading towards the final turn on the 5 plate. So Ward looking good at the moment at the front of the pack. Here comes Warren though on the exit of turn number 3, looking to put the pressure on a drag race down to the wire. It's going to be Ward, Warren 1 and 2 across the line. Race 233. More 13-year-old girls heading towards that second corner. Sophie Mee, Emma Kiss, Lily Yerbury, Holly Diver and Molly Fumi Carroll all out on track. It is Diver in there in that 2 spot, but your race leader Emma Kiss on the 3 plate heading into the final turn. Diver in that 2, the 21 plate in 3. Molly Fumi Carroll out of Braintree BMX, that looks like. Lily Yerbury in there for 4 with Sophie Mee in 5. 17 to 18-year-olds now out on track. Che Young leads this one out. He's going to 1 and 2 with Dexter Gambay out of Peckham BMX. Where's Arness from one, your British champ? He's in there inside the top 3 at the moment. Sure, he'll be looking to get involved in some 2-in-1 out competitions later on. Some maybe send it to the line competitions. Not this time round. He's chilling his way to the line. Next up, that looks like George Gerard. Leading out race 235 for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. He's going 1 and 2 with Reese Tool as they bring it into that second corner. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like that could be Peckham BMX's Joshua Simpson Jacobs. Oh, 2 riders hit the deck. One of them was Marco Reynolds. I think that's his second crash of the day. Let's hope that he's all right. He went down with Jack Clark. Both riders up to their feet. A shake of the hands. Put your hands together for Marco and Jack, ladies and gents. Tom Doran on track leading out the next moto for Sinead's Reed Academy. He's coming 1 and 2 with fast signatures. Charlie Granger on the exit of that second corner. Elliot Brooks involved inside the top 3, being chased down by the 24 plate into that final turn. That is Max Burgess out of Preston Pirates bringing it down the final straight. Williams is in there in 5, putting the pressure on Burgess down to the wire. He's not quite going to get close enough. Race 237 hits the track. More 17 to 18-year-old action heading down the hill and through the first straight. Got to be the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching rider, Jaden Fawcett on the 14X, leading out this moto in and out of that first corner. Fawcett going 1 and 2 with Malachi Price as they head towards that second corner. Looks like we've got the Centurions in there as well. Jack Cameron's inside the top 3. He's being chased down by BMX Race Hub Zach Green, repping that pink, grey and black BMX Race Hub jersey, heading down the final straight. He's put the camera down this weekend and picked up the 2 wheels. Going to pick up the 4 spot on the line. As a race 238 hits the track, got to be Brandon Mallon leading this one out for the Irish contingent, heading in towards that second corner. SAS race team inside the top 2 positions on the 13 plate as they come on round. That's Sam Hamling being chased down by the 502 plate. Oh, Patrick Dyer heading through the final straight. Mallon under pressure. He's going to hang on to the race win though with Hamling in behind. Race 239, the 14-year-old boys on track. Got to be Maxwell Lawrence leading this one out for Braintree BMX Club. Where is Newton Hindley? He's in there in about 3 at the minute under all sorts of pressure from Freddie Warwork out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching as they head towards the final turn. The 24 plate of Leo Cranston is in there in that 2 spots of Braintree going 1 and 2 with Lawrence and Cranston down the final straight. That's how they're going to round it up across the line. Next up on track, where's Ned Guppy? Leads out the pack going 1 and 2 with Nate Hamilton out of Team Mavo UK. So it is Absolute and Mavo out front at the moment. Elvis Lawrence is inside the top 3. He's chasing down your front 2 riders, but in there in 4 is Oscar Jewell looking to close the gap down to Lawrence himself. In and out of that final turn, Guppy on a charge heading down to the wire with the race win. Next up on track, race 241. Who's leading this one out? Robin Matten Alonso's in the middle of the pack of this one. Got a bit of work to do as he's neck and neck with Westwood as they bring it into turn number 2. But out front it is Toby Lynch. Dexter Beer up. That's your 1 or 2. Nathaniel Eames is in there in 3. For Evolved Bicycle Motocross heading into the final turn. The 51 plate is in there in 4. That is Dexter Moore out of BRE Racing. But the front 3 looking safe and clear. Lynch, Beer up, Eames. That's your 1, 2, 3 across the wire. Race 242 is on track. Who's leading it out? Looks like we've got Harrison Barnes in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Harry Bailey as they come on round. The 17 of Ronnie Richards is in there in 3. The 36 in there inside the top 4. Looks like that might have been a Peterborough Phantoms rider. That was Caden Thompson rounding out the top 4 positions. European number 2 alert on track. Kobe Rayford, ladies and gents, as smooth as you like, at the front of the pack at the moment, but he's being chased down by Heath Osborne, doing it for Birmingham NRT in and out of the final turn. The front 2 riders running away from the rest of the pack with this moto. Brody Geddes in there for 3. Logan Young's under pressure down the last straight for the 4 spot. That looked like it could have been Zach Childs in there for 5. Race 244 now out on track. Where is Isaac Shaw? He's currently chasing down your race leader. That is the world number 7, James Cotty Cottrell. Not so little Cotty's out front of the pack then. Shaw, Weller, that's your 2 and 3. The 32 plate in there as well. That's Oliver Taylor out of Preston Pirates looking to make moves. He's still inside the top 4 down the final straight. Being chased down by what looked like Noah Buttery in 5. Didn't quite get close enough though. Next up, Moto 1 race team leading this one out. Your British champion, ladies and gents, looking good at the moment. Where is Billy Harrison? He's making moves in that second corner, trying to work his way into a top 2 spot in behind the 30 plate of Thomas Westmore out of Runnymede. In and out of the final turn they go. Check out the Doncaster rider, Samuel Wood. GY95, he's in there in 5 at the minute, chasing down the Rustin rider as they bring it down to the wire. That was Eddie Millington in for 4. Moving on to the 14-year-old ladies heading into that second corner. Matilda Zahariev in this one, having moves put on her in that second turn. The 3 plate of Jalala Patel, they're leading this one out. Maddie the Baddie, Libby Carping, Lexi Keynes, Ellie Moore and Sophie Coulson all out on track, but it is Patel, Carping, that's your 1 and 2. BRE Racing in there for 3 with Ellie Moore. More 14-year-old girls on track in race 247. Look at the move in the turn. Got to be sorted. Race gears. Bella Rowe working away from 2 to 1. She now leads the race then from your British champ, Emily Eaton. Looking for a way back at her in the final turn. Didn't quite make his stick, so it is Rowe, Eaton. That looks like Cleve in there for 3. Rin Giannolino's in there for 4. That's how they're going to bring it down to the wire and across the line. 15-year-old boys now out on track. Who's leading out this moto? Looks like we've got Henry Radcliffe at the front of the pack on the 32 plate. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we've got an Evolved rider picking it up as they come on round. That's Alex Dunkley with the 34 plate of Will Chaplin in there behind him in that 3 spot. Decoy BMX currently going 1 and 4. Thomas McGovern rounding out the top 4 spots as his clubmate picks up the race win. Race 249 on track. Gould Harvey, Schofield. Harrison Schofield here this weekend. I don't see him on track. He's on the sheets. Just about to say it's good to see. Oh, yeah, he is. He's in there at the moment, making moves in that final turn, going from 5 to 4. Tidy S, Harvey Tomlinson, that's your 1 and 2 in that race. Schofield in there for 4. Good to see him back on track.
Right, let's have a look. 250 is your moto, 9 plates. Is Eden Boone, Joshua Bradford, Stan Mason in this one. Remy Colquhoun, Lucas Seeley out in front. Freddie Franklin in there as well, I think, in about 3. Is that you ringing or me? All right, okay. Maybe it's the music. Probably. No, it wasn't me either. Never mind. Okay, let's have a quick look. 16. Lucas Osborne. There we go, got there in the end. Malachi Lloyd, Logan Widdowson, Freddie Entwistle in there as well. Good to see Freddie back on his bike after having a roll round on the floor. That's a previous race. Race 252, we've got David Fairley back in this one. He's back up. Well done, Dave. Eric McSwitty, Lewis Hall, Jack Davey, Gonzalez in there. Oliver Sim doing it for Mid-Lancs BMX Club. He's inside the top 4. Battling with Julian Gonzalez. Mason Groves doing it for Sorted Race Gear. As we go on to Moto 253, Oliver James, Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Holly Kirby, they're going 1 and 2. That's going to be Elijah Jamira in there in 3, doing it for Rab Racing, where he's Emmy Seaward. In there in 5, mixing it up with the boys, chasing down Lucas Tandy. Coming under a bit of pressure though, as they go down that final straight towards the line. Oliver James taking the win. 254 on track. That is Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. Itana Price, Ruby Walford, Orla Cooper, Grace Burge and Ava Wright. Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Battling with Ruby Walford. Itana's in there in 3. That looks like Orla Cooper in there in 4. All fast in that 15-year-old girls age group. Ailey Watson and Eliza French. Summer Glynn, that is your 1, 2, 3. Jessie Leasley out of Doncaster. She's on that 18 plate. She's in there in 5. The rider in 4 is Lottie McFarlane. And the 680, that belongs to Felicity Brewer out of Gosport NRT. Moto 256. Eli Smith, Rab Racing. And Flavor Flav Cakes. Kai Blaine, Teamer, in there in that second spot. Eli's miles out in front of this one. Checking out like Lou Littler on a 9-dart finish. He's clearly had a few Flavor Flav Cakes before that moto began. Moto 257, Nathan Barata in there in 2, chasing down Kai Bow and Sean Brown, Ice Bikes UK. He's done with school and he's so cool. In there in that second spot now. 15, that belongs to Samson Townsend. He's in there in 4, with Ollie Copping rounding out the top 5. Race 258, AJ Pritchard Roberts. Oh, cheers, Nathaniel. I have no idea what my own son just said to me, but you know, never mind. Noah Everly taking it down to the line. Alex Mackey, Bradley Davison, and Shay Jordan in there as well. Moto 259. Super Rubes, Ruby Moores out there in front, Manchester BMX Club. Imogen Cockrell in 4th, doing it for Ice Bikes. BB Alderton in there in 5. That looks like the 12 plate of Sophie Kynaston going in and out of the final turn in 3rd. We're good for snacks, I think, for the moment. Are we good for snacks? We're good for snacks. I will take another water, though, if that's all right. Thank you. Fabulous. Thank you very much. Oh, we could do this every week, yeah. The snack game and refreshments game of Birmingham BMX Club is immense. They are looking after us. As Lexi Waite goes in and out of that final turn. 15 chasing her down, Betty Brewer from Reactive. We've also got in there Smiley Maloney, Alan Radcliffe, Eleanor Curtis and Missy Large. As Jess Marriott leads out Moto 261. Lucy Groundwater in there in 4, Anya Mato and Alonso in 3. Alexis McCartney in 2 and Bethany Coates in there in 5. And it is Jess Marriott and Alexis McCartney. They're going to go 1 and 2 as we move to Moto number 262.
17 to 18-year-old females on track. Megan Gerard leads this one out for Rab Racing. She's currently going 1 and 2 with what looks like Mika Pritchard out of DC Cycles. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Looks like Yetska Hemstock out of Ice Bikes. Here comes Pritchard, though, looking for a way around Gerard to bring it into the final turn. The 8 plate inside the top 4. That is Molly Simpson out of Blackpool BMX, but it's all about Gerard out front. Going to pick up this moto win in race 262 as 263 hits the first turn. In and out they go. It is Jaya Jack Bradshaw, ladies and gents. Good to see her back on track. Heading into turn number 2, just in front of Team Mabo UK. Esme Brook in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3? That is Fumi out of Amy Hepburn. Out of Peckham BMX. Peckham going through in 3 and 4. That's the 25 plate of Alaya Akareli out of Peckham then. So looking good down the final straight for Peckham. Bringing it to the wire though is going to be Jaya and Esme 1 and 2. 19 to 29-year-olds on track. Josh Cates, Finn Clark, that's your 1 and 2. Heading into that second corner. Check out the move from Jaden Seawood in that second corner. Made it stick as he went underneath the 18X of Keanu Schaefer Cohen. Out of Hackney BMX, Ben Fitzsimmons making moves in that final turn as well, trying to pick up a top 4 spot. As to bring it down to the wire, it's going to be Cohen looking like he might have just hung on to that top 4 finish. Race number 265 on track. Ruben Smith, Ollie Cope, that's your 1 and 2. Callum Chop Maples in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like that could be Halo Wheels. That is Connor Hudson bringing it on round on the 8 plate inside the top 4 spot. Maples not done yet though, looking for a move in the final turn. Here he comes down the final straight, working his way into that 2 spot, putting pressure on Smith at the line, but it looked like Smith just hung on to the race win. Race 266, who's out front? Here comes Hayden Green in there in that 2 spot. He's being chased down by what looks like Josh Wallace out of Halo Wheels. That's your 2 and 3, but they're all in behind the 1 plate of Tyrese Bradshaw. In and out of that final turn, he's going to pick up this race win for Team Mabo UK. Absolute in there in that 2 spot with Hayden Green. Halo Wheels rounding out the top 3 spots. Preston Pirates, Thomas Grieg in there for 4. More 19 to 29-year-olds on track. Alex Reed heading into turn number 2. Good to see him back on track. Didn't race last year or the majority of this season, so it's good to see him at the front of the pack at the moment. Who's in there behind him? The 13 plate in there in that 2 spot. That is Seb Hamling out of SAS. He's under pressure though at the exit of turn number 3. Oscar Matthew Carlar trying to get involved inside the top 2 and just about making it squeeze across the line. Race 268 out on track then. Who's leading it out? This is the 19 to 29-year-old women heading into that second turn. Green Machine going 1 and 2. It's got to be Megan Kirby in behind Emily Green at the moment. The 3 spot looks like Taylor Lee Mohan being chased down by the 17 of Amy Willets out of Retro Racing. Mohan making moves in the final turn, trying to split up the Green Machine party down the final straight. Green taking the moto win. Mohan's going to nick the 2 spot from Burge on the line. Can we have the 3rd set of motos making their way to the pens, please? We're looking for riders for the 3rd set of motos in the pens immediately, please. Thank you very much. European number 6 on track, race 269. That is Evie Webster going 1 and 2 with a 7 plate of Hannah Drew. Heading into the final turn, that looks like Imogen Gibson in there for 3 for Birmingham NRT. Izzy Hurry's in there in 5, looking for a way around Harriet Alexander down the final straight. It is going to be Webster, Drew, Gibson. That's your 1, 2 and 3. Race 270 on track. More 19 to 29-year-old women heading into that second corner. Who's out front? That's got to be the 14 plate of Annabelle Townsend doing it for Team A, going in 1 and 2 with a 4 plate of Remy Godfrey out of Stay Strong. Clark and Ken, the front 2 ladies, have run away with this moto as they take it down the final straight. Townsend, Godfrey in that order. Who's going to get the 3 spot? That was Bristol Jets on the line. Jamie Elwood. Masters on track. Check out Billy Lucas leading it into turn number 2. He's going 1 and 2 with George Higley at the moment. Stay Strong, Clark and Kent out front with Jump Club S&M Source. In there in that 2 spot, Ben Martinez, last year's national champ. In there in 3 with Sean Issett, last year's British champ, in there for 4. Just chill as you like down that final straight. He'll put in some work later on in the day, I'm sure. Second rack and Masters race 272. Matt Bourne right round the outside doing it the hard way. Oh, gets a bow on the exit of turn number 1. Lillingston and Braun hit the deck. Looks like we've lost another rider in the carnage. That was Romney. Wybro Parker. He's straight back up to his feet. Dangerous Dave James out front then. He's going to pick up this race win. Dale Scott in there for the 2. Put your hands together for Matt Bourne. He's back up to his feet, ladies and gents. Romney is as well. Let's hope that John's all right. Put your hands together for John Lillingston, ladies and gents. He's up and walking away. Don't forget, ladies and gents, we're taking music requests for the third set of motos. DM at BMX commentator or at BMX DJ Casey, innit? Yeah, I always get that wrong. BMX DJ Casey over on Instagram for all of your music requests for the third set of motos. We're still waiting for yours, Des. You got any music requests for Case? What's going on? Des hasn't put his requests in, although I dare not think about what that might be. Oh, he's busy apparently. You're never normally busy. Vet's on track. Razor Watson leads this moto out. Danny T on the inside in that final turn, making the move stick on Zoltan Boudet, who just shuffled back to that 3-spot under pressure from the 4-4-5 of Grant Yeobury as to bring it down to the wire, but Boudet hanging on to the 3 spots.
Right, we're on with the veterans, Hayden Taroa, Mark Moore, Dylan Dixon, Matt Eaton and Adam Boudet. Boudet in 1, Taroa in 2. That looks like the 733 of Mark Moore. Taking it back to the profile days of the mid-90s. He's in there in 3. Yeah, that's yours, that, yeah. Tea lady came while you were yapping. Graham Vet's up next. Alan Hill. And Fitzroy Bryce going 1 and 2. Oggy in there in 3. That's the Warlock. Has he got 2 laps in him? We are about to find out. He's in there in that 4 spot battling with Christos Chalkos. As they come towards the final corner, Dave Knowles in the mix as well. Warlock's giving it some beans down that final straight. Oh, he's just going to get pipped for the 4th. Never mind, Neil. Stephen Fortune leading out moto number 276 with Brett Knight and Stu Little. Chasing him down. 9 plate in there in 4. That's going to be Dominic Elliott. John Batsford, like a multicoloured stormtrooper going down that final straight. He's in there in 5. Daniel Curry George and Matthew Knight as well. All right, game on. Championship women now. We are getting to the end of round 2 of motos. Looks like Freya the Slayer Chalice in and out of turn number 1. Sienna Harvey in there in 2. Betsy Bax in 3. That is Taya Gaynor, I think, in there in 4. Sabina Ashman in the mix as well, battling away with Lucy Simpson. As they come down towards the final turn, it's going to be the Slayer, followed by Sienna and Betsy. All the rising talents of women's BMX in the UK going across 1, 2 and 3. Moto 278, Lily Chiziwa, Megan Roy, Emily Hull, Lorianne Carruthers and Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Emily Hull picking up the whole shot. Chiziwa and Carruthers having a battle. Chiziwa getting out in front of her. Carruthers in there in 3, Megan Roy in 4, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Double biking it today in 5. It's going to be Emily Hutt in and out the final turn. Lily Chiziwa is going to get that 2. Who's going to pick up the 3? Will it be Lorianne Carruthers or Megan Roy? Lorianne holds on to the line. Megan 4, Annalise in 5. Hold on to your heart. Studio Open heading down the hill. Miller, Coker, Hughes, Webster, Clitheroe and Larkins. Going to be tight into the turn. Who's going to get a whole shot? Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Chase Bicycles. James Clitheroe out in front. Miller Hughes in there as well. Where is Lucas Webster trying hard to make up some positions as they go in and out of the turn. Coker's shopping. He's having a look round. Larkins in there in 4. Clitheroe still holding on to the lead. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Chase Bicycles to the line. Clitheroe gets it. Who picks up the 2? It was a battle between Coker and Miller. Next rack up, Junior Open, only 4 riders, but they're all fast. Heath Thomas on the inside. Here comes JTL Simpson Davis working his way into 2. It's getting windy on this straight. Oh, one rider loses it. That was Theodore Peterkin out of control on the pro section. Looks like he's knocked all the wind out of himself. 874, that belongs to a Louis Tate Edwards. He's in there in that 3. Pro starts Heath Thomas. Who's going to get into the line? It was Jay. All right, Theodore Peterkin is up. Good to see. Two more motos left. The Superglass, 140, Roy Hunt, Boville, Markley and O'Gorman heading down towards turn number 1. Who's going to be in there first? Looks like Taylor Hunt, Crucial by BMX leading it out. Boville on the inside, 140 in there as well. Here comes O'Gorman on the outside. Casey Markley getting involved as well, working his way into a top 3. And it's Taylor Hunt still leading into the final turn. Has Jay Boville got anything for him? He swoops underneath, steals it away. It's going to be Boville, Hunt, Markley, O'Gorman, Monforte in that order. Bell, Tanner, Marnham, Cornish, Hill and Russell. Last moto of round number 2. Looks like Marnham's going to pick up the whole shot. Oh! Cornish got together with Tanner. Came off second best in the turn. Looks like he's ruined another set of race pants. As they go in and out of turn number 2, it's going to be Marnham and Tanner out in front. It all got tangled up down the second straight. 5, 4, 6. That's going to be Bradley Russell in there in 3. Marnham's going to take it. Tanner for 2, Russell for 3, Harrison Bell for 4. Good to see Ben Cornish. She's up and all right.
We are ready to go racing, ladies and gents. Third set of motos up on the gate. Here we go, the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers hit the track. Huey Hall on the inside, heading for turn number 1, but the whole shot is going to go to Mr. Charlie Cotton, Merseyside BMX Club. He leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with Hall as they bring it back through the second straight. Who's in there for 3? Got to be Jet Thompson out of Gosport National Race Team. Hard Knocks bike coaching in the mix as well. That is Ronnie Warwork on the 543 plate. In there in 5 is chasing down the 9 plate of Bram Heaver. Doing it for Team here and Andover in and out of the final corner. Cotton neck and neck at the moment with Hall. Hall with a late charge looking to pick up the moto win. Hall's going to nick it on the line. Cotton for 2. Race 284 on track. Max Livingston is leading this one out for Gosport National Race Team. Here is Taylor Hoare out of DC Cycles. He's in there in 3, being chased down by Doncaster BMXers. Kieran Brownson on the 580 plate, but the rider in there in 2 is the 006 plate, Arlo Steinmetz. Just as good as James Bond as he brings it down the final straight, trying to stealth mode up behind Thompson as Livingston as he bring it to the line, but Livingston's going to hang on to the race win. Rocco Westwood on track in there in about 4 of the minute. Mr. Sigmund is getting busy for Team Mabo UK into turn number 2. The move looked like it was going to come from Leo Bradley out of Rustin at Racing, but didn't quite dive underneath. So he's back there in 5 at the minute. The 15 plate is in there in 3. That's Jack Swales out of Fast Signatures and his big brother heading down the final straight. That's Harry Swales. Fast Signatures then going 1 and 3 at the moment, bringing it to the wire. Splitting up the Swales party was Ocean King in there for 2. 13-14 cruisers now out on track. Got to be Todd Smith Notman leading them out. Hunter van der Malion is on a charge at the moment. One rider hits the deck in turn number 2. But Alfie Sim is in there in 3, chasing Hunter van der Malion down as he exits turn number 3. Notman, Malion, Sim, 1, 2, 3. Sim going to get his front wheel through, looking for a top 2 finish on the line. That one was busy. Across the stripe, it's getting all sorts of hectic in and out of turn number 2 as one rider hit the deck in the last moto. So race 287 is led away by Jake McKenna and the 251 played in there in 2. That is William Knowles out of Crank BMX coaching the 081 is in there in 3. Looks like that could be Dylan Slatter out of the Hawk. So that's going to be your front 3 across the line with McKenna out front.
Can I just tell you, I picked this banger. 90s rave banger.
Were you the first one to put a request
Absolutely.
in? Yep. Is that why, as soon as it came on, I heard Rich go, banger?
Absolutely correct.
We're just going to make sure that the fallen rider is okay, ladies and gents.
This is when I had her, yes, Casey. And Visible Abs. I tell you what, no, turn it off. It's rubbish. Don't want to listen to it.
Takes him back to his youth.
All right, babyface.
Reliving his glory days, aren't you, Rich?
Yeah. I don't know when they were. I might have had one.
Mrs. Eames doesn't agree.
What a song, yeah.
And you can't pick S Club 7, all right? Rubbish. I don't believe you for an instant.
I really don't. He had a poster of Rachel. What's her name on the wall? What's her name? Rachel from S Club. Yeah.
Hang on, let me have a look. Let's have a look, see what I can find. You can't play half of this.
Reach for the Stars is an absolute classic. Can I tell you? I have no shame where it comes to pop music.
The next one is Dave from B73.
Right, the next request coming was from Mr. Dave Hall at B73. He's got clearance on the National Series merch. There's not many sizes left. In fact, we need to mention all our traders. We haven't done it, have we?
No, not yet.
B73, Pure Bicycles, Crucial, Sorted, DC Cycles, Green Machine. I feel like I've missed somebody, and I don't know who it is.
I'm looking, but I can't see.
I have missed somebody. I don't know who it is. Oh, I've said DC. If I miss anybody, we'll do it again later.
And also, just to let you all know, because a lot of people won't know, there is actually a big screen over in the bar area. I'm pretty sure Leighton Rennerton's organised that for a second year running.
He has.
Yeah, if you want to get yourself a beer, watch the racing, I'm pretty sure that BMX Race Hub is over on the big screen in the bar area. So go and treat yourself to that. Can't go wrong with a big screen and a pint, can you?
Very true.
I can't find a song. I can't find a suitable song. No, I think I'm still on. We are locked and loaded up on the gate, ladies and gents. Resuming racing with race 288. Straight back into the 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Then you are looking at your national champion, Rab Racing's Cotty Cottrell, heading into turn number 1. Little Cotty out front then. Who's in there with him? Got to be Robin Matten Alonso picking up that 2 spot as they come on round. Bruce Anthony in there for 3. Reactive Racing is in 4. That looks like it could be Owen Miller on the 18 plates of the front 4. Separating out, but here comes the 32 plate. He's worked his way in. Liam Byrne having the move put back on him in turn number 3. So Miller picks up that 4 spot once again on the exit of the final corner. Carty, Alonso, Anthony, Miller, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Logan Young on track in the next race, going 1 and 2 with Newton Hindley into that second corner. Looks like we've got a GT factory rider inside the top 3. At the moment, that is the 11 plate of Hadley Harding. Oh, Harding looked up the inside of Hindley in the final turn. Dived under, didn't quite make his stick, so he had to pull on the ripcord. And he's back there in 3 now, being chased down by Cooper Westwood out of Team Maybe UK. Race 290, 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. Where is John O'Haradine? He's in there in about 3 at the minute. Look at the move from Jack Walford, though. Perfectly executed in turn number 2. Didn't quite make his stick, though, as Haradine comes back at him in the final turn. Chaplin's in there in 2, but your race leader, Finton Coburn, on a charge. Going to pick up this race win down to the wire. 5 on the front of his bike. Stan Palmer, Fast Signatures leads out race 291 for Gosport. BMX Club is going 1 and 2 with BMX Winner Photographies. Cooper McCrum in that second corner. In and out they go, the front 2 looking clear and safe at the moment. But here comes the 17 plate heading into the final turn. That was Max Surridge looking for a way round McCrum, but he's had a move put on him himself out of the final turn. Looks like that could be Ethan Byrne getting involved in the top 3 action across the wire. Race 292 on track. Joe Penton, Voke and Logan Widdowson. That's your 1 and 2 Widdowson. Good to see him back on track and racing hard after his crash earlier on. Got all squirrely on the second straight, so he's chasing down Joe Penton, Voke. Had a rust in the race and he's bringing it into the final turn. Eric McSwitz is in there in 3. Bradley Davison is in 4, and that looks like it could be Jacob Warren in there for the 5 spot. Here comes Widdowson, late charge to the wire. Penton Voke hangs on to the race win. 17, 29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. Taylor Lee Mohan got all sorts of sideways through the second straight, but managed to stick it upright. She is your race leader, doing it for Royal Air Force. In and out of that second turn, Yetska Hemstock putting pressure on round the outside of Trinity Cam into the final turn. Cam just about hanging on to the 2 spot as Hemstock comes back at it down the final straight. She goes from 3 to 2. Firth is in there in 4. Cam in there for 3, but your race winner, Taylor Lee Mohan. Race 294 out on track. Molly Nice, Amy Willets, Izzy Hurry. That's your 1, 2, 3 as they enter the second turn. Hannah Hedges out of Pro Star BMX in there in 4, but it's all about DC Cycles at the moment. On the 7 bike, Molly Nice stood for Braintree BMX. In and out of the final turn she goes, running away with this moto. Hurry's not done yet, putting pressure on Willets down the final straight. Willets, Hurry, that's going to be your 2 and 3 as they're coming across the line.
Right, 295 is your moto. I've had another music request in for the Pink Pony Club. I've got no idea what that is. Yeah, that's off Annabelle Charlton's mum. If it was Lewis, it'd be the theme tune to My Little Pony. Right, where are we up to? Benjamin Martinez, there we go, race 296. Stu Laurie, Ash Richardson in this one. Nathan Abbott as well, in there in 2. Martin Smiley Brown in 3. 471 is Mitchell Smith out of Telford, he's in there in 4. Ryan Jones as well. And Chris Miller. Race 297. Becca Gold, Nita Wong. This one's for Ned Wills, I believe. Mr. Brightside, the Killers. We will squeeze in as many of these requests as we can. The more hilarious they are, the better. Nikki Sitch in there in 3, chasing down Nita. Josephine Burston on the move. Down that final straight, Leanne McLaughlin in there as well. As SJ and Michelle have their own personal battle in the following moto. Moto 298. So SJN in 1, Michelle Stupple in 2, Magic Manda in there in 3, Lee Pendleton in 4th, 1 Clements. Being very polite as she went into the final turn. Could have punted Lee Pendleton right over the turn. And Annie Chiziwa and a Grace Turner as well. Yeah, we need songs with acceptable lyrics, please. No uncouth lyrics. Yeah, they don't occur, do they, on the continent? Yeah, you go to a Euro BMX race, there's all kinds being played. I remember one at Nantes and it had all kinds in it of the worlds, like really, really naughty lyrics. Oops, somebody's had a tumble on the final straight. I think that was Rob Harris. He was. At least he's up. That's good. As Dylan Dixon and Tobias Groves come down the final 3rd straight, sorry. Mike Whittaker's having a cracking lap this time around for that tube. Is he going to get a 3? Oh, close finish. Find out on the next episode of the vlog. Race 302. Neil Harbour doing it for Sorted Race Gear. That is, who's that next to him? Northeast BMX's Mark Franklin. We've got Philip Duff in there for Andover. That's Mr. El Kindi in there as well. Mr. Abdul El Kindi. Chasing down Mr. Duff. And Lee Matthews in there, Scott Jackson, and Ross Kennedy as well. Race 303, Toogood, Watson, Johnson, Steele, Stevenson, Smith, Barnard, and Marco. Norbert in there in 3, chasing down Matt Barnard. Fraser Watson out in front. Yeah, we've had a request for the Venga boys. I think that was Ruth Ford apparently, I think, if I remember correctly. And if you do suggest something ridiculous, we will tell you who actually suggested it. So we're going with a bit of Venga Boys this time around. Not that I'm saying, no, it's fine. You stay there. You just browse the internet on your phone. It's fine. He's trying to find a song. Like he hasn't got 43 of them already lined up. All right, they've all got rude lyrics. Anyway, back to the action. Pete Butler, Brett Knight. Little Cotty in there in 3. He ain't Big Cotty anymore. He heard me because he laughed on the way past. Pete Stanley as well. As we move on to Moto 306, Gary Carver in there in 2, chasing down Stephen Hassel. Stuart Lill, Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 3. Timmy Turnbar in 4. We haven't had a Turnbar yet, Julian. Don't let me down. We'll get there eventually. And the 8, that belongs to Kevin Sykes. Moving on. Big Mick Goff and Billy Stupple. They're like the Morecambe and Wise of BMX, they are. They're in there in 1 and 2. Is that Keachy in there in 3? I think it might be. Steve Keach. Feel like I should stand to attention and salute as he goes past. 945. Mike Whittaker's in there as well. I don't know who the 945 was. I feel like I need to name check him. Stephen Joy from Barnsbury BMX. And Jonathan Charlesworth as well. Oh, we're going for a bit of like ska now, are we? Chris Ginge. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, Chris Coltman, I think that is. Yep. I'm now lost as to where we're up to. Oh, there we go. 13 to 16 cruisers. Missy Large, Isla Radcliffe, Bella Rutherford, and Emily Dean. Isla out there in 1, Missy in 2. Emily in 3, and Bella's doing a great job in 4. Keep going, Bella. As we move on to Anya Mattern Alonso and Annalise Cadman Carpenter. 1 in first place, 1 in 4th. That'll be Ailey Watson in that second spot. Alexis McCartney in 3. And the 904 of Clara Salmond. Race 311. Niall Moss, Kyle Hill, Bradley George, Max Henderson, Goodfellow, Jack Wiggins, Connor Blythe, and Lewis Barnes. Lewis in there pushing hard, chasing down Kyle Hill. Niall Moss doing it for fast signatures in there in 2. Battling with Connor Blythe. And Max Henderson Goodfellow. Rounding out the top 3. 3-1-2. Oh, you found one, Lewis? Oh. He's just hiding the fact he wants some Madonna on. That's what he wants. Right. 17 to 29 cruisers. Matt McHugh in there in 4. Chasing down the rider in front who I didn't catch. Kean Brown in there as well. Thomas Doran, Pete Watson, and Thomas Miller. Race 313.
17, 29-year-old cruisers on track. Looks like your race leader is Joe Wallbridge on the 23 plate. He's going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Hawks. That is Johnny Jackson on the 45. That's your 1 and 2 heading towards the final turn. The 30 plate in there in 3. Archie Large out of Nuneaton and Tiger Race Team heading down the final straight. That looks like Finley Randall in there for the top 4 spot. As we look at race 314 hitting the first turn. Brooks leads this one out. 4-time national champ on his big wheels heading for turn number 2. That looks like Moto 1 in there in that 2-spot. Rocky O'Brien in there for 3. In between them, though, is Theo Pope on the 5 plate heading into the final turn. The 19 of Mowat. He's in there for the 4 spot heading down the final straight. All about Brooks picking up that race win. My reinforcements hasn't gone very well. I've been let down by a suggestion. I expected better. Someone requested this. Who requested this? Hunter Chambers. Right, okay. What a song selection. Right. The 6 and unders are bringing the thunder, ladies and gents. Check these guys out. Heading into turn number 1. Peckham BMX leading this one out. Amari Bamford Burr brings it out of the first corner, but moves have been made, and that looks like it could be Ellis Dowsing leading this one out for Derby BMX Club. Dowsing in there in 1, then who's a rider picking up the 2 spot? Rider down in turn number 2. Maxim Kazoziak hit the deck, went for a move on the 598. Jude Brocky Cox hanging on to the 2 spot then at the moment. Amari Bamford Burr in there for 3. The 701 of Jackson May. He's in there for that 4 spot. Put your hands together for Maxim Kazoziak. Ladies and gents, he's up to his feet, riding his lap. Do the request tomorrow, Case, and I'll figure something out overnight. I'll figure something out. Jules' request is next. Right, okay. Race 317 hits the track. Ryder Bay, Zucchina, Barron, Dempsey, Estevez, Dite and Aston hit the first turn. Who's the rider out front? The Bronte crew on the 142. Alejandro Crudo Estevez heading for turn number 2. That looks like Luke Barron in there behind, doing it for the Northeast. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Looks like Rusted Up Racing's Jensen Dite as they come on round. Preston Pirates got a rider in there as well. That is the 414 of Patrick Dempsey. The front 4 riders have checked out from the pack. The 491 is in there in 5. That's Leon Zucchina having moves put on him in the final turn by Joshua Aston out of the mid-lanks. And the rider in 7 is Braintree's Milo Ryder Bays. But your race winner Alejandro Crudo Estevez. Race 318 on track. Where is Byrne? He's out front, of course, leading in this one away from Stanley Lockwood. In there in 2. Dennis Turner's in the mix as well, doing it for Team Bunnies. Outlaws have got 3 riders in this one. That looks like the 429 of Charlie Phillips in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Byrne. The 953 is in there in 3. That's Freddie Mitchellmore doing it for Decoy BMX. That's going to be your front 3 riders as they bring it across the line. One rider hit the deck out of the gate. He's back up to his feet. I think that might have been Parker Gray. Let's hope that Parker's all right. He's finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Parker. All the requests are coming in thick and fast now. I can't believe you've only given 1 request, Rich, to be honest. I expected at least 3.
Well, I had to find a Beastie Boys track with no swearing in it.
Right, okay.
There's only 1. Body moving.
It's absolute carnage up here at the minute. Rich is out banging like he's back in the 90s. Casey's doing all sorts of things on the decks. I've never seen anything like it. It's carnage up here at the minute. Put your hands together once again then, ladies and gents, for Parker Gray. Next up on track, race 319, heading down the hill and through the first straight. These are your 7-year-olds. It's going to be Ireland's Factory Supercrossers, Isaac Tomlinson leading this one out. Tomlinson and Jumeirah, that's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Harrison Slater on the 663. He's under pressure though from the mid-lanks. Henry Dodd rounding out the top 4 spots at the moment, looking for a move on Slater in turn number 2. Didn't quite manage to find it. Here comes Slater then round the outside of Jumeirah into the final corner. Tomlinson leading it out. Slater, Jumeirah in that order down the last straight. It's going to be Isaac Tomlinson bringing it down. Here comes the pressure though. Slater's going to nick the race win on the line. Tomlinson for 2. More 7-year-old action on track. Who's leading this one out? Sandis Arms out of Norwich Flyers. He's leading it into that second corner. Where's Roberts Catkins? He's in there at about 3 at the moment, currently chasing down the 163 plate of Charlie Bromelo out of Preston Pirates. Catkins is in there in that 3 spot. Who's in 4? That's Benji Ross Foster, but it's all about Sandy Saunders at the moment, heading down the final straight. He's going to pick up the moto win in race 320. Who's out on track? Check out Shelby Yates, the YouTube sensation. Had a crash in his last moto, but he's doing the business at the moment in race 321 for Birmingham National Race Team. He's running away from the rest of the pack at the moment. Who's in there for the 2 spot as they come on round? Looking like we've got the 393 involved. That is John Joe Blundell out of Runnymede being chased down by the Bronte crew. Louis Austin out of the Brookwood Park National Race Team. Heading down the final straight, Shelby Yates has checked out from the pack and picking up the race win. That looks like Gosport National Race Team's Eddie Brown leading out the next race. He's going 1 and 2. Where is Oliver Bridle? He's in there at the moment looking to pick up a position as they come on round. The 263 is in there in that 2 spot. That is Charlie State out of Peterborough Phantoms with the 133 of Alexander French. Picking up a top 3 spot. We haven't got the British champ bridle in this one. Not quite sure why, but you are looking at Eddie Brown picking up the race win in race 322. I won't. I won't. I'll keep quiet. Straight back into the race, and then, ladies and gents, the 7-year-old little ladies. Race 3-2-3. Thorrows, Reese, McGoldrick, Jones, Laurie, Chambers, Anderson, and Steele. Check out the front 3 little ladies are checking out from the pack already, and we're hardly even at the exit of turn number 1. Sophia Reese leads this one off for Crank BMX coaches. She's going 1 and 2 with your British champ. That is Esme Anderson, who's in there for 3. That is Hattie McGoldrick. GT Factory in and out of the second turn they go. They've been swapping and changing positions all day long. Henry Thorrows is in there for the 4 spot, but she's under pressure from Alice Laurie out of the mid-lanks. Anderson dives underneath Reese in the final turn, didn't quite make it stick. The 905 is in there in 5. That's Aubrey Chambers. Hattie McGoldrick's getting busy down the final street. She's going to nick the 2 spot on the line by the looks of it. Wow, wow, wow. The 7-year-old girls. The fallen rider was the 278 plate. That was Opal Jones. Put your hands together for Opal, ladies and gents. 8-year-old boys hit the track. Check out Rapid Roman Birdfield. He's going to hold shot into turn number 1. Birdfield leads it out. That's got to be Frankie Jones, LCC BMX race team. Right there with him in the 2 spot. Who's the Brunty rider? As they come on round, Cooper Crowley out of Brumwood Park National Race Team. He's currently going 3 and 4 with his teammate. That's Connor Grant. Sorry about that. Out on track then, it is Birdfield leading this one through on the 595. He's on a charge this weekend on his home track here at Birmingham. Going to bring it down the final straight with Jones in there behind him, and the Brunty crew picking up the 3 spot with Connor Grant. Race 325, unless you're not.
Tell you what, all this techno, I feel like I'm at a Euro round from 1997. Somewhere in the depths of Holland. Theo Harris, Albie Stimson, Arlo Payne, probably Arlo's choice actually. Vlad the Viking, Leopardatu, Joseph Clayton and Arlo Hatch all in that one. Race 326, Atlas Lewisfield, Jonah Taylor, Teddy Gorman, Ollie Underhill, Jack Hale, Rory Kempsford, and my mate Oscar Rao the Daft. He's in there in 2, being chased down by Rory. The 530 of Jack Hale, he's in there in 4. The 01 Racing have got Jonah Taylor in there. And he's having a scrap with Atlas Lewis Field. Race 327, Logan Aceto. In there in that second spot, he's got Oscar Granger to deal with. Albie Blight, Archie Fisher, Oakley Ryder Bays, and Cameron Joseph. It's Archie Fisher leading it into the corner. Logan's in there in 2, Albie in 3. Cameron Joseph rounding out the top 4. Danger Granger in there in 5. And Oscar Ryder Bays in 6. Race 328, Matilda Hewitt, Susie Wyatt, Mia Chalk, Mabel Payne, Kylie Dixon, Abigail Henning and Izzy Moore. Looks like Mabel's out in front. Matilda in there in 2, Abigail in 3. 104, Izzy Moore. The 919, that belongs to, no, I'm not doing it again, Kylie Dixon. And Mia Chalk going through as well. As we watch Evie Farrington Bell, Maggie Devine, Ola Jewis, Bella Henry, Flick Brentnall and Luciana Pinson Barron. In moto number 329. Ola's out in front, Maggie's in there in 2. Flick going through in 3. Hackney's Isabella Henry in there in 4. Luciana in 5. And Evie doing a great job in 6. On to the 9-year-old boys, Lawson Hitchens, Joshua Hall in this one. One from Bristol, one from Birmingham. Seb Perry's in there as well. Seth Robinson, Callum Wood, Oscar Marco and Harley Laker out of the Hawks. He's back there in about 6, but pushing hard. The 329 is Callum Woods. He's out of Green Machine Tribe. Brunty, Seth Robinson in there in 3. Race 331, James Diver, Oakley Hill. Ashley Carlos, Regan Jones, Ethan, the Great White leading it out. Joseph O'Brien and Xavier Darley. This is Moto 321. Right, we're just racking up the requests. And it's burning through my mobile phone battery, I know that. I got a cable in the car. Is it USB-C? Yeah, go on, dive in, Lewis, while I sort my phone out.
Like I said earlier, all sorts of carnage up here. Right, out on track then, you are looking at the move coming from Jake Avis in turn number 2. Yeah, we are on race 334, ladies and gents. Alfie Thorne in there in that 2 spot out of Urban Air BMX looking to make moves. Here comes Garbachick. He's dived underneath in the final turn. Avis going to lead it down to the wire. Thorne under pressure right away to the stripe. I think Garbachick might have just nicked it. Noah Northcott is on track in there in about 4 of the minute, doing it for Reactive Racing in race 335. Dominic Zapanasso is trying to stay glued to that back wheel of Big Hen Sullivan as they bring it into the final turn. Big Hens, Zapanos, that's your 1 and 2. Alexander Gilbert in there for 3. Northcott, though, putting the pressure on Gilbert as they bring it down the final straight. Northcott, Gilbert to the wire. Gilbert's going to hang on to the 3 spot. Race 336, 9-year-old girls on track. You are looking at your British champ, Phoebe Millar on a Moto 1 race team, heading in and back out of turn number 2. She's currently going 1 or 2 with Maisie Dyson out of Bradford Bandits on the 735 bike. Preston Pirates are in the mix inside the top 3. Amika Gibson on the 138. Look at the move in the final turn. Looked like Autumn Moore looked at the inside. of Gibson in the last turn, but didn't quite dive underneath. Oh, looks like Millar's blown a pedal down the final straight. She's dropped back to about 4 or 5. Not quite sure what happened. As race 337 hits turn number 2, these two little ladies have been battling it out for years already, and they're only in the 9-year-old girls category. You are looking at Lauren Snell in there in 2, chasing down your race leader Ella Grant. Grant's out there in 1, Snell's in there for 2, who's in 3. Looking like we've got the fast signatures rider. That is Madison Stupple under Gosport BMX Club. She's been chased through the final straight by Peterborough Phantoms Layla Dixon, who's going to round out the top 4 spots. Race 338 on track. Haynes leads this one out. He's going to 1 or 2 at the moment with Jack Kitching. Out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Ollie Bird is in there for 3, doing a Fish and Ace Reed Academy. TNT in there as well. Looks like that could be what looks like Oliver Hawker. Yes, it is on the 25 plate. Hawker being chased down by the 45 of Luca Tramontano down the final straight, but it's going to be Haynes with the race win out front. Race 339, 10-year-old boys on track. That looks like Aidan Baptiste in there in 3, chasing down the reactive rider just in front. That's George Spencer on the 10 plate, but Pro Star, your British champion Ethan Shaw checking out from the rest of the pack. I'm pretty certain he's already wrapped up the national title in this age group as well, so congrats to Ethan as he brings it down the final straight and across the line for another moto win.
Right, this one's for Nikki Hotwood. She's asked for this one. Is this the one where the video they were just driving around in a limousine hanging out of the sunroof? It was, wasn't it?
I hope you weren't asking me. I've not got a clue.
No.
Not got a clue.
I was asking Casey.
Oh, there we go
it.
then. Casey will know. He's the music
all they
man.
did was drive around in a limo, hang out the roof, and call it motorway services. It was the weakest music video of all time. It was terrible. But, you know, what can you do with 500 quid as a video budget? Not a lot. Where are we up to? Is that Reactive Racing? 341. Jack Belton. Yep. Rocco Westwood was Rocco in there in about 3. Battling away. Lexi Carlos, Tobias Groves, all going through as well. Dougie Johnson, Rory Smith, and Bobby McKenna. As we move on to race the 342. Aston John Ryder, Oscar Ryder Bays, Chester Grocott, William Arnold, Otto Watmore Randall, Oakley Lewisfield, Jack Griggs, and Jake James. Where is Aston John Lee? Are we looking at the right moto? He's there, he's out in front. Well done, Aston, good lad. Race 343. He doesn't know it, but he's singing along, isn't he? Hey, tell you, sneaky. George Kellum in there in that second spot, chasing down Arthur Donaldson to the line. Moto 343, Benjamin Tanzer was in there as well. And Charlie, the new sheriff in town. Race 344, Emma Dean, Molly Tomlinson, Una Svensson. I've had a message from Una's mum. She was the most enthusiastic parent in BMX. She asked if there was a prize for that. No, is the answer. Unless it's me talking about you on the live stream. That's not much of a prize, really. It's rubbish. Sorry, Sophie. But yes, very, very impressed with your enthusiastic BMX parent behaviour. Including the pointing as she went down the last straight. It was great. Loved it. The things you see and remember, eh? Yeah, Agnes Lamb in there in 3. Roxy Rose. See how I was just seamlessly filtered back into commentary there. Roxy Morgan. We actually do take things somewhat seriously when we get to the quarters and the semis. I promise. I'm not lying. I'm just being economical with the truth. Right, where we're looking. What's happened to Arlo Steinmetz? I've not seen him on track. Has he's not had a roll round on the floor, has he? Yeah. Not sure. Anyway. Race 347, Connor Hemmill, Stanley Duffy, Jack Swales, Clayton Southall, Ollie Riches, Arthur Claydon and Zachary Farrington Bell. It is the hitman Connor Hemhill out in front. The 18 in there in 2. That's going to be Arthur Claydon. Mr. Riches in there in that 3rd spot. With Clayton Southall going through in 4, but he's under pressure as they come to the line by Jack Swales. I have no idea what this track is. 3, 4. What? This one's for Sophie Elwood, is it? Right, okay. Sophie, this one's for you. Picked by your dad. As we go in and out of that turn. Finlay Hewitt, Seth Ritchie, Ernie Cottender, Cesarias. This H, is that right? It's not H, is it? Who is it? Yeah, I'm not down with the old new school rap stuff. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. That's Ronnie Wood in there in front. So that's Edward Cordery in there in 2. 3, 4, 9. Do you want to carry on, Lewis?
This song request third moto has sent the race day into turmoil. Right, race 350 on track. Freddie Ray Orland, LCC race team out front going 1 and 2 with Joey McAvoy. Out of Team Maybo UK, that's your front 2 riders at the moment. The 36 plate in there in 3. That's not Wilson Ayton, is it? It's grown about 3 feet since I last saw Wilson. So Wilson's going through inside the top 3 spots at the moment for Derby BMX Club. Race 351 on track. Where's Jacob Anderson? He's got to be at the front of the pack on the 1 bike, heading towards that 2nd corner. Where's the W8 of Benny Jackson? He's right there behind him, being chased through though by the rider in 3. That's Finn Munro. The front 3 riders are separating from the rest of the pack at the moment. That looks like the 15 plate in there in 4. Rex Beasley had a stay strong C&K, but it's all about Anderson and Jackson at the moment, neck and neck down the final straight. Anderson, Jackson, Munro, 1, 2, 3. Race 352, 11-year-old girls out on track. Got to be led away by the European number 4, Betty Wills, going to 1 and 2 with what looks like Bonnie Dudley out of Evolve Collective as they bring it into that 2nd turn and back out again. Here comes the MCR rider, Ellie Beat on the 14 plate. She made her move and made his stick on the exit of turn number 2. She's gone from 3 to 2 in and out of the final corner. The 9 plate is in there in 4. That's Macy Surtees out of the Sinead Reid Academy. She's being chased down by Ophelia Shepherd, doing it for Team Bunnies. But your race winner, Betty Wills out of Pro Star BMX. Smith, Pritchard, Richardson, Egan, Holmes, Walden, Puddock and Underhill all out on track. That looks like it could be Richardson in there in that 4 spot, chasing down Puddock in there for Puddock hits the deck on the exit of turn number 2. The national champ then looking good, going 1 and 2 with the 11 plate of Ada Walden. Maisie Egan out front, GT Factory checking out from the rest of the pack. Holly Richardson in there for 3, Pritchard's in 4, Underhill in 5. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Jamie Puddock back up to her feet, riding away. Race 354 hits the track gate, goes down Weorico, who's out of the inside. Got to be Freya Montfort heading for the first turn out of Peckham BMX. But the leader into the turn is going to be the 3 plate. Trixie Trays, Evolve Collective out front. Trays leads this one out, Montfort in there for 2. Aria Rosalie is banging Bose through the 2nd straight. Looks like that could have been Amelia Rowe on the 889, trying to work her way into a top 3 spot, but didn't quite make his stick, so she's back there in 4 at the minute, doing it for Flirt Bicycle Motocross as they come into the final turn. Lee just about fending off the attack as they bring it down the final straight. Trays and Montfort, that's your 1 and 2. Here comes the late charge down the last straight. It is going to be Rowe nicking a 3 spot on the line. James Bibby leads out the next moto in the 12-year-old boys. He's going 1 and 2 at the moment with what looks like the 23 plate, bringing it into the final corner. That is Albert Alazans. He's just in front of Zach Everly out of Team Mayber UK. So it's Pro Starts. James Bibby, European number 4, picking up that race win. Attar Jamira on track in there in that 2 spot. He's currently chasing down Ronnie Payne, looking for a way round the outside into the second turn. Who's that in there for 3? Looks like it could be Emil Challenger with his club mate in this one as well. That is Lawrence Bojang, but it is still Payne out front. Jamira looks for a high level in the final turn, didn't quite make his stick. Akinbrazia rounding out the top 4 spots at the moment as to bring it down the last straight. Jamira putting the pressure on Payne across the line. Payne hangs on to the win. Race 357, Archie Bell on track, leading this one out for B Strong Race Team. He's currently going through with, where is Ethan Buttery? He's in there at about 4 or 5 at the moment, having the move put on him in turn number 2. But it's all about Bell at the moment. The 908 plate in there in that 2 spot. Ethan Ludlow out of Redditch Premiers. He's being chased down by the 325 of Archie Phillips. Doing it for Nottingham Outlaws is to bring it through the final straight. That's going to be a 1-2-3 with Bell leading the way. Looks like we lost a rider in turn number 2, I think. I think Thomas Allen fell. I think he crashed in that second turn as well. Let's hope that he's all right. He's finishing his lap. Race 358 out on track. 12-year-old boys heading into turn number 1. Who's on the inside? Looking like it could be Jack Devine, sorted race gear. Your European number 4 leads this one out. Who's in there for 2 and 3? Looking like on the inside is Isaac the Sender Smith. That looks like it could be Retro Racing Zach Hamill, who was glued to his right-hand shoulder as he entered turn number 2. He's looking for a way round still as they go in and out of the final turn. Devine, here comes Hamill. Devine leads out the race. The Sender is going to hang on to that 2 spot as Hamill goes through in 3. Archie Croker White leads out race 359 in and back out of that first corner. Who's he going 1 and 2 with? Looks like that could be Sam Richards out of Green Machine Braintree. BMX is on the inside and they're inside the top 3. Noah Ford on the 33 plate, but the move came from the outside. That was Jack Laughlin who worked his way into that 3 spot. Then so that shuffles forward back to that 4. Jed Thompson's in there in 5, but Archie Croker White taking it to him for absolute. He's going to be a race winner in race 3. 5 at 9, race 360 on track. Leighton Harding's in there in that 3 spot, chasing down Marcus Mullen in 2. But your race leader, B Strong Race Team, Leah Rowland's on a charge in and out of that second corner. Who's in there for that 4? Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution. Mullen, under pressure from Harding as they go in and out of the final corner. Rowland's looking safe and clear at the front of the pack, leading them down the final straight. Mullen, Harding, that's going to be your 2 and 3 with Taylor rounding out the top 4.
Right, 361, bit of prodigy and fire starter for Wayne Buttery. So Bram Heaver, Harry Swales, Ocean King, Philly Murphy, Joe Rook, Mason Barnard and Adrian Galitis all in this one. Rook in 1, Swales in 2, Galitis in 3. Philly Murphy doing it for Nuneaton on that 55 plate Team Mind. That belongs to Ocean King. As we move on to Moto 362. Oh, it's the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching girls out in front. Brooke Fawcett and Grace Gerard going 1 and 2. Hannah Mackey doing it for LVG National Race Team, pushing hard as well. The 6 and the 3. That's Poppy May Kirby and Lauren Keller. They're going 3 and 4. Winnie Andrews in there in 5. But it's going to be Brooke Fawcett and Grace Gerard going 1 and 2. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out in front. Race 363. Elizabeth Graham, Mara McCarran, Elsie Blight, Caitlin Bird, Freya Harris, Lexi Adams, and Millie Ross. Freya Harris leading it into the corner. That's going to be Elsie Blight in there in 2. Lexi Adams on that 498, the 26. That belongs to Elizabeth Graham out of Cumbernauld. She's battling hard down that final straight. Race 364. Still with the 12-year-old girls. Don't forget, we are going into quarterfinals straight after the motos. Quarterfinals straight after the motos. Ocean Headley, Lily Mae Gould, Evie Dyson, Iris Hyder out in front. Emily Barter, Lainey Cordin, who I think's got a birthday coming up as well, so happy birthday, Lainey. And Seren Pritchard. Race 365, Oliver Arnold in this one. He's in there in 5. Bodie Markley, Ethan Rogers, Mabel UK out there in 1. Ethan Crooks Martin in 2. Stanley Farmer rounding out the 3, the 31. That belongs to Bodie. As we move on to Moto 366, Bishop, Tozadilo, Tyres, Bojang, Jackson, Brooks and Ballard. Moto 1's Harry Tyres out in front. Tozadilo's trying to get involved. Just gives up a position to Bojang. Going to have another go at getting it back though in that final turn. Dives underneath, makes his move. Drag racing down the straight. Reuben Bishop on the 467 doing it for Bournemouth BMX Club. And the 41 was George Jackson.
Oh, is it?
This is another Euro dance track. I've not heard this before, actually. Oh, has it? Right, okay. That I did not know. Right, sorry, that was James Miller and Max McNulty battling in Moto 368. Ben Tibor Kiss, Zavi Fox, Cooper, Ralph Sowerby, Charlie Bob Craig. Doing it for Manchester BMX Club and the Bogbusters. Oh, riders down in the corner. Oh, a bit of Beastie Boys. I wonder who requested this. What are you shaking your head at, Mrs. Eames? Yeah, a bit of S Club. Reach for the stars. Be dancing away. I think it was Ralph Sowerby and Jamie Turblanche that hit the deck. Right, JP Jack Perkins in this one. We are looking at Moto 370, Thomas Honeywell, Jude Hoff, Harry Holmes, Max Vass, Joshua Lewis and Oscar Walden in this one. But it's Mabel's JP out in front. Went to the Mabel race day last weekend in the Netherlands. It was a tad warm, I believe, Lewis. The 12, that belongs to Max Vass, just battling with him down that final straight. Vass and Perkins. Honeywell in there in 3. That's going to be Walden in 4. And Braintree's Harry Holmes rounded out the 5. Race 371, Ethan Howell. James Joseph Roy Pipe. Toby Smith, Dylan Spence, Riley Butt, Harry Shaw and Louis Kacharik. Louis in there in 4th, chasing down the Bunnies rider. Dylan Spence, who's in there in 3. Well, looks like Evolved Collective's Ethan Howell taking the win. On to the 13-year-old girls, Amara Feifel, Lily Yerbring, Martha Cottam, Sophie Mee, Nair O'Connell, and Georgia Surtees. Georgia in that 4th spot, doing it for the Sinead Reed Academy. I spy Sinead over there by the fence. Give us a wave, Sinead. There we go. There ain't no party like an Ace Club party. There you go. I didn't request this, by the way. Race 373. Go on, you carry on. 373. I'll have a boogie.
Rich is a bit preoccupied at the moment. Race 373 on track. 13-year-old girls. That's got to be Emma Kiss leading this one out. On the 3 plate, going 1 and 2 with Esme Ward down the final straight. Ward putting the pressure on right the way down to the line. I think Ward might have just nicked it as they went across the stripe. Next up, race 374. Looks like Ruby Warren leads this one out. Your national number 2 from last year. Pure Bicycles looking good at the moment. Who's in there for the 2-spot? Holly Diver out of the Titans. On the 11 plate, being chased down by Jump Club S&M Saucer. Nooshka Jones in there for 3. The 15 plate in 4. That's Clara Salmon. And she's been chased down by Nora Syred out of Team Mind in there for 5. But it's all about Warren picking up that moto win. 17 to 18-year-olds out on track. Che Young leads this one out. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Josh Williams into that second corner. Who's in there for 3? Looks like we've got the Centurions rider, Lewis Cook. That's going to be your front 3. Brandon Mallon's in there for 4 on the 197 plate. But it's all about Young out front, picking up this moto win in race 375. On Esselmont goes 1 and 2 with Charlie Granger in and out of that first corner. Who's in there for 3? Have a word, Angela. Have a word with him. Patrick Dyer in there for 3. Oh, dear. Whew. Someone give me a break, please. Esselmont picks up that race win. Race 377 on track. Elliot Brook leads this one out. Tom Doran in there behind him in that 2 spot. Josh Simpson Jacobs is in there for 3. Who's in 4? SAS race team Sam Hamlin bringing it on through the 3rd straight. Hamlin looking for a way round Jacobs in the final turn. Jacobs though now chasing down Doran on the exit of the final corner. It's going to be Brook out front though for Rab Racing. Looking good as they come across the line. Race 378 hits the first turn. Dexter Gambay leads this one out. For Peckham BMX, he's coming 1 and 2 with Hard Knocks as Jaden Fawcett into that second corner. Where's Devante Malio? He's in there in about 6 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do to catch the rider just in front of him. On the 38 plate is to come on round. That is Callum Heath out of Redditch Premiers, but it's going to be Gambay Fawcett in that order across the line. That looked like Max Burgess in there for the 3. Moving on to the... to race 379, George Gerard. Currently going 1 and 2 with the 44 plate of Lamina Kareli. That looks like it could be Zach Green in there for 3. Repping the BMX Race Hub colours in and out of that final turn. Malachi Price rounding out the top 4 spots, but it's all about George Gerard in race 379. That looks like the 14-year-old boys hitting the first turn. Ronnie Richards on the inside of this one. He's in there in about 3 at the minute, but Newton Hindley leads this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with Zach Childs to bring it into that second corner. Richards is in there for 3. Check out Billy Harrison getting busy in the turns. Works his way up to 3 from 4, but here comes Richards back at him into the final corner. Harrison's not done yet. Elbow bashing on the exit of the final corner, trying to make a top 3 stick. Not quite going to get close enough. Oh! Pile up on the first straight. Who's leading it? Logan Young in and out of the first turn for DC Cycles. Young going 1 and 2 with Bruce Anthony. Nathaniel Eames is in there for 3, doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. That looks like 0-1 Racing in there as well inside the top 4. That's got to be Blake Allison, but it's Young out front. Anthony looking for a way round in and out of the final turn. It's going to be Young. Anthony, that's your 1 and 2. Anthony with a late charge down the final straight. Gonna nick the 1 spot on the line. Eames in there for 3. Your fallen riders, Nate Hamilton, Milo Weller back up to their feet. That looks like Callum Howe as well. He's back up as well. Put your hands together for the 3 fallen riders, ladies and gents. Race 382 hits the track, then heading down the first straight. The 14-year-old boys are going at it into the turn. Who's going to get the whole shot? Looking like Heath Osborne all the way from lane number 8. Osborne, Birmingham, and Elvis Lawrence has hit the deck. There were bows flying with Brody Getty. Osborne hits the deck in the turn. Oh my word. Heath Osborne has to pick himself back up. That leaves tyres and Getty's out front, battling it out down the final straight. Who's going to get the top 3 spot down the last straight? Going to be the 32 of Oliver Taylor. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Elvis Lawrence and Heath Osborne both finishing their laps.
I haven't listened to music in ages.
Race 383 hits the track. James Cottrell leads it into turn number 1. He's going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Isaac Shaw. Pro Star BMX picking it up as they come on round 1. Rider pulls on the ripcord. That looks like his race is done and over. So Cotty, Shaw, that's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's picking up the 3 as they come on round? That's going to be the 26 plate of Adam Stevenson out of Barnsbury. Looks like we've got a hot shot rider in there as well. That's Samuel Rollison in there for a top 4 spot, but your world number 7 takes a race win. Kobe Rayford on track, ladies and gents, leads it out. Your European number 2 looking good. Oscar Jewell is in there in that 2 spot. Harrison Barnes in there for 3. That's your 1, 2, 3 as it stands. They are pulling away from the rest of the pack. 24 plate in there as well. That's Leo Cranston rounding out the top 4 spots, but he's under pressure from the 14 plate of Noah Buttery, who looks for a high low in the final turn. Cranston, Buttery going at it for a top 4 spot. Looks like Buttery's going to nick it on the wire. Cranston for 5. Race 385 on track, in and out of that first turn. Lynch, Guppy, that's your 1 and 2. Robin Mattern Alonso's in there for 3. Henry Shenton's in 4, doing it for Team Buddies. Buddies sorted, race gear and absolute bicycle motocross. That's your front 2 riders. Guppy on the inside. Oh, couldn't quite squeeze it under. Lynch stood his ground. He's going to be your race winner, taking it down to the wire. Guppy, Alonso 2 and 3. Race 386 on track. McFarlane, Duffy, Linscott, Beerup, Notman, Lawrence and Westmore. Where is Todd Smith? Notman is at the front of the pack, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. The movers come from Dexter Beerup in turn number 2. Look at the riders in 4 and 5. They are banging bows. The 30 plate of Westmore's got the advantage at the moment. Dexter Beerup is having a flying lap, ladies and gents. A turn number 2 move, a turn number 3 move. He goes from 3 to 1 and picks up the race win. 14-year-old girls on track. In and out of that first corner they go. Got to be Eaton leading this one out. Your British champ going 1 and 2 with Rin Janalino as they bring it into the second corner. Who's that in there for 3? Looks like the BRE racing rider. That is Ellie Moore on her home track here at Birmingham. She's being chased down by the 4 plate of Lexi Cairns out of Allen's Factory Supercross. Libby Coppins in there in 5, doing it for Crucial, looking for a way round Cairns. Down the final straight, Janalino putting the pressure on Eaton to bring it across the line. That one was tight for the race win. Race 388 out on track. Jalila Patel going in 1 and 2 with Bella Rowe as they bring it into that second corner. That looks like it could be the 7 plate in there for that 3 spots. That was Matilda Saharev. Right, 15-year-old boys on track. Who's leading this one out? Gotta be William Chaplin. LVG NRT is going 1 and 2 with Logan Woodison as he head for the final turn. The world number 3 of MEC Woods in there inside the top 3. That's gotta be Cooper McCrum in there in 4. He's under pressure from Davey down the final straight. Who's gonna get the 4 spot? McCrum's gonna hang on across the line. In behind Seawood in 3. Race 390 on track. Lucas Osborne leads this one out. His brothers just hit the deck in turn number 2. Lucas, though, sticks it up right and he leads it away from the 7 plate of Bradley James as they bring it into the final turn. Who's that in there for the 3 spot? Right round the outside, got to be Henry Radcliffe on the 32 plate out of decoy. He's going to round out the top 3 spots with Osborne out front. We are looking at the 4 plate of Lucas Seeley leading out race number 391. Doing it for Rab Racing. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we have got Ollie Kirby. Doing it for Green Machine Tribe out of Decoy BMX, but he's being chased down by MK's Ollie Blanche on the 37 plate. The 362 is in there inside the top 4. That is Julian Gonzalez out of Hackney BMX, but it's going to be Seeley down the final straight with the race win for Rab Racing. Race 392 on track. You are looking at Ty DS in and out of that first corner. Who's in there with him? You are looking at Rufus Cosinue out of SVT Mongoose in and out of turn number 2. There's Boza flying. That looks like the template trying to get involved. Got to be Mason Groves, but Freddie Franklin's hanging on to a top 3 spot in and out of the final corner. Ty DS, Cosinue. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. Who's going to get the 3 spot? Looks like Groves has just nicked it. Race 393 on track. Binney, Lloyd, Dunkley, Tomlinson, Mayer, Bradford and Gould. It is going to be Harvey Tomlinson leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with Evolved Collectives. Alex Dunkley in and out of that second corner. The 31 plate of David Opray is in there inside the top 3, in and out of the final turn. That's got to be Malachi Lloyd in there for 4, being chased down by the Outlaws rider. That is Joshua Bradford running out the top 5 positions. As race 394 exits turn number 1, you are looking at Fluent Bicycle Motocross's Oliver James going 1 and 2 with Freddie Entwistle out of Birmingham National Race Team, who's in there for a top 3 spot at the moment. Got to be Harry Schofield. He's grown about 3 feet since I've seen him last, and he's absolutely charging out of that final turn. He's not been on his race bike racing laps for quite a while, so good to see him picking up a 3rd spot in that race. 15-year-old girls in race 395, Brown, French, Brewer, Burge, Watson and Cooper. That's all of Cooper in there in about 4, looking for a way round Grace Burge as he enters that second turn. Burge in there behind Ailey Watson, who's hanging on to that 2 spot. But your race leader, the European number 4, Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. In and out of the final corner she goes. Absolute Bicycle Motocross going to pick up this moto win in race 395. 396 enters turn number 1, and they are led away by Summer Glynn on the 804 plate, going 1 and 2 with what looks like Lottie McFarlane out of Peterborough Phantoms, who's the rider picking up 3 as they come on round. Looks like Ava Wright out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross on the 7 plate, bringing it into the final turn. Is getting busy for the 1 spot. McFarlane looking for a way round Glynn. Glynn, though, hanging on as they bring it down the last straight. Glynn, McFarlane, right. That's your 1, 2, 3. The 4 spot going to go to Ruby Walford.
Right, moving on. Moto 397 out in front in those Mabel UK colours. It's Noah Everly in there in 1. Barata in 2. Sean Brown's worked his way into 3. Kai Blaine's in there in 4. And that puts John O'Harry in there in 5. Kasperi Reynolds in there in 6. Everly taking the win, though, as we move on to 398. Eli Smith. Absolutely on fire today. Already had a moto win. Oh! 1, 2 riders going down. That includes Ollie Coppin out of Crucial. Not sure who the other rider was. Meanwhile, Eli Smith checking out. He's in a different postcode. Who hit the deck? No idea who it was. It might have been Samson Townsend, actually. Just working it out by process of elimination. It was Samson. $3.99 got to Shea Jordan, Thomas K, Finley Collis and Kai Bowen in this one. Bowen the first to show as they head in and out of the turn. Quarterfinals have been drawn. Quarterfinals have been drawn. We are going with the quarters straight after the motos. Quarterfinals straight after the motos. Kai Bowen out in front. 47. Shea Jordan in there in 2. Angus Graham going through in 3. Tom Case trying to get involved. He's back there in about 6. Trying to deal with the rider from the Hawks, which was Bradley Davison. Race 400, Smiley Maloney, Imogen Cockrell, Eleanor Curtis, Missy Large, and Sophie Kynaston. These are your 16-year-old girls. Looks like Sophie's out in front. Imogen's in there in 2. Oh, we got to ride it down right near the finish line. Imogen in 2. Eleanor's in there in 3. Smiley and Missy. Not sure who hit the deck, right close to the line. It was Jack de Jong who hit the deck at the finish line. Rider out of Cumbernauld. He's somewhat walking away. Let's hope he's all right. Right, quarterfinals are drawn as Jess Marriott and Amelia Everly go in and out of that turn. They're 1 and 2. Charlotte Stanley in there. Anya Mata and Alonso looking like she's had a bit of a problem. Trying to work her way back down that final straight. Race 402, Ruby Moores chasing down Alexi Waits. Those two young ladies may be battling through many, many years to come, and it will be a delight to watch. Alexis McCartney in there in 3. That looks like Isla Radcliffe in 4. BB Alderton in 5. And Lucy Groundwater in there in 6. As we watch Jack Bradshaw come in and out of that turn. Mika Pritchard, Yetska Hemstock and Tilly McCrum. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 right now. Lacey Bird in there in 5. Ella Lamb in 6. Jamie Hyam in 7. But it's going to be Jaya taking the win from Mika and Yetska. Race 404. Molly Simpson in this one. She's in there in 4. Annabelle Charlton in 5. Alaya Rakaleli's in there. Megan Gerard, Fumi Adremi Hepburn. And Esme Brooke, but it's Megan Gerard. Rab Racing out there in 1. Gerard, Brooke. 1 and 2. Taking it to the line. As we move on to 19 to 29-year-olds. Finley Clark, Connor Hudson, Callum Chard Maple. And it is Callum out there in front. Jason Daly, Oscar, Matthew Cowlard, Kendall Grieg and Finley Randall. Moto number 406, Joshua Izzard. In there in about 4th, Ollie Cope. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 2. Chasing down Alex Reed out of Derby. The Grieg boys are in the mix as well, and Keanu Schaefer-Cohen. Race 407, Josh Wallace, Daniel Kay, Ben Fitzsimmons, Pete Watson, Jaden Seaward in there in 2, Ruben Smith doing it for DC Cycles out in front, Josh Wallace in 3, the 16, that is Daniel Kay, he's in there in 4, being pursued by Benji Fitzsimmons, Watson just there behind them. Right. Moving on. I think that's Remy Godfrey in there in 3. I'm just struggling to turn this page. Hang on a minute. Right, Moto 410, Molly Nice, Evie Webster, Suzanne Jenkins in this one, Annie Chiziwa, Amy Willits, Fon Clements, and Hannah Drew. It is Evie Webster out in front, Hannah Drew in 2, Amy Willits in 3, Molly Nice in there in 4, Fon Clements in 5, and the Bunnies rider Annie Chiziwa in 6. It's going to be Evie bringing it to the line from Hannah. Amy's going to round out the top 3. Izzy Hurry in this one. Right behind Olivia Firth. Nita Wong in there as well. That's going to be Harriet Alexander in there in 2. Chasing down Megan Kirby. Harriet just trying to make a move underneath. Olivia's looking comfortable in that 3rd spot. Izzy aboard that lovely looking Mabo. Magic Manda coming through as well. And the 684 of Fiona Barry. On to the Masters. Matt Bourne, Romney Wybrow Parker. That's a great name, isn't it? Like that one. Benjamin Martinez, George Higley, and Mr. Bettering, Dale Scott. Looks like the Crucial Boys are going to go 1 and 3. Martinez and Bourne. George Higley in there in 2. Dale Scott in 4. Race 413, where is Shaughnessy? On the inside there as they go into the turn. Billy Luckhurst, John Lillingston. And David James, no Chris Granger in this one, unfortunately. So Chris is all right. It's going to be Luckhurst and Issett. Is Lillingston going to pick up a 2 as they go down that final straight? Lillingston just stealing the 2. It's it for 3. 414 is Yamamoto, Bude, Mackie, Watson, Smith, Taroa, and Dixon. It's Watson and Bude going 1 and 2. Dixon's in there in 4. Chasing down Hayden Taroa. Occupying that 3. Big Nige Smith in there in 5. Andrew Mackie in that 6th spot. So BMX Widow picking up another moto win. All right, people, more veterans action. Zoltan Bude doing it for SVT Mongoose. Followed by Danny T and Mark Moore. 445, that is Grant Yerbury. Just challenging more down that fine straight. Matt Eaton in 5 as Hilly, Bryce, Fortune, Little, Knights. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Warlock getting a bit of a move on. Stealing positions away into that second turn. But it's hilly into the final corner. Going to take another moto win. Can Warlock hold it on for the 5? He's under pressure from Stuart Little. Is he going to hold it to the stripe? Oh! One for the transponders of truth. Sunday was nappy then, going down that second straight. John Perkins. Daniel Curry-George. Oggy leading it out. Rimmer chicken dinner. Dave Knowles in there in that third spot. Right, anyway, moving on. Championship women. Here we go. Betsy Back, Sienna Harvey, Taya Gaynor in this one. That looks like Lily Shaziwa working her way into the 3. But it is Emily Hutt out in front, doing it for the Be Strong race team. Taya Gaynor in there in 5. Annalise Cabin-Carpenter in 6. As they go in and out of that final turn, it's going to be Emily Hutt taking the win from Sienna Harvey and Betsy Backs. As we move on to the second rack of Championship Women. Right, Champ Women, Megan Roy, Sabina Ashman. Oh, Sabina Ashman. Dear me, I hope she's all right. That was a big one. Freya Chalice, Megan Roy. Going 1 and 2, Laurie Ann Carruthers in 3. Lucy Simpson in 4. Right, don't forget we got our traders in the Trade Village. Sorted Race Gear, DC Cycles, Green Machine, Crucial BMX. Pure Bicycles, B73 for all your last minute merchandise purchases. All our catering people. I feel like I missed some Enfuse Sports Nutrition. If you need gels and the like, go and see Rob. He's doing the taster bundles, which are a great way to get yourself involved with the Enfuse brand. And you helping all those companies that help out BMX. So yeah, if you can go and get our, go and see our traders, spend a little bit of money there. It's always gratefully received, and all the money comes straight back into the sport. So our traders, our retail partners, I'll shout them out again. B73 Tees, Pure Bicycles, Sorted Race Gear, DC Cycles, Green Machine, Enfuse Sports Nutrition. I feel like I'm missing somebody. I don't know who it is. I'm trying to visualize who's over the Sorted. Done that. I feel like I've missed one, and I don't know who it is. No, I've done Crucial. Anyway, have a dip round, see all our traders, put a bit of money into the BMX economy. Your contributions are gratefully received. Thank you. Yeah. All right, we are going quarterfinal racing straight after the motos. Quarterfinals straight after the motos. We ain't hanging around. Right, I'm hoping Sabina is not badly injured. She had a roll round on the floor last night at National Champs. She's had a very rough couple of days. She's walking away. That is good to see. Give Sabina a big round of applause. I think she deserves it. Don't forget, quarterfinals are going straight after the motos. Quarterfinals straight after the motos. Right, moving on to Junior Open. Just four motos left before we go into the quarters. Right, here we go with the Junior Open. We are looking at riders heading in and out of turn number one. That looks like Tyrese Bradshaw. Is it? No, it's Jay Bovell, I think. Hang on. Right, so Super Classic. What was that all about? Hang on a minute. I don't know what that was. No idea. Certainly wasn't on my sheet anyway. Right, this is Moto 420. JTL Simpson, Davis, Cody Coker, Lucas Webster, Miller Hughes, and Louis Tay Edwards into that first turn. Oh, looks like the rider from Absolute's blown a pedal. It's getting a bit windy down this second straight. JTL Simpson Davis, no such problems. He's out in front. Miller Hughes in there in two. Louis Tay Edwards going around the outside. Cody Coker in there in four. It's going to go to JTL Simpson Davis. Right, next door, more Junior Open action. James Clitheroe, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Chase Bicycles on the inside. Larkins in there in two. Thomas Miller in three. Heath Thomas. Oh, Ben Larkins goes down in a heap. Dear me, I hope he's all right. James Clitheroe, though, in and out of that final turn. He's going to take the win in this one. Thomas Miller in two. Heath Thomas in three. No Theodore Peterkin. After that crash earlier on. Ben Larkins. He's up and all right. Well done, Ben. Good lad. Two motos left. Superglass heading down the hill. Ben Cornish on the inside. Russell in the middle. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? It is going to be Bradley Russell on his home track here in Birmingham. Cornish, Boville, Bell. That is your 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the moment. Danny Jake 140 trying to get involved on the inside as they go into that turn. But it's Bradley Russell in and out the final turn. Ben Cornish tracking him down. Boville's going to pick up that 3. Unless Harrison Bell sneaks it at the line. Wow. Last moto, Markley, Marnham, Hill, Hunt, Tanner and Roy. In and out of the turn we go. Josh Marnham picking up the whole shot. Taylor Hunt in there in 2, Harry Tanner in 3. Everybody trying to stay in control as they go in and out of that second turn. Marnham's out front, looking good. Tanner battling with Taylor Hunt. The 139, that belongs to Casey Markley. He's going to settle for the 4. It's going to be Marnham, Tanner, Hunt, Markley. Right, motos are done. We're going to go straight into quarterfinals.
Quarter-final action hits the track, ladies and gents. These are the 9-year-olds. Big Hen Sullivan is headed for turn number 1. Sullivan leads it out. Who's that in there with him? Got to be Alfie Thorne. Out of Urban here, BMX, Asher 1 and 2. The front 4 are taking it through to the semis, and the bottom 4, that is unfortunately their day done. Christian Garbachik is in there in 3. Big Hens out front, they're looking good. Elliot Hatch is in there, rounded out the top 4 spots. The front 4 are running away from the rest of the pack at the moment. Your British champ, Big Hens, going to pick up this quarterfinal win. Alfie Thorne in there for the 2 spot. Garbachik in 3. Elliot Hatch is going to round out the top 4 positions.
All right, quarterfinal number 2 for the 9-year-olds. 4 going through, 4 going out. That's what knockout racing's all about. Avis, Perry, Gilbert, Northcott and Pritchard into the turn we go. Pritchard's in there in 6. It's all about that final qualifying spot. Who's going to pick up the 4? Avis is out in front. It's the 314 and the 600. Seb Perry and Felix Sakina, who are having the battle right now for that final spot in the semi-finals. Who's got it? 314, Seb Perry. He's not happy with that. He's making moves on Gilbert as well. It's all getting tidy in that final turn. Looks like the rider out of Fluent's been shuffled back into that 4th spot. Has Pritchard got anything for him? Gilbert and Pritchard to the line. Gilbert picks up the 4.
And Tech Perebny's on fire in his quarterfinal. In quarterfinal number 3, he's going 1 and 2 with Dominic Zapanos as they bring it into turn number 2. Who's the rider picking up the 3rd qualifying spot? Got to be the 216 of Charlie Blakebird. Out of MK Evolution, the front 3 riders have checked out from the rest of the pack. Who's the rider on the bubble in there in 4? That is the 758 of Oliver Ford. Out of the Hawks, he's being chased down though by the MK rider Leo Bridge. Bridge trying to close the gap down. I don't think it's going to get close enough. It is going to be Ford hanging on to that 4th qualifying spot.
Right, Ethan White and Oakley Hill leading out the final, last of the quarterfinals for the 9-year-olds. The war 757 is the man who's in there in 4, and that is Oscar Marco of DC Cycles in that final qualifying position. Callum Woods in there in 3. Who's got the 5 and looking for the 4? The 674 belongs to Vernell Challenger out of Brixton. He's probably left himself too much to do as they go down that final straight. Marco's going to hang on for that 4th spot, I think.
10-year-old quarterfinals are on track. Thomas Giles is at the front of the pack, repping the assorted race gear colours. He's heading for that second corner with what looks like George Spencer in the 2 spot. In and out they go. Who's in there for 3? Got to be Jack Kitching out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. He's being chased down by the 159 of Aidan Baptiste. Baptiste is in a qualifying spot at the moment, but he's being chased down by the 23 of Chester Grocott. Looks like Baptiste is safe for clearing through to the semi-finals.
Quarterfinal 2 for the 10-year-olds. Donaldson, Kacharik, Grove, Smythe, Jewish, Sheriff, Smith and Tramontano. Only 4 places available in the semi-finals. Looks like Kacharik's picked up that whole shot. Arthur Donaldson in there as well. Who's got the 3? Who's got the 4? Look at the battle. Jewish is battling with the rider from Sinead Reed Academy. I think that's going to be Luca Tramontano in there in 4. Jewis is all over the back of him and looking for a way round in the final corner. Oh, can't quite make it stick. Looks like he's going to make it in. That's going to be Luca Tramontano going through in 4.
There were 3 abreast in quarter-final number 7, but Ethan Shaw's going to take the advantage of British champ on his home track, leading this one out, doing it for Pro Star BMX. That's got to be Halo Wheels race team in that 2 spot. Rex Ford on the 3 plate, picking it up as they come on round. Last year's national champ, that is Charlie Dowson in a qualified spot in there in 3. The 20 plate is Ollie Bird. He's in there for 4, but he's being chased down by Aston John Lee. In and out of the final turn, Bird is hanging on to it for Sinead Reed Academy. He's going to bring it across the line in a qualifying spot.
Right, Jack Belton picking up the whole shot in the last of the quarterfinals for the 10-year-olds. Jack Haynes is in there as well. They are going 1 and 2. Jesse Rose is in there in 3. The 13 belongs to Rocco Westwood. Westwood's got the final qualifying spot right now, but he's under pressure from Oliver Hawker out of TNT. Hawker's in the 5. He wants the 4. Westwood's going to have to be smart down the final straight. Hawker's gone underneath and stolen it away. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Hawker and Westwood. Who's going to get into the stripe? Hawker's going to hang on.
11-year-old quarter-final action is on track, ladies and gents, and your national champion leads it away. Jacob Anderson looking good at the moment for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with Finn Munro out of Allen's factory. In and out of that second corner, the front 2 riders looking safe and clear. The 14 plate is in there for 3. That is Freddie Ray Orland out of the LCC crew. Joey McAvoy, Mabo UK, is in there for 4. The front 4 have checked out from the rest of the pack. Anderson, Munro, Orland and McAvoy in that order.
Quarterfinal number 2 for the 11-year-olds. In and out of the turn we go. Preston Newmarsh, Pow and Arthur Claydon are going to go 1 and 2 at the minute. Who's got that 3? Dayton's looking good. The 7 belongs to Teddy Jones. He's in there in 4. And Ollie Warner's in 5. He might have just left himself that bit too much to do. Preston Newmarsh, Pow, Birmingham National Race Team in and out of final turn. It's going to be him, Claydon, Dayton and Teddy Jones going through. Your fallers were Sebastian Hewitt and Brunty's Finlay Hewitt. Better luck tomorrow, boys.
Quarter-final number 11, here's the track, the 11-year-olds all go. Your British champion Connor Hemhill is going to lead it into the turn. GT Factory out front, then Hemhill going 1 and 2 with Edward Cordery on the exit of the first corner. The 8-plate of Murray Watson is in a qualifying spot in there in 3. Who's the 4? That is Oliver Richards. He's in there at the moment, but he's being chased down by Otto Parr out of Team Mine. That looks like the 30-plate of Ted Harvey out of Blackpool in there for 6. Them 2 riders got a bit of work to do if they want to catch Richards on the exit of turn number 3. Hemhill, Cordery, Watson, Richards. That's going to be your front 4 riders taking it through to the semis.
Last quarter-final for the 11s. It's getting busy in the turn. Ronnie Wood carved that one like a Christmas turkey. Benny Jackson in there in 2. The 15 and the 20. That belongs to Isaac Moore and Rex Beasley out of Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. So front 4 looking good at the minute, but Ronnie Wood on his home track here in Birmingham, in and out the final turn and in control. Benny Jackson knows he's safe in 2. Beasley's going to get the 3. 4 for Isaac Moore, all going through.
12-year-old quarter-final action is on track and it's led away by year 0-1 of Joe Rook. He's going 1 and 2 with Atar Jamira. Where is Jamira's teammate Isaac the Sender Smith? He's in there in 4 at the minute with Akin Brazia. In there in 5, got a bit of work to do to catch the Sender. On the exit of the second corner, the 20 plate of Harry Swales is splitting up the Rab Racing party at the moment. Inside the top 3, Rook, Jamira, Swales, the Sender. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4, and how they're going to take it across the line.
Right, James Bibby, Jack Devine, Leighton Hardy, 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Sam Riches is in there in 4. Reactive Jack Laughlin in there in 5. Pushing hard, trying to catch the other rider from the southwest as they go into that second turn. Bibby out in front and looking good. Bibby, Harding, Devine, the battle is on for 4. Riches is hanging on. Laughlin wants it off him though. Smart move's going to have to be made down this final straight. Divine under pressure now from Riches. Laughlin looking like he's going to go out in 5. Riches in there in 4.
Be Strong Race Team go 1 and 2 into turn number 1 in quarter-final number 15. Them 2 guys are leading it out. Roland's Bell in that order. The template of Ronnie Payne is in there for 3. Who's in 4? That is the 17 of Zach Hamill out of Retro Racing as they go in and out of the second corner. The 11 of Adrian Galitis has got it all to do if he wants to catch Hamill as they bring it into the final turn. Payne is split up the Be Strong party. So it's Roland's, Payne, Bell, Hamill, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Archie Crocker White into the corner with Marcus Mullen. Where is Zach Everly? He's in the middle of the pack. He's getting shuffled around like it's a deck of cards. He's been shuffled straight out of the back as well from 4th to 7th. So Maybo have got it all to do now if they want to make it into the semi-finals. Who's got that 4th spot? We are looking at the 18 plate and that belongs to Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution. Crocker White and Mullen out there in 1 and 2. Brixton in there in 3.
17, 29-year-old cruisers are on track. Gotta be your 4-time national champ. Brooks leading it into turn number 2. Rocky O'Brien is doing all he can to keep the gap as small as possible in there in that 2 spot, being chased down though by what looks like the 11X heading into the final turn. That's Caden Roberts out of DC Cycles. The battle's on for 4. Wallbridge, Brown, Wallbridge looking like he might just about hang on to that final qualifying spot, and then for 4.
Theo Pope, Thomas Miller, Moto 1 Race Team going 1 and 2 as they come out of the turn in the second of the quarterfinals. Matt McHugh's in there in 3. Luca Manzi going through in 4. Joshua Shaziwa trying to get involved. He's worked his way up into 5 now, but he's going to have his work cut out getting past Luca Manzi down this final straight. Has he got what it takes? Matt McHugh's under pressure now. Is he going to hang on to the 4? Here comes Chiswa. Is he going to steal it away? I think he is.
Quarterfinal number 19 is on track and it's led away by Dan Wilson. In and out of the first corner, he's going 1 and 2 with Tom Doran. Heading for that second corner. That's going to be Connor Blythe inside the top 3 as they go into that turn then. In and out they go. That looks like the Royal Air Force is in the mix, heading for the final corner. Pete Watson is under pressure though. Hamilton looks for a way underneath, didn't quite make it stick. Watson gonna hang on to that final qualified spot with your quarterfinal winner Dan Wilson.
Right, quarterfinal 20. I've got a horrible feeling that Jack Mowat came out of his pedals as he came out of the gate. Joshua Cates is in there as well. Who's going to work their way through in 1, 2, 3 and 4? Luke Davies, Hayes, Niall Moss trying to pick up the guy in 5 at the minute. Where is Colby Hoare? I think he's worked his way into that top 4 spot. BRE Racing getting involved as well. That is Sam Smith. Smith, he's in 5. He wants the 4. He's chasing DC Cycles and he's not going to get it.
13-year-old quarterfinal action is on track. Roland L's stuck an elbow in and he leads it out then through the second straight. L's going 1 and 2 with Eaton. Crooks Martin as they bring it into that second corner. Who's picking up the 3 spot as they come on through? Looks like that could be Ben's T-ball kiss. Yes, it is. Ben's heading into the final turn. In and out they go. The new addition, Tom Palmer 2.0. He's in there for 4. L's down to the wire. Going to take it through. Crooks Martin on the line. McNulty with the late charge, didn't get close enough.
Oh, Charlie Bob Craig got the squeeze, but he's managed to come out of that first turn in 4th. We are looking at the GT rider out in front. That's going to be James Miller. Riley Butts in there as well in 2. Charlie Bob making his move now up into 3. Wilcox is getting caught up in the battle, and the 26 as well. That belongs to Dylan Spence. Spence is in the 4. Wilcox is in the 5. Miller's going to get it. Miller, Butts, Craig and Spence.
Team Mabo UK are going 1 and 2 in the third of the 13-year-old quarterfinals. JP, Ethan Rogers, that's your 1 and 2 as it stands. Who's in there for 3? Got to be Lawrence Bojang out of Brixton BMX. The Moto 1 riders are going through. At the moment, it looks like we have got the 7 of the tyres. It is Harry Tyres just in front of Frankie Griffin as they go into the final turn. Tyres has made his move to go from 4 to 3, and Rogers has gone from 2 to 1. Rogers, JP, Tyres, Bojang in that order.
Right, Vass and Howell are going to go 1 and 2 into the turn in this final quarterfinal for the 13-year-olds. Torzadilo's in there as well in 4, but the pressure's coming on the outside from the 15 of Oliver Arnold. Smiley's Flight Club trying to get involved. He's worked his way in. He's not quite there because Torzadilo shut the door. The 10 in 3rd, that is Thomas Honeywell. It's going to go Howell, Vass, Honeywell. Who's going to get the 4? Torzadilo. Is he going to hang on to it? Here comes more pressure as well. It's going to be too close a finish.
14-year-old quarterfinal action is on track, ladies and gents. Oh, it's getting busy in turn number 1. Oh, Geddes hits the deck. All sorts of traffic getting created on the second straight. Rayford, Bailey, Shaw. That's your 1, 2, 3. Billy Harrison is in there in 4 at the moment. Moves in the final turn. Caden Thompson takes advantage and goes from about 6 to 4. Neck and neck down the last straight. Looks like it is Thompson hanging on to it. Put your hands together for Brody Geddes, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, quarterfinal number 26. Toby Lynch heading into the turn with Heath Osborne, Robin Mattern, Alonso. Oh, Dexter Beerups hit the deck, taking the rider out of Braintree with him. Who's got that 4th spot? Looks like, who's got 4th? I'm lost. Dexter Moore. Dexter Moore in there in that 4th spot, the 17. Ronnie Richards in there in 5. Can Richards catch more down that final straight? Heath Osborne has taken it. It's going to go Osborne, Lynch, Mattern, Alonso. Wouldn't like to say you got 4th.
Quarterfinal 27, here's the track. These here 14-year-olds headed for turn number 1. The 0-1 going to pick up the whole shot. That is, of course, Oliver Tyres. Moto 1 race team. Tyres leads it out. Newton Hindley's having an absolute blinding lap in there in that 2 spot. Who's in there for 3? Got to be Harrison Barnes out of the Nuneaton crew. On the 59 plate, Todd Smith-Notman. He's in there for 4, but he's under pressure. Here comes a 14 of Noah Buttery. Round the outside, Notman throws it back under the 32. Of Taylor getting involved down the last straight. Who's going to get it across the wire? Norman's going to hang on to the final qualifying spot.
Right, little Cotty, not so little Cotty out in front now. James Cotty Cottrell, Ned Guppy in there as well. Elvis Lawrence in 3, and the 61 belongs to Oscar Jewell. He's in there in 4. Logan Young back there in 6, and he's chasing down the rider in that 5th spot on the 30 plate. That's going to be Thomas Westmore. So it's going to be Cotty, Guppy, Lawrence, Jewell. Well, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 going through.
Tide, yes, he's on the inside of the first 15-year-old quarterfinal, but it's led into the turn by none other than the 13 plate of James. Check out Elijah Jamira. Made his move in the first corner and worked his way into that top 4 spot. James, Tide, yes, that's your 1 and 2 on the exit of the second corner. The 9 plate is in there in 3. That's Eden Boone out of Warren BMX race team. Jamira doing it for Rab Racing is clear of the rest of the pack in 4. McCrum's in 5, got it all to do on the exit of the final turn. He's not going to get close enough. Tide, yes, is your race winner, ladies and gents.
Lucas Seeley, Bradley James into the turn we go. 15-year-old quarter-final number 2. Who's got the 3? Who's got the 4? The 603 and the 32. Harrison Schofield, good to see him back. David Opre Meha getting involved as well as they go towards that final corner. Henry Radcliffe, it is in 4th. Schofield 3, Radcliffe 4th. Seeley's walked away with it. Reactive Racing's Bradley James in 2.
We are a go with quarterfinal number 31. Osborne's on the inside into the turn. It's getting busy. Bows are flying. It's going to be Lucas Osborne at the front of the pack. He's going 1 and 2 with the 18 plate of Rufus Cosinu out of SVT Mongoose. One rider working their way right round the outside of Cosinu was the 32 plate of Lucas Tandy on his home track here at Birmingham. Here comes the 24 of Alex Dunkley. He's getting involved in a qualifying spot, but he's being chased down by Ted Headley out of Peckham BMX. He's not going to quite get close enough. It's going to be evolved. Alex Dunkley in there for 4.
Right, Tomlinson, Chaplin, Entwistle, 1, 2, 3, in and out of the turn. This is the last of the quarterfinals for the 15-year-olds. The 22 of Jack Davey out of Cornwall. He's the man in that 4th spot. Who's he got behind him, chasing him down that 3rd straight? Looks like it's going to be the 68 belonging to Zach Harvey, also out of Cornwall. Made a mistake though, going through the rhythm section. That's cost him some momentum. His lap is over. Davey goes through in that 4th spot.
George Gerard in and out of that first turn leads away the first 17 to 18-year-old quarter final on track. Gerard then out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, looking good at the moment. That looks like it could be the 24 plate of Max Burgess in there for 2. Who's in 3? That's Lewis Cook out of the Centurions with the 20X of Reese Toole in there inside the top 4. It is going to be Gerard, Burgess, Cook, Toole in that order across the line.
Quarterfinal number 2 for the 17 and 18-year-olds. In and out of the turn we go. Where is Sam Hamblin? He's in there in 3 at the moment. The 55, I think it is Charlie Granger in that 4th spot. Man leading it out is the 3X of Thomas Doran. Peckham's Malachi Price in there in 2. It's going to be Doran, Price, Hamblin. Who's going to pick up that 4th spot on the line? Looks like it's going to be stolen away, I think. Not sure who it was though.
Quarterfinal number 35 is on track, and it is Jaden Fawcett leading them out, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. His teammate has just taken the win in his quarterfinal, and he's looking to do the same. Jay Young is in there in that 2 spot. Arne Esselmon's in 3. Brandon Mallon is inside the top 4, being chased down by the 29 plate of Kean Brown as he bringing it into the final turn and back out again. Esselmon with a wicked move in the final corner to go from 3 to 1. Esselmon, Fawcett, Young, Mallon in that order.
Last the quarterfinals, Dexter Gambe, Elliot Brook into the turn 1 and 2. Josh Williams is in there in 3, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Who's got the 4? It's Peckham chasing him down. The 44 of Lamin Akalele with Dexter Gambe in there as well. Gambe out in front. As they come in and out of the turn, it's going to be Brook. Williams is going to pick up a 3. Looks like a Peckham rider going through in 4.
4 o'clock for your semi-finals, ladies and gents. 4 p.m. for your semi-finals. Make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting. Thank you.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Looks like we are ready to go. Semi-final racing, ladies and gents. Semi-final number 1 lining up on the start, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers.
Let's get excited. I'm always excited, Des. Right, starting with the semis, 9 to 12-year-old cruiser open. Cotton King, Livingston, Westwood, Bradley, Cheffy, Heaver and Webb. Down into that first turn, looks like Charlie Cotton is going to pick up the whole shot. Machine King in there in 2. That looks like Max Livingston going through in 3. The battle's on for 4. It's between the 13 and the 871. That's going to be Machine King and Leo Bradley battling away for that final spot in the main event. Team Mind have got all of it right now. With the 13 of Machine King. Bradley's not done yet. Rocco Westwood needs a big win if he's going to make it through. Looks like Bradley's going to go out in 5. Machine King. Oh, it was too close to call.
Second semi-final for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Huey Hall going 1 and 2 with the 18 of Harry Swales as they bring it on the exit of turn number 1. Who's in there for 3? Looks like we've got an NRT rider. That is Jet Thompson out of Gosport. In and out of turn number 2. Hall and Swales having a good old scrap out front. Who's going to pick up the semi-final win? Not quite sure as of yet. That's got to be Arlo Steinmetz in a qualified spot, having the move put on him in the exit of the final corner. Jack Swales looking for a top 4 action. Not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Steinmetz hanging on to 4.
Oh, big moves going on in that turn. That looked like who was that? Reactive Racing. Owen Miller making a nice move in that first turn. This is the first semi-final for the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Newton Hindley out in front. Hindley, McKenna, Cotty. Miller's still at it, battling away with Hadley Harding down that final straight. Harding's got his nose out in front. Looks like he's going to hang on for that 4th place.
Todd Smith-Notman is on the inside into turn number 1 in semi-final number 4. In and out he goes. He's leading it from the 7th plate of Logan Young out of DC Cycles, who's in 3 and 4. Alfie Sims on the bubble at the moment, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross, but he's got a Robin Matten Alonso squirming all over his back wheel, looking for a top 4 spot. Who's the rider in there for 3? Freddie Warwork chasing down Young and Notman. That's your front 3. Alonso exits left on the final straight. Sim takes the final qualifying spot.
Moving on, 15 and 16-year-olds. In and out of the turn we go. Coburn and Penton Volker in this one. Coburn out in front. Who's got that final qualifying spot? Looks like the rider out of the Hawks, Bradley Davison. BMX Widow Photography, R2 and 3 at the minute. That's going to be Cooper McCrum and Eric McSweety. Davison, is he going to be able to hold it down the final straight? Will the pressure come? Davison's going to hold that spot, make it in.
Second rack of the 15-16 Cruiser semi-final hits turn number 1. Stanley Palmer is going to pick up the whole shot. In and out he goes. Check out John O'Harradine doing it for MK Evolution and all of the single ladies out there. He's in a qualifying spot in there in the second position at the moment, but he's being chased down by Will Chaplin. Moves are being made in that second corner. It looks like that could be the 4-2-4 of Ethan Byrne. It's Ball! All the carnage in the final turn. Alfie Andrews hits the deck. Chaplin in there for 3. The final qualifying spot's going to go to Ethan Byrne.
Cruiser Ladies semi-final, SJN leading it through. Rebecca Goal in there in 2. Lee Pendleton absolutely shot out of a cannon in there in 3. 4-6-8, that belongs to Liam Eden. Who's got the 5? Looks like Juan Clements. Is she going to be able to catch Meaden out in front? SJN, put me in a time machine, take me back to 1986. She's going to take the win in this semi-final. Becca Gold for 2, Pendleton for 3, Meaden for 4.
Second and 30 plus women's cruiser semi-final hits the track. Michelle Stupple has been absolutely shot out of a cannon there. She's going to hold shot into turn number 1. Stupple out of Gosport NRT going 1 and 2 with the 12 plate of DC Cycles. Nita Wong, she's bringing it on round. That looks like Nikki Sitch in her 40th year of national racing, in and out of that second corner. Sitch then rounding out the top 3 spots. Team Bunnies have got a rider inside the top 4. That's Marsha Brook on the 183 plate heading into the final turn. Stupple, Wong, Sitch, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the final qualifying spots? Brooks under pressure from Burston. It's going to be Brook hanging on to the 4.
All action in the turn. People have got pushed high in the cruiser semi-final. 50-54. Alan Hill checking out like Lou Little on a 9-dart finish. He is gone in a different postcode. Who's got that 4th spot? Gary Carver. Battling with his mate from the northeast. Brett Knight needs a miracle in the final corner. It's not going to happen. Looks like Knight's going to go out in 5. Hilly takes the win. Knight out in that 5th spot.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers are on track. Oggy looked for a high-low. Daz O'Brien had other ideas and has gone from 3 to 2. That shuffled Oggy back 1 position in the first corner, but your race leader, Stephen Hassel, SVT Mongoose. Oggy's not done yet. Worked his way back into that 2 spot. Big Cotty's in the mix inside the top 4. He's under pressure from the 5X of Stuart Little. Daz O'Brien's getting busy in the final turn. Worked his way back into 2. Hassel, O'Brien, Oggy, Cotty on the line with Little. I think Cotty might have hung on.
Right, Alex Brooks, Rocky O'Brien, Dan Wilson in this one. Rab Racing got 2 riders inside the top 4. That looks like Joshua Chiziwa in that 5th spot. He needs the 4th though. DC Cycles out of it at the moment as they go in and out of the turn. It's going to be Brooks, O'Brien. Is Chiziwa going to steal that spot at the line? I think he is.
Semi-final number 12 hits the track. Josh Cates is going to lead it into turn number 1. The Moto 1 boys are going through in 2 and 3. The 2X of Tom Millar and the 5 of Theo Pope looking good at the moment. Here comes Luke Davies-Hayes. He's inside a qualifier spot. Boza flying in turn 2. Watson and Hall came together, and that's led the 16 plate come on round. That's Niall Moss. He's into 5. It's going to be Cates, Millar, Pope, Hayes. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, 6 and unders bringing the thunder down this first straight semi-final number 1. One young man taking to the skies the 403 of Jack Byrne and a decoy in and out of turn number 1 and out in front. Preston have got Patrick Dempsey in there. He's there in 3. Wielding that BMX scalpel like a surgeon. Into that turn he goes. He's got the 4th spot. We are looking. 277, that is Jensen Dite. The 490 is Parker Gray out of Cardiff. He's the last man who's going to make it through to the final. Burns going to take it at the line. Parker Gray makes it in.
Semi-final number 14, the second of the 6 and under Zara go. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Luke Barron's on the inside, but the race leader looking like it could be the 885 moves are being made. Albie Howe is in there in that 2 spot, banging bows with the rider out of the northeast, Luke Barron, who's in there working his way around. Check out Alejandro Crudo Estevez. He's gone from 3 to 1 into turn number 2. Estevez, Barron, that's your 1 and 2. It's still Howe in there for 3. Who's in 4? That is a 953 of Freddie Mitchell-Moore. The 429 of Charlie Phillips is in there in 5. Got it all to do on the exit of turn number 3. If he wants to catch Mitchell-Moore down the final straight, Estevez, Barron, Howe, Mitchell-Moore, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, Benji Ross Foster working his way into the 3. He's got pressure coming though from Leon Krasosiak of Bruntwood. Who's working his way up now? Who's the young man in there in 5 looking for a way through? Lewin Jamira is the man out in front. Chowing down on that nutrition from Food Delectable. Making him faster. Here comes the 675. Nico Jocelyn Black out of Bournemouth. Went too high in the turn. Jamira's going to get it. Looks like Bruntwood are going to hang on for the 4. That's going to be Leon Krasosiak.
7-year-old semi-final action into turn number 1. Shelby Yates, Birmingham NRT leads this one out from the 822 of Henry Dodd out of the mid-lengths. He's been chased down by Eddie Brown. Doing it for Gosport National Race Team. That's your front 3 riders. Bows are flying in turn 2. Got to be Isaac Tomlinson that's getting busy. Roberts Catkins is in the mix as well in there in about 5 or 6. Here comes a 163 on the inside. Charlie Bromelo. Bromelo hits the deck. Yates, Dodd are clear from the pack. Who's going to get 3 and 4? It's going to be Tomlinson taking it down to the wire. Brown's in there for 4. Put your hands together for Bromelo, ladies and gents.
Right, moving on an age group, the 8-year-olds are on. I am looking at Frankie Jones in there in that 3rd spot. I think that's Joseph Claydon in there in 4. Arlo Payne, he's had his hardcore drum and bass, and now he's hardcore down that 3rd straight. Teddy Gorman in and out of the turn in 1. Claydon's making his move for the 3, pushing the LCC rider back just that little bit. Rudy Pleasant's Ford, he's going to be unlucky in 5.
Archie Fisher didn't have the best of starts in semi-final number 18, but he's charging down that 1st straight, and now he's neck and neck with Rapid Roman into the 1st corner. Roman receives an elbow and just shuffles slightly wide. Fisher, Birdfield, that's your 1 and 2. Who's in there for 3? Looking like we've got the Bruntwood Park National Race Team rider. That is Connor Grant on the 025 plate. Oscar rather fast. He's on the bubble in there in 4. Looking to take it through to the 8-year-old boys 8 final, but he's under pressure as they come into the final turn. The 870 of Logan Atito looked up the inside but didn't dive under, so rather fast got the advantage as they head down the final straight. Atito's not done yet, putting the pressure on rather fast as they take it to the wire. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? I think rather fast might have hung on.
Right, Henry Sullivan picking up the whole shot in semi-final number 1 for the 9-year-olds. Where is Dominic Zapanos? He's in there in 3, being pursued by Garbachick in there in 4. Noah Northcott of Reactive Racing is the man in 5. He's on the outside looking in, needs to catch up with a rider from Peterborough. Seb Perry back there in 6. Henry Sullivan takes to the skies. It's going to be Sullivan, Avis, Zapanos, Garbachick. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, making it through to the main.
Antek Barebny out of lane number 1 in semi-final number 20, and he's heading for the 1st turn, leading the pack. Ethan the Great White just about making it around the outside of the 760 plate. That is Alfie Thorne, so it is going to be Barebny, White and Thorne. That's your front 3 riders. They are queuing up behind Thorne though as they enter turn number 2 like a Greg's lunchtime. Here we go then down the 3rd straight. It's the 329 of Callum Wood that's picked up the final qualifying spot. He's the best of the rest at the moment. Antek Barebny, Ethan the Great White, Alfie Thorne, that's your front 3 riders. Callum Wood's going to take it through to the 9-year-old boys final.
Semi-final number 1 for the 10-year-olds. In and out we go. Rex Ford, the man out in front. Where is Ethan Shaw? He's in there in 3 with the 12 plate. Lining up behind Jesse Rose from Northeast BMX. In there in 4. Jack Kitchen's got it all to do. He's back there in 6. It's going to be Ford, Shaw, Rose, the 7 plate of Jack Belton out of Reactive Racing. Oh, nearly took each other out in the corner. Keep it clean, boys. Ford and Shaw, Belton, Rose, all making it in. Ollie Bird out in 5.
Semi-final number 22 is led away by Thomas Giles, doing it for Sorted Race Gear in the northeast. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Arthur Donaldson out of Green Machine Tribe. Seth Kacharik is in there in about 3 at the minute. That looks like Jack Haynes in the middle of the pack, trying to work his way from 5 to 4. The move came in turn number 2 from George Spencer out of Reactive. That's shuffled Kacharik back to 4 then as Spencer picks up 3. Giles, Donaldson in that order. That's your 1 and 2. The front 4 riders looking safe and clear. Spencer in there for 3. Kacharik in the final qualifying spot.
Jacob Anderson, Ronnie Wood, Edward Cordery, 1, 2 and 3 in and out of turn number 1. These are the semi-finals for the 11-year-olds. Who's there in 4? It's the 23 of Joseph McAvoy. Freddie Ray Orland in there in 5. So LCC have got 1 rider in the main. 1 rider's going to go out of the semi-final stage. Finn Munro's in there in 6. Looks like his day is done. Anderson, Wood, Cordery, McAvoy taking it to the line. Bish, bash, bosh.
Next up, the 11-year-old boys hit the first turn in semi-final number 24. It's led away by your British champion, Connor Hemhill, GT Factory. Looking good with the W8 of Benny Jackson out of Evolve Collective. Jackson throws in the move in the turn, going from 2 to 1. Who's the rider in there for 3? That's got to be Kapow. It is Preston Newmarsh Powell working his way in with the 18 of Arthur Clayton in there for 4. But he's being hunted like prey by the 7 plate of Teddy Jones. Jones putting the pressure on down the final straight. Jones is going to hit the final qualified spot.
Oh, 11-year-old girls. Betty Wills shot out of a cannon as they came down that first straight. She's checking out and leaving them behind. 889 in there in that second spot. Amelia Rowe. That looks like Aria Rosalie who's in there in 3. And Ada Walden. Oh, she's given up the position to Holly Richardson from CGR. So the rider from Nuneaton going to have to make it happen down this final straight. It's going to be Wills, Rowe, Aria Rose Lee, Holly Richardson, your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Semi-final number 26 is led by your national champion from last season, Maisie Egan. GT Factory going 1 and 2 with the 3 plate of Trixie Trace out of Evolve Collective. That's your front 2 riders at the moment. Freya Montfort out of Pekka BMX on the 976 is in there for 3. She's being chased down by Una Svensson out of... out by the Manchester rider. That's Ellie Beat on the 14 plate headed into the final turn. Beat then rounding out the final qualifying spots as they bring it down the final straight. Egan, Trays, Mumford, 1, 2, 3, Beat in there for 4.
Get me some popcorn. I want to watch the drama unfold in the 12-year-olds as Leo Rowlands picks up the whole shot. Marcus Mullen in there in 2. Archie Bell in 3. Archie Crocker White in 4. 2 Archies in this one. It's like the McDonald's of BMX. The Golden Archies 3 and 4. Who's in there in 5? Looks like Zach Hamill. Hamill's on the back of Crocker White. Look at the drag race. More bows than an archery Christmas party. Crocker White takes the win.
Semi-final number 28 is on track. James Bibby, your European number 4, leads it from last year's British champ. That's got to be Joe Rourke. 2 riders hit the deck in the turn. One of them was Sam Richards and the other was Leighton Harding. Bibby looking good at the minute. The 2 Rab Racing boys are in qualifying spots. That's Jamira in 3. The Senders in 4. The movers come from Jack Devine. The bows are flying. Devine, Smith, who's going to get it down the final straight? Here comes Isaac Smith with a late charge of the line. That one was super close. All let the transponders of terror tell the truth. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Sam Richards and Leighton Harding both finishing their laps.
Semi-final 29. Should we try again, Rich? First one for the 12-year-old girls. Freya Harris into the turn with Grace Gerard. Hard Knocks bike coaching. In and out of the turn we go. Lauren Keller's in there in 3. Who's got the 4? It's Poppy May Kirby. But she's under pressure from Elsie Blight from Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Will it be absolute delight for Elsie as she makes her way into that 4th spot? In and out of the turn we go. Harris, Gerard, Keller, Blight. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Poppy May Kirby in there in 5.
Semi-final number 30 has got 2 European podium positioners on track, and it's the E3 and the E2 that are leading the race. Hyder, Fawcett in that order. Who's in there for 3? Sarah Pritchard out of Evolve Collective looking for a move on Brooke Fast Fawcett, and she's made it stick in that second corner. That's looking like the A plate of Millie Ross doing it for Team Mind in there in 4, but she's under pressure from Radco Racing's Mara McCarran, who's got it all to do on the exit of turn number 3. Hyder, Pritchard, Fawcett, Ross, that's the order they're going to take it across the line.
Ethan Howell, Max Fast, Dylan Spence, or Charlie Bob Craig. Where is he? He's in there in 3. He's worked his way round. Tom Palmer, version 2.0, getting shuffled back from 5 to 6. Can the Allens rider pull it out of the bag? He's got it all to do right now. Howell, Vast, Charlie Bob. 1, 2, 3, Spence in 4. Can Ethan Crooks Martin pull one out of the hat as he goes down the straight? Is he going to get him? It's going to be close to the line. If he'd left it any later, he'd be working for British Rail.
Ethan Rogers got stuck in the air. JP and James Miller sandwiched down the first straight, so that puts it back in there in 5. JP leads it from Miller into turn number 2. Who's in there for that 3 spot? Look at the move from the 7 of Harry Tyres. He's worked his way into 3 as Miller works his way into 1. Riley Butts getting involved in the action as well. On the exit of turn number 3, Joe Douglas is in there for 4. Rogers with a late charge down the final straight. Can he get close enough to Douglas? Douglas is going to take it through in the final qualifying spot.
Esme Ward, Emma Kiss going 1 and 2, in and out the turn. Holly Divers in there in 3. These are the 13-year-old girls. We are looking at the 8 plate that belongs to Anushka Jones. Where's Anushka? Is she in there in 4? She's worked her way to 3. The Scottish rider's been shuffled back. 21 in there in 5. That's Molly Fumey Carroll. She's going to run out of time and room. Diver's going to go through in that 4th spot. Esme takes the win.
Second of the 13-year-old girls semi-final hits the track. Look at that, ladies and gents, for a lead. Someone had some hot sauce on their Weetabix this morning, and it was Ruby Warren riding out a pure bicycle. She's on a charge at the moment, going 1 and 2 with Dakota Tucker in and out of that second corner. Who's in there for 3? Looking like that could be BMX Widow Photography's Naira O'Connell on the template, and the rider on the bubble in there in 4 is the 12 of Allegra True. She's been chased out of the final turn, but True looking like she's safe and clear and taking it through to the 13-year-old girls' A final.
Hard Knocks Bike Coaching going 1 and 2 in this semi. George Gerard, Jaden Fawcett 1 and 2 right now. That looks like Malachi Price of Peckham in there in 3, and the rider behind him is Che Young in 4. Max Burgess on the outside looking in. He needs something to happen in this final turn. It doesn't look like he's going to get it. It's going to be Gerard, Fawcett, Price and Young.
Steel is real on Esselmon heading into turn number 1, leading it out for Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. Esselmon going 1 and 2 with Doran as they bring it through the second straight. Dexter Gambe is in there for 3 on the 20 bike out of Peckham BMX. That looks like Rab Racing in there for 4. Got to be Elliot Brook on the 9X being chased down by the 11X. Oh, what looks like Josh Williams in and out of the final turn. Esselmon, Doran, Gambe, then front 3 are safe and clear. Brook under pressure from Williams. Brook's going to hang on.
Right, moving on to the 14-year-olds, my favourite class of all. Cotty and Rayford going 1 and 2 at the minute. Who's in there in 3? That looks like Shaw. And the rider just behind him, I think, is Oscar Jewell. And they go in and out of the turn. Moves being made. 16 getting in there. That is Newton Hindley. So Hindley's in that 4 spot. Julie 5. Jewell dives underneath. Can't quite make it stick. It's going to be Rayford, Cotty, Shaw and Hindley.
Semi-final number 38 sees the 14-year-old boys. Second semi-final enter turn number 1. Harrison Barnes was getting busy and he threw bows and he's worked his way into that 3 spot. Toby Lynch's race is done by the looks of it. So out front we've got the NRT rider bringing it home. Looks like it is Heath Osborne going 1 and 2 with Ned Guppy. Barnes is in there for 3. Who's in 4? Your British champ hanging on to it at the moment. That's Oliver Tyett being chased down by Elvis Lawrence. Lawrence isn't going to get close enough. Put your hands together for Toby Lynch, ladies and gents.
It's 15-year-old semi-final 1. Hang on. No, semi-final number 2, Tidy S. In and out of the turn we go. Harvey Tomlinson, Bradley James in this one. Harry Schofield, 360s 1 week, trying to make the main event the next. He's in that qualifying spot. Oh, the elbows are flying. He's threaded the needle down that third straight. Can he hold it on into the corner? Freddie Entwistle trying to get involved as well. Looks like Harry Schofield's going to make it in. DS Tomlinson, James and Schofield.
16-year-old semi-finals are on track. Semi-final number 41 coming at you, ladies and gents, with the world number 5 of Kai Bowen. Leading it into turn number 2, Nathan Baratta's in there behind him in that 2 spot. Where is Kai playing? He's on the bubble in there in 4 at the moment with a move put on him by the 15 plate of Samson Townsend. Townsend's worked his way in, then the 28 plate of Joe Nunn. It's inside the top 3. Bowen, Baratta, Nunn. That's your 1, 2, 3. Townsend is going to round out the top 4 positions as they come across the line.
Second semi-final for the 16-year-olds. Eli Smith been absolutely flying in the motos, going to work his way into second spot in that turn. Noah Everly, the rider, leading it out. Sean Brown's in there in 3 and Shea Jordan on his home track in there in 4. Joe Penton Volk in 5. Oh, Brown's dived underneath. Worked his way into the 2. Shea Jordan looking good in the 4. Penton Volk's not got enough time and room to make it in. Shea Jordan making the final on his home track. He'll be chuffed with that one.
Semi-final number 44 is a go. 16-year-old girls, Jess Marriott, Ruby Morse, Amelia Everly. That is your front 3 positions, and the accolades that these 3 have got between them alone is absolutely wild. So Marriott, your current world number 4, leads this one out. Everly's looking for a way round. Morse on the exit of turn number 2. She's in there in 3. Oh! Marriott Morse hit the deck. Everly leads in the 10 of Hems of Cockerell. In there for 2. Anya Mata and Alonso is in 3. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? It's Ty on the line.
Ruby's down in the turn.
Groundwater and Curtis went for it at the stripe. Jess Marriott just imploded on the 3rd straight. Put your hands together for Ruby Moores, ladies and gents. She's up and walking away.
All right, we're going to take all the necessary precautions. Just make sure Jesse's all right. you what, you've done a grand job. No, I got some chicken and chips before. No, I'm good. Yeah, just a bit of water's good. Never have too much water. Thanks.
All right, let's hear it for Jess Marriott, people.
Yeah, we don't take any chances where things like that are concerned. Hopefully it's all precautionary. And Jess is back up. Just our medical team back on track. Obviously, our priority is Jess at the moment, making sure she's looked after. She's in the best possible hands.
We've had a bank card handed in. A HSBC bank card has been handed in. If you can tell us the name on the back of it, then you can have it back. So if you've lost your HSBC bank card, it is up at commentary. Thank you.
Right, semi-final 45, we are go again. Tyrese Bradshaw on the inside. Callum Chard-Maple just working his way into that 2 spot. Looks like it's the SAS guys are going in 4 and 5 at the minute. Oh, it's all getting tangled up. Tyrese is out in front though. That is Jaden Seward in the final qualifying spot. Being chased down by Finley Clark on his home track here in Birmingham. But Tyrese Bradshaw, someone ring 999 because this guy's on fire. He's going to take the semi-final win. Callum Chard-Maple in 2, and I think Jaden Seward hung on for 4.
Ollie Cope hits the deck on the first straight in the second of the 19-29-year-old semi-finals. Ruben Smith leads them away into turn number 2. He's going 1 or 2 with Alex Reed. That looks like Hayden Green inside the top 3, being chased down by Connor Hudson in there in 4. Doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Green gets all sorts of sideways into the final turn. Smith, the smooth as you like, going to pick it up down the final straight. Smith, Reed, Green, Hudson. That's your front 4 riders. Put your hands together for Ollie Cope, ladies and gents.
Nineteen to 29-year-old challenge females heading down the hill. That it looks like Evie Webster out in front. Hannah Drew in there as well. Olivia First got a bit of work to do in 7 at the moment. Imogen Gibson trying to get involved, but it's Webster, Drew, Remy Godfrey, Amy Willets. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Imogen Gibson's in there in 5. Olivia Firth in 6. Becca Gull in 7. But as they go in and out of the turn, Webster and Drew are looking good. Godfrey, now Willets is under pressure from Imogen Gibson. Don't count out Olivia Firth either. Oh, Gibson just nicking it.
Second rack of the 19 to 29-year-old women for the semi-finals, heading through the second straight. Emily Green, Annabelle Townsend, Taylor Lee Mohan. That is your 1, 2, 3. The other green machine rider in the race is in there in 4 at the moment. That's got to be Megan Kirby. Kirby's under pressure there from Hurry into the final corner. Hurry looks for a high-low. Drag racing down the last straight. Kirby, can she hang on to it? Has Hurry got enough left in the tank? It's going to be Kirby taking the 4th spot.
Back to semi-final 39. These are the 15-year-olds. Lucas Seeley, Rab Racing out there in front. That looks like Lucas Osborne in 2. Kuso, I think, in there in 3. SVT Mongoose. He's giving up the position, though, to Elijah Jamira. So Kusano in 4. Oliver James in 5. Can the Bradford rider pull it out the bag down the final straight? If he pulls it out the bag, it'll be a placky bag from the co-op. Is he going to do it? Not quite.
Last semi-final of the day on track. You are looking at Lexi Wade and Alexis McCartney going 1 and 2 in the second of the 16-year-old girls semi-final. Be Strong Race Team and Allen's Factory Supercross. That's your front 2 riders. Looks like LVG NRT. Sophie Carniston is in there for 3. Who's in 4? That's Reactive Racing. Betty Brewer. She's being chased down though by BB Alderton on the exit of turn number 3. Down the final straight. Wade going to take it across the line. Carniston looking good for that 2 spot. McCartney in 3. BB Alderton with a late charge to pick up that final qualifying spot.
Right, 10 minutes to finals, people. 10 minutes. We are going to go final racing at 4:55 p.m. 4:55 p.m. Grab yourself a brew, some carbo chips, a sports burger, whatever you need. We will see you back trackside in 10 minutes.
Whilst you all have your sports burgers and your hydro pints, we will let you know the Whole Shot Awards. So there are whole shot prizes courtesy of the Birmingham NRT crew. And of course our mainstay Saturday Whole Shot Awards from ODI Grips. So the Birmingham NRT Whole Shot Awards are the 10-year-old boys and the 12-year-old girls. And the ODI Whole Shot Awards are for the 12-year-old boys and the 19 to 29-year-old women. So once again, the 10-year-old boys and the 12-year-old girls, courtesy of Birmingham NRT, and the 12-year-old boys and the 19 to 29-year-old women, courtesy of ODI Grips. Whilst we have still got a pause in proceedings, we've got a bucket load of lost property so far today. So of course, the most important, we've had a HSBC debit card handed in at commentary. If you can tell us the name on the back of the card, you can have it back. We've had a what looks like a child's blue fox hat handed in. We've had a black Troy Lee design glove. Looks like it's about a 10, 12-year-old kid's. We've had a set of keys. Well, I say a set of keys. It's just one singular key with about, what is that, two key rings on it. And then what looks like a hotel room key. Well, hotel room card. So someone's not getting back into their hotel tonight. So enjoy your evening in the back of a car. We're also missing a Team Bunnies jersey. One of the Team Bunnies riders has lost their jersey that says Tutu Widdowson on the back of it. If you've seen it, it was down the last straight somewhere. We're not 100% sure where. But if you see the jersey, if you could pick it up and return it back to the Team Bunnies tent. Or find Kirk Widdowson. He's kicking around the track somewhere. You notice him from a mile away. Oh, we found it. Tutu's found a jersey. Mother Widdowson sorted it for her. So don't be on the lookout for the jersey anymore. It's been picked up already. But we do still have all of the lost property. The HSBC bank card. A key with a load of key rings. A hotel room card. And a Troy Lee design glove. So if any of that could be yours, come up to commentary and we'll play Lost Property Bingo. And this is your 5-minute call, ladies and gents. We are going final racing in 5 minutes' time. If you're in the cruiser finals, you should be making your way to the pens, please. Thank you. First final of the afternoon lining up on the start.
Right, here we go. B final underway for the 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open. Heading down towards turn number 1. We are looking at Leo Bradley picking up the whole shot. He's in there in 1. Olivia Webb doing it for Team Air as well. Rider in 2 on that 9 plate is Bram Heaver, also out of Team Air. So Team Air well represented in this B final. DC Cycles, Taylor Hoare in there in 3. Kieran Brownson out of Doncaster took a tumble earlier on, but good to see him back on track. But it is going to be Leo Bradley winning that B final for the 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open. Looks like Heaver's going to pick up the 2, and Taylor's going to get that 3 as we move on to the A final. We have got Arlo Steinmetz, Jet Thompson, Sheen King, Max Livingston, Louis Jeffy, Charlie Cotton, Huey Hall, and Harry Swales. 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open heading down the hill, the first of the A finals. Who's gonna get the whole shot? We are looking at the 27 of Charlie Cotton, Merseyside BMX Club, picking up that whole shot. Harry Swales is getting involved. He's right there behind him in the 642. Looking good at the minute is Huey Hall. Max Livingston in there in 4, battling with Louis Cheffy. But it is out in front, Charlie Cotton. He ain't related to Dot, that's for sure. In and out of the turn. Down that final straight. Charlie Cotton, Harry Swales, Huey Hall. That is going to be a 1-2-3 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser final.
13 to 14-year-old Cruiser B final on track. Robin, Matt and Alonso leading into turn number 2. William Knowles is right there behind him in that 2 spot. So it is Peckham BMX leading this one out at the moment, looking good. Robin, Matt and Alonso charging for the final turn. Owen Miller in there in 3, moves being made in the final turn. Looks like that could be the 081 plate trying to work his way in. That's Dylan Slater looking for a way into a top 4 spot, top 3 spot. Not quite going to make it. Miller hangs on to 3. 13 to 14 Cruiser A final up on the start. Lining up, we've got Hadley Harding, Alfie Sim, James Cottrell, Jake McKenna, Freddie Warwork, Newton Hindley, Logan Young, and Todd Smith-Notman. Thirteen to 14-year-old Cruisers, the final is a go. Check out Cotty, last year's national champ, going to lead it into the turn. The former world finalist Newton Hindley's right there behind him on his tail in that 2 spot. He's being chased down by the 7 of Logan Young. Into that second corner they go. It's looking good for little Cotty. Hindley's making moves, trying to make it happen through the 3rd straight. It's Cotty still hanging on at the moment though. Rab racing out front. Cotty, the powerhouse, charging down the final straight, going to pick himself up. A Cruiser final win. Cotty, Hindley, Young. That's your 1, 2, 3.
Right, 13 to 16-year-old girls Cruiser, the A final. We have got Clara Salmond, Emily Dean, Anya Matern Alonso, Missy Large, Alexis McCartney, Isla Radcliffe, Ailey Watson, and Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Cruiser ladies are going crazy down that hill. Annalise Cadman Carpenter on the inside. First one to show, Ailey Watson in there as well. Alexis McCartney working her way into the top 3. Anya Matern Alonso rounding out the top 4 with Isla Radcliffe in there in 5. Missy Large on the charge. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. In and out of the turn we go. But it's still Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Halo wheels in and out of that turn. Ailey Watson's trying to pull her back as they go down that final straight. She's not going to get there in time. It's going to be Cadman Carpenter, Watson, Anya Matern Alonso with a late charge. on Alexis McCartney.
16-year-old cruiser B final. Alfie Andrews is turned it in for this one after his crash in his semi-final. Let's hope that he's okay and back tomorrow. Joe Penton boat going 1 and 2 with Logan Widdowson. That looks like Jack Walford in there for 3. Who's the rider in 4? Riding out of the Titans, got to be Liam Wilson bringing it down the final straight, but your race winner got to be Joe Penton boat. Widdowson in that 2 spots. 15 to 16-year-old cruiser A final lining up on the start. Let's get you introduced. We have got Ethan Byrne, Bradley Davison, Finton Coburn, Cooper McCrum, Eric McSwitty, Will Chaplin, John O'Haradine and Stanley Palmer. Fifteen to 16-year-old cruiser A final is on track. Look at John O'Haradine on the inside, ladies and gents. He's looking for a whole shot. Oh! Stanley Palmer's called the first turn like a Christmas turkey. His tyres were glued to the floor. Haradine's not done yet, trying to come back at him in turn number 2. It's Palmer, Haradine, Coburn. That's your 1, 2, 3. McSwitty's in there for 4. In and out of the final corner. Palmer, after the first turn antics, he's going to pick up the final win in the 15-16-year-old cruisers.
17 to 29 cruiser ladies. The final, we have got Hannah Hedges, Trinity Cam, Olivia Firth, Izzy Hurry, Amy Willets, Molly Nice, Yetska Hemstock and Taylor Lee Moen. (17 to 29-year-old cruisers), Olivia Firth, Salted Race Gear, EMV graphics and signage getting an absolutely great start. In and out of the turn we go. Yetska Hemstock making moves but not making it happen. Taylor Lee Moen's in there in 2. That looks like Trinity Cam in 3. Amy Willets in 4. Molly Nice is in there in 6. Yetska's worked her way back up to the 5. But as they come towards the final turn, it is Olivia Firth. Taylor Lee Moen's having to go down that final straight. Elbow to elbow. Who's going to get it at the line? Taylor's got a nose in front. She just nicks it at the stripe.
30-plus women's cruiser B final hits the track. Amanda Hemstock heading towards the first corner on the inside. Ice Spikes Factory UK leading this one out. Font Clements in there in the 2 spot, doing it for Andover and Team A. At your front 2 ladies at the moment. Check out Coach Chizzy. She's looking to put that Mabo onto a podium position in this B final. Hemstock and Clements throw banging pose in the turn. Who's going to get the win? Bringing it into the final corner. Clements has worked her way into that 1 spot, a high low from Hemstock. The rivalries are go down the final straight. It's going to be Clements picking up the B final win. Hemstock for 2. That looks like it could be Josephine Burston rounding out the podium positions. 30-plus women's cruiser up on the start for their A final. We have got Marsha Brook, Nikki Sitch, Liam Meaden, Anita Wong, Lee Pendleton, Rebecca Gold, Michelle Stupple and Sarah Jane Nichols. Here we go with the 30-plus women's cruiser down the hill and through the first straight. Check out SJN on the inside, ladies and gents. Your current world number 2. Ducking and diving in the first turn. Gold tries to throw it underneath Stupple. They're now battling it out, but SJN, hard shot racing, is having an absolute blinding lap. Sarah Jane Nichols leads it out. Michelle Stupple, Rebecca Goller 2 and 3. Anita Wong's in there for 4. That looks like the 4-6-8 of Liam Meaden in 5. Goal is ducking and diving all over the back wheel of Stupple in the final turn. Couldn't quite get close enough. SJN picks up the national win. Michelle Stupple for 2. Rebecca Goll rounds out the top 3.
Next up, 30 to 39 cruiser, we have got Mitchell Smith, Jack Hudson, Agris Aliedzans, Martin Smiley Brown, Benjamin Martinez, Nathan Abbott, Dan Popel, and the original Tom Palmer. Here we go, 30 to 39 cruiser, going to be an absolute banger of a final. Martinez shot out of the cannon into that first turn. Tom Palmer's in there in 2. That looks like Popel going through in 3, Nathan Abbott in 4. Martin Smiley Brown rounding out the top 5. Oh, look at the move in the turn. The 0-1. Dan Popel absolutely throwing it in. Martinez gives it him back. Oh, it was Tom Palmer who stole it away in the final corner. Got so excited and mixed up the riders.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers lining up on the start. We've got Mike Whitaker, Andy Groves, Craig Cordin, James Moores, Thomas Stretton, Dylan Dixon, Matthew Eaton and Chris Evans. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. Matt Eden gets a great start, but it's Chris Evans waging war on his 24. He leads it into the turn and back out again. Evans missed a pint, leads this one through. The 4 of Eaton right there behind him in that 2 spot. Here comes Dylan Dixon getting busy in the turns, working his way from 3 to 2. That looks like the 3 plate of Andy Groves getting involved in the top 3 action. Eaton shuffled back to 4 then. That looks like it could be a Stretton in there in 5. Evans, Dixon, Groves, that's your 1, 2, 3.
Oh, sorry, but I was watching the gate and 45 to 49 B final was on its way past. Sorry, gents. Simon Toogood out in front. We got Mark Steele in there as well. He's in that 2nd spot. Abdul El Kindi in there in 4 with a 16. In 3, that's going to be Philip Duff out of Andover. Simon Toogood, Derby BMX Club taking a B final win. Ipswich BMX Club in 2. And the Kebab House Race team in 3. 45 to 49 cruiser, the A final. We've got Big Nige Smith, Sim Johnston, Mark Franklin, Neil Harbour, Rich Stevenson, Norbert Marco, Matt Barnard and Fraser Watson. It's the A final for the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. Norbert Marco on the inside. The 3 Avengers into the turn, elbow to elbow. Who's going to take the whole shot? It's Fraser Watson. Matt Barnard in there in 3. Neil Harbour in 4. Rich Stevenson rounding out the top 5 with Sim Johnston in there in 6. But in and out the final turn, he's way out in front. He's like a pyromaniac in a kipper factory. He smoked them all. Fraser Watson.
50 to 54-year-old cruiser B final. It's the first Stuart Little evolved bicycle motocross. Is out front going 1 and 2 with what looks like Stephen Notman out of the northeast headed in and out of that 2nd corner. Brett Knight's in there for 3. Christos Chalkos in 4. The 0-1-6 of Dominic Elliott in there in 5. Look for a move on Chalkos in that final turn. Didn't quite make his stick. Little, he's going to pick up the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser B final win. Whew. Right. I'm all right now, yeah. 50 to 54-year-old cruiser bruisers lining up on the start for their final. We have got Gary Carver, Mark Cottrell, Pete Butler, Daz O'Brien, Matt Haywood, Martin Oggy Ogden, Steve Hassel and Alan Hill. Final 16 is go. Heading down the hill and through the first straight. The 50 to 54-year-old guys are heading into the turn. Your European number 1. Hilly leads this one out for Pure Bicycles. Who's that there with him? Got him in the 2 plate of Stephen Hassel. Daz O'Brien's in there for 3. He's been throwing moves all day long and he's up to a podium position. At the moment he's working his way up the inside of Hassel into the final turn. Oggy's in there in 4 on the outside looking into a podium position. And can he get close enough? Hilly, O'Brien, Hassel, Oggy, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Next up, 50 to 55 cruiser final. Stevie Keach, Stevie Noble, Stephen Joy, David Knowles, Billy Stupple, Keith Brown, Brent Featherstone and Big Mick Goff. 55 plus cruiser. Expecting a big ride in this one from Michael Goff. He's going to be first into the turn. Brent Featherstone in there in 2. Billy Stupple doing it for the 80s off of BMX Beat. He's in there in 3. David Knowles looking real good in 4. Keith Brown in 5. The Christophe Levesque of the North East. Stevie Noble in there in 6. Kichi in 7. So as they head in and out of the final turn, it is going to be Michael Goff. Crucial BMX racing, taking it down to the line. He's going to get the win from Brent Featherstone and Billy Stupple.
29-year-old cruiser B final on track, led away by Luca Manzi. He's going 1 or 2 with Pete Watson. Looks like Joe Wallbridge is up to that top 3 spot, working his way underneath Watson in turn number 2. That looks like the 16 plate of Niall Moss in there for 4, with Conor Blythe in there in 5. Last turn action, in and out they go. DC Cycles got 4 riders in this one, and they're going to pick up the win. It is a Luca Manzi taking it across the line. Last of the cruiser finals then, 4 round number 9, ladies and gents. 17 to 29-year-old cruiser A final up on the start. We have got Josh Chisua, Luke Davis-Hayes, Dan Wilson, Rocky O'Brien, Theo Pope, Thomas Millar, Joshua Cates and Alex Brooks. Here we go with the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Oh, it's getting busy down the hill and through the first straight. Cates is on the inside. Chisua is up to that 2 spot. Bear in mind, this guy's not raced properly in the best part of about 3 years. It's Alex Brooks, Josh Chisua, Josh Cates. That's the 1, 2, 3. Brooks is looking to wrap up another national win aboard his 24-inch wheels in and out of the final corner. Alex Brooks, 4 titles in 4 years, and that is why he's done it. Across the line in 1 is Cates in it for 2. Josh Chisua in 3.
Right, B finals continue. 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Charlie Phillips, Jude Brocky Cox, Ellis Dowsing, Stanley Lockwood, Maxim Krasosiak, Amari Bamford Bird, Jackson May and Leon Zucchina. Look at them all ploughing through that second straight. Maxim absolutely turning those little legs. He's in there in 3 right now. The young man leading it out is Stanley Lockwood out of Nottingham BMX Club. Hackney are in there in 2. That's going to be Jude. Oh, hang on. We got 2 Nottingham riders in this one. Charlie Phillips is the man out in front. Stanley's in there in 4. Maxim's looking good in 3. Peckham's Amari Bamford Burr in there in that 5th spot. Well done, you little guys.
Charlie Bromelo leads out the 7-year-old boys B final after he exploded in his semi-final in that final turn. He's out front though, looking good at the moment. Roberts Catkins in there in the 2 spot on his home track here in Birmingham. Look at the rider riding right round the outside. Got to be the Brunty cruiser Louis Austin. He's in there inside the top 3. That looks like it could be Bromelo out front then picking up that race win. Austin in there for 3, Catkins 2.
8-year-old B final, Logan Aceto out of Moto 1 BMX race team out there in front. Rudy Pleasant's Ford in 2. The 042 is Rory Kempsford in there in that 3rd spot. Brunty are in there in 4 with Cooper Crowley. The 5 is the 133 followed by the 677. Archie Walsgrove. The 133 is Cameron Joseph. He's out of Brixton BMX Club. He's catching up on the Brunty guy. Cooper Crossley, is he going to hang on for the 4? Walsgrave might have nicked it actually.
Oakley Hill has been absolutely shot out of a cannon in the 9-year-old boys B final, in and out of that second turn, repping the LCC BMX team colours as he brings it through the 3rd straight. Reactive Racing got a rider in there in 2. That's Noah Northcott, but he's under pressure from Charlie Blakeburn. Look at that for a high-low, ladies and gents, in the last turn. MK Evolutions, Blakeburn going from 3 to 2. Hill, Blakeburn and Northcott 1, 2, 3.
Right, Oakley Hill leading the 9-year-old B final in and out of turn number 1 on his home track. Oliver Ford in there for the Hawks as well. All right, sorry. Bit behind. Sorry, Jack. He's in there in front. Jack Haynes, Tobias Groves 1 and 2. That's Ollie Bird in there in 3. Oh, riders down as they approach the final corner, including Charlie Dowson. It's not been his day at all.
And Ollie Bird hitting the deck as well.
10-year-old girls B final on track. Una Svensson leading this one out on the 5-3-4 plate. It was Una's mum that was very passionate about racing, wasn't it? Una's mum, very passionate. Yeah, so Una's out there in that one spot at the minute, running away with this 10-year-old girls B final, heading for the final turn. 17 plate. Robin and Wyatt, that is, working her way into that 2 spot. So it is Svensson bringing it down the final straight. Wyatt in there for 2 hot shot races. Emma Dean rounding out the podium positions.
Right, 11-year-olds. The B final. That looks like the 4 plate belonging to Finley Monroe. In there in 1, Maury Watson in 2. Freddie Ray Orland, LCC. He's in there in 3 with Arthur Claydon. Going through in 4 under a bit of pressure from the 20 of Isaac Moore. Rich is in there in 6, Dayton in 7. And Rex Beasley in 8, but Finley Monroe is going to take the win from Maury Watson and Freddie Ray Orland.
11-year-old girls B final out on track. Decoy BMX leading this one out. 20 plate of Izzy Underhill looking good in the minute with the 381 of Rachel Pritchard out of the Hawks in there in that 2 spot. That's your front 2 ladies as it stands. Who's in there for 3? Tiger Race Teams, Ada Walden, Ada Nuneaton. That's your front 3 ladies bringing it into the final turn. Bonnie Dudley in there in 4 out of Evolve Collective, but it's all about Decoy BMX's Underhill bringing it down the final straight. She's going to take the 11-year-old girl B final win.
Right, 12-year-olds. Oh, Isaac the Sender Smith has slipped a pedal. That's pushed him right back into about 5th spot at the moment as they head in and out of turn number 2. It looks like GT's Leighton Harding. He's the man in control. Zach Hamill's in there as well. And the template belonging to Ronnie Payne. So Payne making his move in that final turn on Hamill. It's going to be Harding, Payne, Hamill, 1, 2 and 3. Brixton's Emil Challenger in there in 4.
12-year-old girls B final hits the first turn. Mara McCarran leads it out for Radco Racing, but the move came from Green Machines, Poppy May Kirby. So it is Kirby leading out the B final then into turn number 2. Who's picking up the 3 spot? That's Lainey Cordin at a Pro Star BMX. So it's Kirby bringing it down to the final turn. McCarran, Cordin in that order. Who's in there for the 4 spot? That's Lucy Stevenson out of the Barnsbury crew bringing it down the final straight. Here comes McCarran with a late charge. She's going to nick that 1 spot back off of Kirby on the line.
Ethan Rogers, Riley Butler 1 and 2 into the turn, but Riley went a little bit high, and that's allowed the 26 of Dylan Spence from Team Bunnies to get through. He's under his own pressure though as they go in and out of the turn because the 40 plate belonging to Roland Ells out of Derby BMX Club has worked his way into 2. Tom Palmer, version 2.0. He's in there in that 4th spot, but it's going to be Ethan Rogers to the line in the 13-year-old B.
13-year-old girls B final hits the track into turn number 1. Got to be Braintree leading this one out. Molly Fumi Carroll bringing it through the second straight. She's being chased down there by the 13 of Isabella Gerard, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Who's the rider making the move? That's got to be Amara Fife. She's up to that 3 spot at the moment on the 19 plate, being chased down by the 15 of Clara Salmon out of Team Aaron and Everest. Getting busy out the front of the pack though. Molly Fumi Carroll just about hanging on to the race lead. Here comes the pressure down the final straight. Gerard looking for a way through as is Fife down to the wire. Who's going to get the 13-year-old girls B final win? I think it was Molly Fumi Carroll.
Cannot believe some of the names that are in this B final for the 14-year-old boys. Elvis Lawrence and Toby Lynch in there 1 and 2. Or elbows being thrown as Oscar Jewell works his way in there as well. Todd Smith-Notman in 4. Harry Bailey in 5. Caden Thompson trying to get involved. Robin Mattern Alonso back there in 8. But it's going to be Lawrence taking the win in the 14B final.
15-year-old boys on track for their B final into turn number 1. Oliver James leads out the pack, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with the 32 plate of Henry Radcliffe out of Decoy BMX. In and out of turn number 2 they go. Looks like we've got the 33 plate of Lucas Tandy here on his home track of Birmingham inside the top 3. Who's in 4? Looks like Jack Davey out of Cornwall on the 22 plate, being chased down by the NRT rider. That's Freddie Entwistle in there in 5. Davey making moves and going from 4 to 3. I don't know why I bother.
We'll get there. We'll just sort it out as we go along, Lewis. Right, sorry. B final for the 16-year-old boys. Where is Joe Penton at Vogue? He must be in there somewhere. I've got a feeling he is out in front. John O'Harrody in there in 2. That's Reynolds in there in 3 with Lewis Collins Nimmo in there in 4. Bradley Davison rounding out the top 5. John O'Harrody making a late charge for a B final win. If that doesn't impress the ladies, nothing will.
16-year-old girls, on track for their B final. That's got to be the 15-plate Betty Brewer leading it out for Reactive Racing. Going to 1 and 2 with the 14-plate of Isla Radcliffe out of Hot Shot. As your front 2 ladies, as it stands, Smiley's Fly Club's Eleanor Curtis out of Decoys in there for the top 3 finish. As it stands, we've got Retro Racing in the mix as well. That's Smiley Maloney. So the front 4, Reactive, Hot Shot, Smiley's and Retro. That's how they're going to bring it home with Brewer out in front.
Oh, all action in turn number 1. Somebody pulled the pin out of the crazy grenade and lobbed it into that first turn. Meanwhile, Josh Williams is having his own personal battle with the 24 of Max Burgess. So the 2 Preston guys scrapping it out. Here comes the rider from Peckham. That's Lamin Akalele. Is he going to pick up that second spot? Josh Williams takes the win. Let's make sure everybody's all right. Sam Hamblin and Lewis Cook. I'm pretty sure Lewis has already had a roll round on the floor today. 2 crashes in one day. That is not what you want. Oh dear me.
It's been a long old afternoon.
It has, hasn't it?
It's only 5:30.
Right, you're next.
Is it me? Yeah. Cool. 19-29-year-old B final up on the start. Final number 37, here's the track. 19-29-year-old B finalist to go. Ollie Copes in this one after his tumble in his semi-final, and he's making it happen into the first turn. Oh, 1 rider, 2 riders down in the corner, so it is going to be Cope leading it from what looks like Josh Wallace on the 11 plate. In and out of that second corner they go. Seawood's in there for that top 3 spot. Who's in for the 13 of Seb Hamling out of the SAS race team, but it's Cope down the final straight with Wallace. That's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Oscar Matthew Carlard. And the other fallen rider, I think that might have been Alex Taylor. He's back up to his feet, walking away.
Right, one more B final to go, and then we are on to the A's. 19-29. Challenge female. Last of the B finals heading down the hill, the 19-29-year-old females. Here we go. That looks like Izzy in a hurry into turn number 1. Aboard that Mabel, picking up the whole shot. Molly Nice in there in 2, Amy Willets in 3, Harriet Alexander in 4, Becca Goal in 5, Olivia Firth in 7, chasing down Jamie Elwood and Anita Wong as well. But it's going to be Izzy Hurry in a hurry into that final turn. She's going to hold on for this B final win. Amy Willets in there in 3. Molly Nice picking up the 2 for DC Cycles, and Harriet Alexander in about 5th.
Final number 39, the 6 and unders are lining up on the start. Let's get you introduced. We have got Parker Gray, Freddie Mitchellmore, Albie Howe, Patrick Dempsey, Jensen Dyke, Luke Barron, Jack Byrne, and Alejandro Crudo Estevez. Gate goes down the 6 and unders are bringing the thunder. Check out Jack Byrne. This kid has been shot out of a cannon, heading for the first turn. That is how you start your A final, ladies and gents. Byrne on a charge. Look at the move in turn number 1. It came from the 885 plate of Albie Howe. He's worked his way just in front of Jensen Dyke. So then 2 riders going through in 2 and 3, but Dyke's coming round the outside to pick himself up a 2 spot on the exit of the second corner. Byrne running away with his final. Dyke in there for 2. Here comes Barron trying to pick up a podium spot in and out of the final corner. It's looking good for Barron, who's worked his way in. Dyke is putting the pressure on Byrne down the final straight. Who's going to get it on the line? It's going to be Byrne, Dyke, Barron. That's your 1, 2, 3. Crudo Estevez worked his way in for a top 4 finish.
Right, moving on, the drama continues with the 7-year-olds final. Eddie Brown, Isaac Tomlinson, Leon Krasosiak, Sandis Owns, Lewin Jamira, Benji Ross Foster, Henry Dodd, and Shelby Yates. Seven-year-old A final heading down the hill. Isaac Tomlinson taking to the skies. He licked the stamp, stuck it on and sent it over that first jump, and he's worked his way into the lead. So Tomlinson in 1, Jamira in 2. That looks like Krasosiak in there in 3. Here comes Shelby Yates on his home track at Birmingham. I don't care how many YouTube subscribers you've got, he's got more. Shelby in the 2, chasing down Isaac. Lou and Jamira hanging on for the 3, but look at them, they're so close you can throw a blanket over them for 3, 4, 5 and 6. But it's going to be Isaac Tomlinson taking the win for Allen's BMX. Tomlinson in 1, Yates in 2, Jamira. Get that man a Caribbean beef curry for 3. Next up, 7-year-old young ladies. We have got Aubrey Chambers, Hattie McGoldrick, Alice Laurie, Erin Thoreau, Sophia Rees, Evie Steele, Opal Jones, and Esme Anderson. Moto 4 for these girls, so it's total points. Who's going to pick up the win in the final moto of the day? Oh, 2 riders in the deck on that first straight. Esme, Sophia, Hattie, 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Hattie stole a second in that third moto. Can she do it again? Esme's the rider out in front. Moto 1 race team. Sophia doing it for Crank. She's in there in 2. Hattie for GT in 3. 2 of our fallers are up and okay. As they go to the final turn, it's going to be Esme, Sophia, Hattie's going to wind it up down the final straight. Esme's looking good for the win. Here comes Hattie for the 2. Can she catch Sophia at the line? It's going to be so close. Wouldn't like to say you took it. 278, 275, 278. I think that was Opal Jones. And who else have we got who took a tumble? 705. Evie Steele out of Ipswich. Well done, Evie. Good stuff, girls. Getting back on. Well done.
8-year-old boys lining up on the start for their final. We have got Oscar Rutherford, Connor Grant, Frankie Jones, Joseph Claydon, Rapid Roman Birdfield, Arlo Payne, Archie Fisher and Teddy Gorman. Heading down the hill, giving us a thrill of the 8-year-old boys. Who's going to be the first to show? Look at Rapid Roman, ladies and gents, on the inside. Oh, he's got it all wrong into the first turn. Oh! Gorman hits the deck. Payne gets swallowed up in the action. So it's all about Archie Fisher, Redditch Premiers. Look at this kid go. He's going 1 and 2 with what looks like Frankie Jones out of LCC. Rapid Roman's not done yet. He's on a charge looking for a way into a top 2 position. But he's got Frankie Jones to try and find a way round on the exit of turn number 3. He's managed to do it beautifully. Fisher gonna take the final win in the 8-year-old boys. Who's gonna get the 2? Birdfield on the line with Jones. That one was close. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Teddy Gorman and Arlo Payne both finishing their laps. Wow, wow, wow. Whew. Right, 8-year-old girls up on the starts. We have got Isabella Henry, Izzy Moore, Flick Brentnell, Maggie Devine, Matilda Hewitt, Abigail Henning, Orla Jewis and Mabel Pine. The 8-year-old girls are going berserk down the hill. Who's going to get the whole shot towards turn number 1? Check out Tilly Hewitt. She's trying to work her way across the whole lot of the pack, but it's going to be Pine leading this one out. Mabel Pine leads this one out. She's going 1 and 2 with the 184 plate on what looks like Hewitt, but here comes the move. BRE Racing looking up the inside. That looks like it could have been heading, trying to work her way in. Sorry, it was the 104 of Izzy Moore on her home track here at Birmingham. The British champ is back there in form, making moves, trying to work her way into a podium spot in and out of the final turn. Mabel Pine is on a charge, going to pick up this win for PCR and Exeter. Radco Racing's Tilly Hewitt in there for 2. Izzy Moore in 3 on her home track here at Birmingham.
9-year-olds. Up next, we have got Callum Woods, Christian Garbachick, Dominic Zapanos, Ethan White, Jake Avis, Alfie Thorne, Henry Sullivan, and on his home track, Antek Perebny. Final 44, these are the 9-year-olds. Look at them go. Henry Sullivan, Antek Perebny, literally elbow to elbow from the first drop of the gate. Perebny on the inside, picking up the whole shot. Sullivan's diving back underneath. That looks like Moto wants Ethan White in there in 3 with a 760. Chasing him down, that's going to be Alfie Thorne out of Urban Air BMX. But it's all about the top 2 having a battle down this third straight. Perebny and Sullivan, who's going to get it at the line? Looks like Perebny's starting to extend that lead a little bit. Perebny, Birmingham National Race Team on his home track, taking the win. Big Hens in 2, the Great White in 3. Nine-year-old girls up next. Birthday girl Alice Barron, B. Smith, Lauren Snell, Phoebe Millar, Autumn Moore, Emika Gibson, Maisie Dyson, and Ella Grants. Gate drops for the 9-year-old girls final. Let's have a look who's going to be the first to rise. Phoebe Millar from Moto 1 BMX race team straight into the turn with Ella Grant right there on a back wheel. So Millar and Grant 1 and 2. That looks like the fluent rider in there in 3. That's going to be Lauren Snell with Macy Dyson doing it for B. Radford in that 4th spot. Emika Gibson out of Preston battling for the 5 with the rider from Exeter Eagles. That's going to be Autumn Moore. But meanwhile, in and out of the final turn we go with Phoebe Millar. Looks like she's done enough. Ella Grant can't get close enough. Lauren Snell in there in 3, but it's Millar taking the win.
10-year-old boys up on the start, ready for their A final. We have got Seth Kacharik, Jesse Rose, George Spencer, Jack Belton, Arthur Donaldson, Ethan Shaw, Rex Ford, and Thomas Giles. The 10-year-old boys are bringing all of the noise. Who's going to get the whole shot? This is one of the Birmingham NRT whole shot classes heading into turn number 1. Look at who's leading in the 6th plate of Thomas Giles. Giles is out there in that 1 spot. Rexford is in there in 2. That looks like the 0-1 of Ethan Shaw in there in 3. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to pick up this national win. It got busy in that 2nd turn. The 11 of Arthur Donaldson wanted a piece of the top 3 pile, but couldn't quite get close enough to Shaw in the turn. Oh, bows are flying. Looks like Belton's come out on top into a top 4 spot. Giles, Shaw, Ford. That's your 1, 2, 3.
Don't worry about the helicopter. That's just me mum going for a pint of milk to the co-op. 11 year. Where are we up to?
That's the 10-year-old girls.
Oh,
10-year-old girls.
Carry on. I'm
up on the
moto
hill.
ahead.
It's been a long day, Rich. Lining up,
been
we've
a
got
long
Cara
day.
Cross, Abby Graham, Peter Lamb, Harley Webb, Eliza Powell, River Henderson, Molly Tomlinson, and Florence Dyson. Ten-year-old girls hit the track. Check out the snap from the 4 plate of Holly Webb. She's looking to work her way across the whole lot of the gate as she brings it into turn number 1. The bows are flying. Webb couldn't quite shut the door on the 10 plate of Molly Tomlinson. Tomlinson leads it. Here comes the 5 plate of Florence Dyson getting involved in the action. She's working her way across into that 2 spot. That shuffles Webb back to 3. Powell's involved as well, coming around the outside of Webb into the final turn. Here is Tomlinson and Dyson though. Last corner, in and out they go. It is Allen's Factory and B. Radford who's going to get into the line. Looks like Tomlinson, Dyson, that's the order they're going to cross the stripe. Eliza Powell rounds out the top 3.
Right, 11-year-old boys are up next. We have Teddy Jones, Joseph McAvoy, Preston Newmarsh-Pow, Benny Jackson, Edward Cordery, Connor Hemphill, Ronnie Woods, and Jacob Anderson. This is going to be one of the most stacked classes as we move through the years. And Jacob Anderson's going to be... Oh! Anderson's gone! Oh my word! Preston Newmarsh-Pow went down as well. And that allows Connor Hemphill and Benny Jackson to escape like they've just robbed the bank. They're out there 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Ronnie Wood in there in 4 with his mate Teddy Jones. Out front in 3, Cordery's in there in 5. McAvoy in 6. But Connor Hemphill taking it to the line. Jackson's just run out of time and room. Big LCC battle for 3. Good to see that Preston and Jacob are both up and okay. As we move on to the 11-year-old girls, Holly Richardson, Ellie Beats, Aria Rose Lee, Freya Monforte, Trixie Trace, Amelia Rowe, Maisie Egan and Betty Wills. Right, 11-year-old girls heading down the hill. Maisie Egan taking to the skies. Betty Wills on the inside into the turn with Trixie Trace. Right on the back wheel. Wills, Trace, Egan. 1, 2 and 3. That looks like Amelia Rowe getting involved as well in about 4 at the moment. Aria Roseley in there in 6. Holly Richardson in 7. Ellie Beat in there in 8. Freya Monforte back in about 5. But it is Betty Wills and Trixie Trace fighting over that first spot. Betty Wills, Pro Start BMX. She's going to hold on to it to the line. It's going to be Wills, Trace, Egan. 1, 2, 3. Rowing for Monforte in 5.
12-year-old boys up on the start for their A final. This is the first of the ODI whole shot classes, and it also has the recipe to be a banger of a final. Let's get you introduced. We've got Jack Devine, Archie Croker White, Ataja Mira, Archie Bell, Marcus Mullen, Joe Rook, Leah Rowlands, and James Bibby. There's an ODI hole shot award up for grabs. Bibby and Rollins are the first two riders to show who's going to be 100 quid richer. Bibby leads it, ka-ching. Oh, Rollins look for the high-low, but his wheels couldn't quite keep him there. So it is Bibby, Rollins, Rock. That's your 1, 2, 3. The riders in 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 are all neck and neck. Rollins came back at Bibby. He was trying to make it happen. Last turn action. Bibby, Rollins, Rock. In that order, James Bibby, your European number 4, ladies and gents. He's going to bring it across the wire for Pro Start BMX. Leo Rollins in 2 for Be Strong. Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Joe Rock in 3. 12-year-old girls up on the start for their A final. Lining up, we've got Elsie Blight, Lauren Keller, Millie Ross, Brooke Fawcett, Sarah Pritchard, Grace Gerard, Iris Hyder and Freya Harries. 12-year-old girls hit the track. Check out the start from the two Hard Knocks ladies headed for turn number 1. They have been shot out of the cannon. Whatever they're feeding them at Hard Knocks, everyone else should get a bit to make it fit down the first straight. Oh! Someone's pulled the pin on a grenade. Chaos had thrown it at the exit of turn number 1. It's all about Hard Knocks at the moment. Your European number 2, Brooke Fast Forcey, going 1 and 2 with a 4 plate of Grace Gerard. Sarah Pritchard out of Evolve Collective is in there in 3 to round out the podium spots. Elsie Blight in there in 4, but Hard Knocks biker should go wild for your two ladies. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Freya Harry's up and finishing her lap, as is the 8 of Millie Ross. Iris Hyder, Lauren Keller still on the deck in turn number 1. Put your hands together for Iris Hyder, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet, going to walk away. I'm certain she'll be back for more tomorrow. Lauren Keller's up as well. Put your hands together for the two fallen ladies.
Right, moving on. 13-year-olds. Just let these ladies roll through. I think Iris needs a hug when she gets back to mum and dad's. I'm sure she'll get one. 13-year-olds up next. We have got Ethan Crooks Martin, Max Vass, Joe Douglas, Harry Tyers, Charlie Bob Craig, Ethan Howell, JP Jack Perkins, and James Miller. Gate drops on the 13-year-old boys final. 8 riders heading down the hill. James Miller and Ethan Howell are going to be the first 2 into the turn. JP, Jack Perkins, very patient first straight. Oh, looks like we've lost one. That was the rider out of Moto 1. Harry Tyers hitting the deck, breakdancing in that first turn. But meanwhile, Miller and Howell going 1 and 2. Perkins in there in 3. That looks like the 11 plate belonging to Joe Douglas. He's in there in 4 with Charlie Bob rounding out the top 5. Now, look at Howell all over the back of the GT rider. Howell takes it at the stripe. James Miller for 2. Whoosh. Harry Tyers. He's up. He's all right. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. As we move on to the 13-year-old young ladies. We have Allegra True, Naya O'Connell, Holly Diver, Anushka Jones, Dakota Tucker, Ruby Warren, Emma Kiss, and Esme Ward. 13-year-old ladies heading down the hill. Esme Ward on the inside, looking at Ruby Warren in the middle as well. And the three getting involved in it. That is Emma Kiss. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Elbows flying left and right. Look at them, almost joined together. And Emma Kiss has worked her way to the front. Absolutely no quarter asked or given. She did not back down 1 inch in that first turn. And it's paid off. Kiss, Ward, Warren, 1, 2, 3, Tucker in 4, Anushka Jones in there in 5. Look at the drag race down the straight. Can Emma Kiss hold off Esme Ward at the line? It's going to be close, too close to call. But I've got a feeling the win went to Emma Kiss.
14-year-old boys up on the start. If you're stood around this track today and this isn't one of your favourite age categories that we are going to see this weekend, then you are lying to yourself. The 14-year-old boys, we've got Newton Hindley, Isaac Shaw, Oliver Tyers, James Cottrell, Harrison Barnes, Heath Osborne, Ned Guppy and Kobe Rayford. This final could be about to get wild. Rayford's had a great start out of lane number 2, but check out your world number 7. James Cottrell leads it out for Ram Racing. So is Cotty. Rayford, that's your 1 or 2. Rayford's trying to find a way around the outside. Can he make it stick? I think he's found a way to make it happen. Rayford, your new race leader, your European number 2. Who's that in there in 3? Got to be the 27 of Heath Osborne. In and out of the final corner. Rayford has run away with it on the final 2 straights. Carty for 2. Going to be Osborne in there for 3. Ned Guppy in 4. 14-year-old girls up on the starts. Lining up, we've got Matilda Zahariev, Rin Janalino, Sidoni Cleve, Libby Carping, Ellie Moore, Emily Eaton, Isabella Rowe and Jalala Patel. Gate goes down, 14-year-old girls Oraco. Emily Eaton's had a great start from the middle of the gate. She's looking to make it happen into turn number 1 for Pro Star BMX. It is Eaton leading it out, your current British champion. She's going 1 and 2 with the 3 plate off Jalala Patel. Who's that in there in 3? Got to be Rin Chanalino. And the rider picking up 4 looks like it could be Sidonia Cleve. Had a fluent bicycle motocross, but she's caught up in some traffic. That means that the 12 plate is right behind her. That's Ellie Moore in there in 5. Last turn action. Eaton leading it. Patel in there for 2. Rin Janalino putting the pressure on Patel down the final straight. Can she nick the 2 spot on the wire? It's going to be Eaton, Janalino, Patel. That is your 1, 2 and 3.
Right, 15-year-olds are up next. Harrison Schofield, Rufus Kusano, Elijah Jamira, Bradley James, Harvey Tomlinson, Ty DS, Lucas Osborne and Lucas Seeley. 15-year-old boys. This one's another absolute firecracker of a class. Ty DS in the middle, Harvey Tomlinson in there as well. Lucas Seeley's been caught on the inside and Lucas Osborne has worked his way into a top 3 position. Bradley James carved that corner like a Christmas turkey. Tried to work his way in, but he wasn't there and it wasn't enough. Jamira's back there in 5, but it's Ty DS aboard that Supercross heading towards the final turn. Tomlinson right on his back wheel. It's going to go Ty DS, Harvey Tomlinson, Lucas Osborne, Lucas Seeley, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Jamira, I think, got the 5. Harrison left the best till last. Nobody saw it, it's fine. Nobody dressed in blue anyway. You didn't see that, Simon, did you? Oh no, it works. Glitch in the system. "15 girls, hang on a minute. Let me turn my page over. Right. What? What are you getting so grumpy about, Lewis? Right, 15. It's all right. We're just joshing. We're just messing around. Ruby Walford, Lottie McFarlane, Eliza French, Ola Cooper, Ailey Watson, Summer Glen, Grace Burge, and Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop, Brown. "15-year-old girls heading down the hill. Lottie on the inside. Looks like Ailey Watson's got an absolute flyer for BMX Widow Photography. She's picking up the first spot in the turn. So Watson, Brown, 1 and 2. The foreplay in there in 3. That belongs to Grace Burge out of a Green Machine Tribe. Who's got that 4th spot? Ruby Walford, I think, just working her way into 5. Battling with Eliza French. Meanwhile, Lottie tries to make a move in the final turn. Puts down the accelerator. Ailey's got a bit more momentum. She's going to take it to the line. Watson, Brown, Burge, 1, 2, 3. 15-year-old girls final.
16-year-old boys up on the start for their final. We have got Samson Townsend, Shea Jordan, Joe Nunn, Nathan Barata, Eli Smith, Sean Brown, Noah Everly, and Kai Bowen. 16-year-old boys are a go. Bowen's out of lane number 7. He's headed for turn number 1. Your world number 5 from the age group below leads this one out for Stay Strong. Clark again. He's going 1 and 2 with a 3-plate of Nova Everly, who's given him absolutely no let up into turn number 2. It is Bowen. Everly, the 2-plate of Eli Smith is in there in 3. Brown's in there for 4. Barata's in 5. There's been a huge bit of chaos in turn number 2. Bowen on the exit of turn number 3. Going to wrap himself up. Another national win in the age group above. Bowen, Everly, Smith, Shea Jordan, Samson Townsend, Joe Nunn are all up to their feet. Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. "16-year-old girls up on the start for their final. Let's get you introduced. We have got Lucy Groundwater, Anya Matten Alonso, Phoebe Alderton, Amelia Everly, Imogen Cockrell, Sophie Carniston, Alexis McCartney, and Lexi Waite. "16-year-old girls hit the track. Everly's had a great start out of the middle of the gate, but it's all about the European number 3 on the inside. Be Strong Race Team. Lexi Waite leads this one out. Who's in there with Everly and McCall? Amelia Everly explodes on the exit of turn number 1. Lexi Waite has got a whole turn to relax. She's going to pick up the 16-year-old girls win. All she's got to do is keep it rubber side down the 17. And BB Alderton takes advantage, says thank you very much. She's going through in that 2-spot, battling it out with a template of Imogen Cockrell. Cockrell's going to nick the 2-spot on the wire. Alderton for 3. Wow, oh wow. Alexis McCartney, Amelia Everly were throwing bows in the turn. We're just going to make sure that Amelia and Alexis are all right before we continue with the racing. Put your hands together for Amelia Everly, ladies and gents. She's up and walking away. Put your hands together for Alexis McCartney, ladies and gents. Looks like she's up and going to walk away. Absolute carnage in the 16-year-old girls category.
Right. 17 to 18-year-old girls final. Your mum's back from co-op. Hope she got some pancakes. That's it, yeah. She forgot the orange juice. Without bits. It's got to be smooth orange juice. None of that gritty nonsense. Oh. We've had an iPhone handed in, apparently. If you've lost an iPhone and a HSBC bank card. So, yeah. If you want your bank card back, it's up in commentary. If not, we're ordering Domino's. And are we ready to go? Right, okay. 17 and 18-year-olds are up on the gates. We have Tilly McCrum, Molly Simpson, Fumi Adremi Hepburn, Yetska Hemstock, Esme Brooke, Mika Pritchard, Megan Gerard and Jaya Jack Bradshaw. "17 and 18-year-old girls heading down the hill. Jaya Jack Bradshaw back to BMX. It looks like, oh, Megan Gerard. 1, 2, 3 riders gone. Absolute explosion on straight number 1. Bradshaw, Hemstock, McCrum, 1, 2 and 3 in and out of the turn. Esme Brooke in there as well in 4. Fumi Adremi Hepburn in 5. We got absolutely distracted by what was going on first straight. Jaya Jack Bradshaw back to BMX with a bang. Molly Simpson up and all right. Megan Gerard up and all right. Mika Pritchard, she went absolutely flying. How she's got up from that, I've got no idea. Wow, wow, wow. In fact, you know what I haven't said today? Wowzers. Bet that's on the bingo card over there. Yeah, absolutely. Have you won, Jim? He's sweating. He's got one more. Right. 17, 18 boys up next. Hang on to your hats, people, because this one is about to get tasty. Like a Gino Di Campo carbonara. If my grandma had wheels, she would have been a bike. Right, you ready? Here we go. Elliot Brooke, Che Young, Malachi Price, Jaden Fawcett, Dexter Gambe, Thomas Doran, George Gerard, and Arne Esselmont. Right, here we go. 17 and 18-year-olds absolutely flying down the hill. George Gerard, hard knocks bike coaching into the turn. Esselmont tried to make the move, couldn't make it stick. The elbows are flying. Oh, it looks like two riders have exited the wrong side. Meanwhile, Gerard still holds on to the lead. That looks like Elliot Brook in there in 3. But Gerard under pressure from Esselmont. Is Esselmont going to make it down the final straight? He's getting ever closer. And Gerard and Esselmont to the line. Oh! One for the transponders of truth. Not even going to try and separate those two. Ooh.
19 to 29-year-old men up on the start for their final. We've got Connor Hudson, Hayden Green, Finley Clark, Alex Reed, Joshua Cates, Ruben Smith, Callum Charles Maple, and Tyrese Bradshaw. (19 to 29-year-olds hit the track. Bradshaw out of lane number 1. He's headed for turn number 1. Your national champ looking to wrap it up for a second season on the bounce. He's going 1 and 2 with a 2 plate from last year. That's Callum Charles Maple. Ruben Smith's in there in 3. Look at the battle for 4 between Cates and Green. In and out of the second turn. Finn Clark's getting busy working his way into 5, but it's still out front. Team Mabo UK in and out of the final corner. He'll be at the Worlds later on this month. Tyrese Bradshaw gonna wrap up his second national title. Callum Charles Maple, Ruben Smith 2 and 3. 19 to 29-year-old women up on the starts. We have got Megan Kirby, Imogen Gibson, Taylor Lee Mohan, Remy Godfrey, Hannah Drew, Evie Webster, Annabelle Townsend and Emily Green. 19 to 29-year-old women hit the track. Green out of lane number 1. She's heading for the first turn, and she's in full control of the race as they hit the corner. Over the whole shot line she goes. She is now 100 quid richer, and she's going to get a bucket load of ODR goodies as well to go along with it. So it is Green leading it out. Who's in there with her looking like the E6 plate of Evie Webster, being chased down by the 14 of Annabelle Townsend as they bring it into the final turn. That has got to be Remy Godfrey in there in 4, being chased down by the 7 plate of Hannah Drew. In 5, Green, Webster, Townsend 1, 2 and 3.
Next up, the Masters final. We have got Dale Scott, Matthew Bourne, John Lillingston, David James, Sean Issett, Benjamin Martinez, George Higley and Billy Luckhurst. Masters guys, I'll go. It's got a flyer from the middle. Luckhurst, he's working his way across from the outside. Martinez on the inside. Stay strong. Clark and Kent leading it out right now. In there in 1. It's in there in 3. Who's got the 4? Looks like Matthew Bourne's in that 4th spot as they go in and out of the second turn. Luckhurst got this one on lock at the minute as they head towards that final corner. It's going to be a Luckhurst, Martinez, Issett. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3. Billy Luckhurst takes the Masters win for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent.
Vets up on the start for their final. Lining up, we've got Dylan Dixon, Mark Moore, Grant Yerbury, Hayden Tarora, Danny Taylor, Adam Boudet, Zoltan Boudet and Fraser Watson. Final 65, the vets hit the track. Watson has had a blinder of a start. He's trying to work his way across to hold off Boudet into the turn. It is going to be Watson, Boudet in that order. Who is in there in 3? That's a 13 plate of Hayden Tarora. Danny T's getting busy in there in about 5 of the minute as Grant Yerbury works his way across into the 4. So it's all about Watson at the moment doing it for BMX Widow Photography in and out of the final corner. Watson, Boudet, that's how they're going to bring it home in the vets class. Who's going to get the 3? It's going to be Tarora rounding out the podium spots.
Right, Grand Veterans are up next. We have got Dave Knowles, Stuart Little, Christos Chalkos, Brett Knight, Stephen Fortune, Fitzroy Bryce, Martin Ogden, and Alan Hill. Right, Grand Veterans heading down the hill, 50 plus on the 20-inch bikes. Alan Hill getting out front, early doors. Here comes Martin Ogden and Fitzroy Bryce, elbow to elbow out of the turn. Christos Chalkos trying to work his way in. Stuart Lill's got caught up in traffic. Brett Knight's in there in a top 4 position. Stephen Fortune doing everything he can, as is Dave Knowles. But out in front, he's won a bazillion races in his career. He's just about to make it a bazillion and one. Alan Hill, Pure Bicycles. Wee-wah, woo-wah. Yeah, we need to move. Right, next up, Junior Open. Hold on to your hats, people, because this one is going to be wild. We have got Miller Hughes, Ben Larkins, if he's up there, Heath Thomas, Louis Tay Edwards, Cody Coker, Thomas Millar, JTL Simpson Davis, and James Clitheroe. Strap yourselves in, people. This is the Junior Open final. Let's have a look as they head towards the turn. Clitheroe's going to work his way in for a hole shot. Oh, JTL Simpson Davis underneath, stealing it away. It's got hectic. Riders moving off left and right. Clitheroe couldn't get through the pro section. So as they come out of the turn, that looks like Cody Coker with his nose out in front. JTL Simpson Davis in 2. James Clitheroe in there in 3. Heath Thomas in 4. Louis Tay Edwards in 5. Cody Coker takes the win. I've got a feeling that I don't know. It's been a long day.
Championship women are lining up on the start for the penultimate final of round number 9. Lining up on the start, out of Moto 1 race team, Megan Roy. Out of Moto 1 again, Tia Gaynor. Out of Mabo UK, Lily Chisawa. Out of Birmingham National Race Team, Laurie and Carruthers. Out of Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Betsy Bax. Out of Crucial Racing, Sienna Harvey. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Freya Chalice. And out of B Strong Race Team, Emily Hutz. Here we go, championship women hit the track. It's all about the national champs jersey, leading it into turn number 1. Freya the Slayer Chalice aboard her Mabo bike, leading this one out. She's currently going 1 or 2 with B Strong's Emily Hutt, who's hunting her down into turn number 2. Bax is in 3, Harvey's in there in 4, but the front 2 are glued to each other as they come into the final turn. Chalice, Hutt, that's your 1 or 2. Bax, Harvey 3 and 4. It is going to be Chisel, we're in there for 5. Hutt pushing down the final straight. Chalice is going to hold on to it. Bax in there for 3. Harvey in 4. The final lining up on the start. Let's get you introduced. Out of Knightswood, Casey Markley. Doing it for Pure Bicycles, Harrison Bell. Out of Crucial BMX, Taylor Hunt. Out of Absolute, Ben Cornish. Doing it for Team Mabo UK, Jay Boville. Out of GT Factory, Harry Tanner. Out of Birmingham and Mabo, Bradley Russell. And on his home track here at Birmingham, doing it for Schroller Tyres, Joss Marnham. Superclass men are at it again. Cornish has had a great start. Marnham out of lane number 1, looking for the whole shot into the turn. Russell, Cornish, oh! It's all exploded in turn number 1. Last year's national champ Josh Marnham leads it out. Looks like him and Cornish and Russell are the only 3 to make it through the pro set. It's all about Josh Marnham at the moment, taking it to him in and out of the final turn. He's going to wrap up this Superclass men win. Marnham down to the wire. Ben Cornish in there for 2. Bradley will Russell for 3.